College. They give up 48, get routed last night in Chapel Hill. And the Nationals won a game Monday. Rookie Andrew Alvarez allowed just one hit, fan 4 over 5 scoreless innings. He and 4 relievers combined on a 2-hit shutout. The Nats blank Miami 2-0. Nats and Marlins again tonight. Cade Cavalli on the mound, 6:45 here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. We are off and running because it's game week.
Hell yeah.
Good morning.
What's up, brother?
You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. You're also watching us on the stream via the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. I'm fired up, man. It was a great Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
Just perfect weather up and down the East Coast. We had college football all weekend. And dude, this is it. This is the real deal. Like, you know how I continue to say over and over, like the Commanders' real Week 1 roster will show up tomorrow on that practice field. We're here. We made it. Congratulations to everybody. We made it.
We on the Week 1 roster?
No, but we're like,
do we get a game check?
We made it, dude. Summer and list season and everything else. We're here now, dog.
Yes, indeed.
I had just a really nice weekend. Watched a lot of football, chilling at the beach. Did play around the golf. I understand you played some very good golf. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I got back on the hitting the fairway train, JP, and
that helps.
Feel real good about it. You know,
take some money off Beasley.
Did I really? No, he didn't bet that day.
Well, that's smart.
I did take money off of Wayne though.
Shout out to Wayne.
Yeah. Wayne told me they'll be coming to the radio talking about beating him.
Well, so Wayne, you got beat. That's how it's gonna go, Wayne. Sorry. I was down at the beach. I got to play golf with Monty.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, man. Shout out,
my dog.
Shout out to Mr. Montgomery, just absolute legend. Dude runs the whole Delaware shore. It seems. It's funny. We were pulling into town, so Thursday night that drive kind of sucked. I told you that Friday.
Oh yeah.
Did I tell you this? Ainsley was like, "Daddy, is that your friend's restaurant?" I was like, and that one, and that one, and that one. But we had a blast. I played damn near my best golf, except I was completely unable to putt.
Why is that your problem?
B, I shot an 86 with a 4-putt on 9.
Maybe you play good golf.
Well, so then thought, all right, let's keep it going. You know what I mean? I snuck out for 9 yesterday afternoon and played terrible. It's just, you never know, man.
See, what I tell people all the time about putting, the one thing you can do year-round is putt.
I putt all the time. I putt on my porch every night. I make 105-footers, like every night.
But don't stop worrying about your porch, because you know what? Your porch is fast and it's flat. Go somewhere with some undulation.
All right, well, I can't do that every night. I can't just go to a putting green.
But you can at least go into another part of the house, or you
I don't have any undulations in my home.
You need to find something. I mean,
if you got a house with undulations, you got bigger problems.
I'm just saying, you got a little putting thing. We got a whole one right here, another one. We got 2 of them. One over there, and one right here.
One.
Yeah.
Get
you right, man.
Today you could tell is like the official, like we're all back. School's back in. Like I think, Virginia maybe started a week before Maryland, but like everybody's back now. And you could tell with the traffic coming downtown. I don't know how your ride was. Mine was okay.
I came right on in this joint.
Yeah, I gave myself enough time, which was a pleasant change.
About time.
I don't always do that. Big news.
You were an adult today.
Big news from Baseball History Nut. Jeff, you might like this account. His account is @NutHistory. So check that out if you want, Jeff. Nut History sent me, this is serious breaking news right here on the Fan.
All right, let's go.
You can now order the Jaden Daniels Super Bowl era jersey.
There we go.
I predict this will be the highest selling Washington jersey ever.
I agree.
Ever.
I will agree with that.
Like, I don't know. I assume this is, so this is NFL Shop powered by Fanatics, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how it works with, like, printing these jerseys. I think these will sell out. I think they will be gone ASAP. I think if you're a Commanders fan and maybe you haven't wanted to order a jersey because you didn't know who to get, maybe you're one of these people that doesn't like the new name, likes the old name, wherever you land, this is it. This is the one to get.
Totally.
Dude's not going anywhere. The jersey's dope. There's no, there's nothing to not like. This is it. Order it.
100%.
Like, the history of number 5s, like Tress wore it. It was great. McNabb, Heath Schuler, whatever. This is it.
Don't say Heath Schuler.
That's your guy. He was a congressman.
Probably a better congressman than he was a quarterback.
This is the jersey to get. There's no debate. Everybody's been asking me, how do I get him? This is the one to get.
That was a real low bar.
I mean, for the sake of our republic, I hope he was a better congressman than he was quarterback. I don't know. Is he still a congressman? We need a Heath Schuler update, White Brian. The boys are all back. Jeff's here. Landfill's here. White Brian's back. Apparently, White Brian is past his concussion. He's out of the protocol, fully operational now. Did you watch much college football, B?
I watched it a little bit. I didn't get a chance to watch the one I wanted to watch.
Which one was that?
Belichick, take the spanking.
Wasn't much to watch.
That's what I hear. But I did get some of the games on, what was it, Saturday and a little bit Sunday.
So Saturday was awesome. You had Texas, Ohio State.
Yeah. I watched a good bit of that one, and listen.
You and I were on the right side of Arch Manning.
Hold on, bro. There was a guy on radio, on TV the other day, and he said, hold on. Let's let the man play a game. We already have made him a next coming. He may not be that, or he could be, but let him play some football now. After that first game, I would say this. He can't be that bad, but I don't know how good he's going to be.
I think.
Because I'm hearing all these excuses about, well, that's Sarkisian being stubborn. If he was as good as they were saying, there's no way they wouldn't have put Ewers on the bench when he was sucking at times.
You and I have been saying that for a year now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if Arch was the dude, he would have played. It'd be like, people talk about Sarkisian like he's damn Bear Bryant or something. Like, relax.
Where the hell he's won everything at?
Like, dude, you know what Michigan did this weekend? Michigan's a pretty proud program, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
They started a freshman quarterback. Like, when you're the guy, you play. Yeah. It's just that simple.
And that's been going on since way back, dog. You walk on campus and somebody else is the guy, but they brought you in to be the guy. You don't wait. You know, it's like on a recruiting visit, you tell the people, I'm not coming here to sit behind you. I'm going to be the starting quarterback. Y'all going to be backups. That's what I did.
Well, dude.
So
now, I think there's been far, far too much assumed with Arch because of his last name. Mm-hmm. People assume he's going to be Peyton or Eli or whatever. And now I think the pendulum will swing too far that people now assume he sucks. I think we got to wait.
We got to wait and see what's going on.
Ohio State's really good.
But
that's a hostile environment.
He's going to get every chance out there to try to prove the point.
Sure.
A lot of other quarterbacks don't get that luxury.
Sure.
He's going to get it.
And he still can prove it. Like, yeah. I am not closing the book on Arch Manning, but I think it reveals some silly stuff that was going on with people just assuming he's going to be the best quarterback out there. Yeah. I thought, obviously Ohio State winning that game was huge. They're probably now, when the new rankings come out, I think it's today, I think they'll be the number one. I thought the best win, though.
Well, Penn State still, they destroyed their little team.
Yeah,
but they were number 2, weren't they?
They might have been 3. I think Texas, Ohio State were right there. It depends on the poll. But the best win to me, Miami had a great win at home against Notre Dame. Florida State had a hell of an announcement by beating down Bama. Bama just didn't look physical enough, and I think
I think the best win was my family.
That's what the best win was. LSU going to Clemson.
LSU told Clemson, "To hell with you. We are Death Valley, and we're the real Tigers." In your stadium, they beat them.
Totally. I think LSU was clearly the better team start to finish. I thought Clemson's D-line would give LSU trouble. LSU committed to running the ball. That running back, Durham, can play for me any day, man. That dude was
Durham
good.
is durable.
I was really impressed by LSU going on the road. Now, did you get to watch that game at all? I don't know what you were doing. I guess that was Saturday night.
I watched a good bit of it.
So I was excited for that game, and we were down at the beach. It's just like there's only one TV, and the girls were like, "It's Full House marathon at my house lately." And I was like, "Listen, at 7:30, I'm watching this game. Period. Like I don't. You guys can watch it with me.
No debate.
You can go to bed. You can go play in the room. Whatever you want to do. But this TV is going to be on this football game." And the histrionics involved before kickoff, 7:30 kickoff. There's no chance they kicked that off till 7:50 and maybe even closer to 8. And so many people want to tell me how dumb I am. I know that Clemson runs down the field and touches the rock. Everybody knows that. They try to make it seem like this is the cool part. So apparently the facilities at Clemson are out of this world, right? I have my little cousin just graduated from Clemson. My friend John Williams sent like 800 of his kids to Clemson. I'm cool with Clemson. I got no beef with Clemson. But as they built out the stadium, and they've built incredible facilities from what I understand, the home locker room is now on the east side of the stadium. But the rock and the hill
It's on the west side.
are on the west side of the stadium. So B-Mitch, the way they tried to sell this on television, it's this magical carpet ride where all the players get on a bus and ride around the stadium to then run down the rock. And the TV was showing this bus ride like it was just, it was Newt Rockney winning one for the Gipper. And I was like, yo, this sucks. It's just a bunch of dudes crammed onto a bus. And they're like, oh my God, can you believe it? Like, yes, dudes got on a bus. Either move the rock or move the locker room or stop acting like the bus is a big deal. The bus part of this was lame, I thought.
Yeah.
And then they have this cannon. And they got this jacked military-looking dude getting ready to shoot this cannon. B-Mitch, I swear to God, the cannon's the size of my laptop. Like, it was the world's smallest cannon, and they just tried to hype it up so much. What was the part of
Harlem Nights? Remember Harlem Nights when they shooting the gun? They had something like that?
It was, LSU showed up, though, man. I was happy for them.
They're finding people for storming the field now?
I guess. I mean, let the kids storm the field. Florida State was 2-10. They just beat Bama. Let them have some fun.
Yeah.
As long as nobody's hurt.
How long that coach going to be employed?
I don't know, man. You know what his buyout is? So you talking about Kalen DeBoer at Bama?
$70 million?
$70 million.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be employed a little bit longer.
Yeah. You know what, though? Got a lot of money at Bama.
Yeah.
You know they had a $200 and something million facility? Then they didn't tear it down. They made that for other sports, and then they built another football facility, and it's worth about $400 or $500 million. They have 2 or 3 helicopters and team planes for the coaches to fly around. They got a lot of money there.
We're going to talk a little Terps a little later. Freshman quarterback. Looks like a player.
There you go.
Hokies. The Hokie defense played well. South Carolina just better. I like that South Carolina quarterback.
Yeah, good team.
Irish go on the road, lose to the Hurricanes.
Gil was at the LSU Clemson game.
Oh, he told me about that.
Yeah,
Sure.
he was.
Lee went too.
Yeah, he was down.
We should have connected Lee and Gil.
He took his son with him.
I imagine they enjoyed themselves.
Oh yeah.
Belichick last night. For
Didn't
all
look
the
good.
excitement, they got their ass kicked.
Well, let's be real now. One thing about football, I don't care what your level it is, you have to have players. And when I was asking about this game earlier, people were talking about, well, TCU's not that good. I know one thing, TCU can fly. And if you don't have some horses on your side, they may not be better than you, but they're going to run past you all day. They need to get athletes. And North Carolina, let's be real, it's basketball school. Ain't no football school. Basketball school. And Bill Belichick, we gave him a lot of credit. And he deserves it because he got Tom. He was able to let Tom and Bill O'Brien, I think.
Yep.
Let them run that side. But ultimately, he can't play football for college. He got to go get some horses, dog.
So here's the problem. The way college football is now, like he could have done it already.
But
he brought in whoever he brought in.
Yeah, but
I don't know that he's going to build it.
The mindset that he has is that I'm better than everybody else. It's not going to work.
Agreed.
You better spend some of that North Carolina money.
Agreed.
That's what y'all better do if you think you're going to compete at the highest level.
Dion, I don't know if you watched Georgia Tech, Colorado, but that game was pretty good Friday night.
I didn't see none of that.
He was bad with the clock late in that game.
Mm-hmm.
They lose by a touchdown. They have a late drive. He finished the game with 2 timeouts in his pockets.
Nah, man, you can't do that.
Not in a one-score game.
No, you can't take timeouts home. I'm just saying.
You're down to Tutty.
Hey, even if you don't, listen, you call them just in case. Refocus, do something. You can't take timeouts home.
I did, Landfill, real quick, I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Hit me with it.
Around here, who probably loses stuff the most?
You?
Probably me,
Yeah.
right? And who probably loses stuff the least?
Me?
Yeah, B. Mitch.
Probably B. Mitch. So it was fairly astounding this morning. I got into the office, said hello to some folks. Shout out to PBI Furniture, gave me a T-shirt. Appreciate you. And I took my lunch. My wife packed me a lunch. Shout out to her. And I took it into the kitchen and put it in the refrigerator. Pretty standard, right? When I opened the refrigerator, a set of car keys fell down from the heavens and landed on the floor. I said, oh no, somebody lost their keys. Can you guess
It was my keys?
who left their keys on top of the refrigerator?
I did.
Wow. At least he didn't leave them in the refrigerator.
So I was like, whose keys are these? And then I was like, I recognize these keys. Brian Mitchell left his keys on top of the fridge.
You got even with B. Mitch, though, when you stole his headphones earlier.
Dude, I asked him, whose headphones are these? He said, I don't know.
They would. I've never seen them over there. I normally they sit right here, and then I plug them up right before we start. They will plug up your thing over here.
I'm up 2-0 on the day. I did find your keys. You're
Don't
welcome.
worry about
You're
it.
welcome.
Thank you for the keys.
No problem.
But don't worry, you'll probably pass by me in about 30 minutes.
Busy day. It's week one. NFC East, New York Football Giants. Pat Leonard will join us at noon. Tell us all things going on with Big Blue. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Start with the Nats, where they won a game on Monday. Snapped an 8-game skid thanks to rookie Andrew Alvarez on the mound. Nats win at 2-0. Alvarez allowed just a hit. Fan 4 over 5 scoreless innings. He and 4 relievers combined on the 2-hit shutout as Alvarez, 12th round pick in 2021, became the second Nats starter since Steven Strasburg in 2010 to win in his major league debut. College football last night to wrap up week 1. Bill Belichick beaten down by TCU. They clobbered North Carolina 48-14. Worst loss in a season opener for Carolina since 2003. Most points ever given up by a Bill Belichick coach team. That goes back to 511 games in the NFL as well. Football, Commanders getting set for Week 1 Sunday against the Giants. Free agent Kendrick Bourne is in for a visit today in Washington. The 8-year veteran wide receiver scheduled to meet with the team today. Ian Rappaport says the framework for a deal is already in place. If things work out, that could get done quickly. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
No coffee. Cheeseburger in paradise. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Look, man, I don't know nothing about nothing, but I kind of think I broke the internet. So Jeff's boy, Nut History, sent me the link to the Jaden Daniels jersey. So I then tweeted it out, and we talked about it here on the radio. Mm-hmm. And now, the link's not working. I think everybody immediately ran to buy the Jaden jersey, dude.
Is it the right link?
And I guess people are saying it doesn't ship till October. Okay.
Well, that's probably it. Yeah,
I mean, it's September now.
They said it wasn't going to be ready until then. So you got 29 days?
Right.
Yeah.
And not to mention, they don't wear them till November. So order it. You'll get it in October. You wear it when they wear it.
Yeah.
Something just came across that I thought is really cool, B. And this kind of runs counter to at least the graphic we've been seeing on the internet about the Commanders having the most expensive beer prices in the NFL.
Huh?
Actually, open the phones, because I feel like fans will be able to help us understand this. Because I think the Commanders' concessions prices are pretty jacked. I think they're pretty high. But I think if you're a Gold Cup member or whatever that is.
Food's free?
No, but I think it's significantly less.
I think one of them, you get food with your stuff up there on that club level.
Maybe. There are definitely seats that include food and beverage. Yeah. I know a couple years ago, I brought the girls. I always bring them to a preseason game, and they wanted a lemonade, and it was $15. And I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Get the girls a lemonade, man.
I did. But I think if you're a gold member or you understand, because everybody's been talking about the Commanders' beer prices are the highest in the NFL, right? The Ravens just tweeted this out. And I think the Falcons were the first team to do this. Huh? You go to Atlanta, man, that stuff is cheap, and it's like free refills. The soda machines are out in the hallways. The Ravens just tweeted this out. They have 11 items under $5 at Raven Stadium.
Okay.
And this is legit, dude. Barbecue chicken sandwich is $4.99. Nachos are $4.49. You get a hot dog for $3.49. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna round here, make it a little easier. Pretzels $2. French fries are $3.50. Peanuts are $3.50. I don't know what these are. Blackbird chips are $2.50. Popcorn's $2. 24-ounce soda $4. 20-ounce water $3.50. And B, you get a beer for $5. 12-ounce beer.
12 ounce? Yeah, I figured it'd be 12 ounce.
Jeff, answer this. I'm curious if people are calling about the beer at FedEx. I love the fact that you can get a kid, you bring a kid to a game in Baltimore, hot dog, popcorn, and a soda for $10.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's, when I was a kid and went to games, all I wanted was a hot dog.
Yeah.
Like I love that. I also love if you're just a dude, you get 4 beers for $20.
Mm-hmm.
I like that too.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of stadiums sell like the gigantic size beers.
That's what I've been. I think that's what the Commanders do. They don't sell the 12 ounce. It's the bigger ones.
My guess is that's like a 12-ounce draft beer, and it just comes in a cup or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the gigantic beers, especially when it's hot, because the second half of that beer gets pretty hot.
You gotta drink it real quick.
Clearly,
You gotta guzzle it.
you
gotta do the Mitch Tischler.
Mitch will put a beer down.
Yeah.
We did All Ears live at Lost Rhino last week, and they gave us a beer, and then we were kind of packing up to leave, and I was like, "Oh, dude, do you want that?" He's like, "Yeah." He just finished it. Jeff, do you know? I think for the Commanders, if you are basically a season ticket member, because not everybody gets full season tickets, but what is it? It's like gold or whatever.
Yeah, you're a gold member.
So what is gold member, and how much are the food concessions discounted?
It's crazy because last week they were complaining because gold member food used to be 50% off, and now I think it moved to like 30%.
So if do you get the 30% on the beer, or are they just rocking the most expensive beer in the league?
I don't know if it's for the beer or not.
So here's the reality: you're still going to buy the beer. Yeah. Like it kind of sucks, but like so.
Yeah. Are you gonna show up early and just drink them all in the parking lot?
All right, so Tailgate Ted.
You're gonna be in the bathroom more. You're gonna be watching the game.
Tailgate Ted is the man with the plan. If you are a gold member, all right, Tailgate Ted's on the phone. Okay, he just sent me some stuff. So the gold member food is way less, but it still doesn't really compare to what the Ravens just rolled out. I know the Falcons have cheap stuff, and it doesn't look like you get any gold member help on the booze. If you want a beer, a large premium beer is $18. A large domestic beer is $17.
Okay.
A large premium canned cocktail, Brian, $23. Is that like a high noon?
Must be.
I'll
tell you about that later. Let's go with Ted.
Ted, tell us what we need to know.
So it used to be 50% off of concessions if you're a gold member, meaning you're a season ticket holder. Now it's up to 50% off. Some items are just a couple of dollars off. Some items are still 50% off. So there are some fans that are kind of frustrated because if you're a season ticket holder, the food prices went up a little bit, but things just cost more now.
Well, I imagine ticket prices went up too, right?
Hey, let's.
Yeah, they did.
They did a lot of rehabbing that stadium. It's not free. So.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, Ben. Trust me, I get fans that bring their families, and it's now costing them more. I don't buy beers when I'm inside the game because I don't want to have to run back and forth to the bathroom and miss a play. Yeah. I mean, back in the day when we were bad, I'd miss plays all day long and grab a bunch of beers because there was nothing fun to watch.
Ted, the gold member pricing, can you get that at any concession stand, or do you have to go to special ones?
No, all the concession stands down there have gold member pricing, regardless of what level you're on. The one that you were talking about, B, that has food included, that's if you're a club holder,
there you go,
season ticket member. And then they've got that gold member lounge with chicken tenders and fries and sodas and stuff up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ted. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, no worries, boys.
All right, brother, man.
So looking at this, Ted sent me some photos. If you want a hot dog, just a straight up jumbo beef hot dog, is $9. that's something. But if you're a gold member, it's $4.50. Compare that to the Ravens. Seems like everybody just gets a hot dog for $3.50. A pretzel is $9, but it's $6 for gold members. I'm trying to find the value play for you, Landfill. I don't know what a mac and cheese hot dog is.
Oh, I found the value play.
What is it?
My couch.
Is this dude's Jeff? This dude's name is Meta. Okay, Meta World Peace. Meta, what up, man?
Hey, D. Mitch, how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, JP, how you doing?
How are you?
Okay, I'm a gold member, club member, and the food is included, but you get 4 items. You can get your entree, get you a side, and get you, I don't know what the other is, but you get in line. It's a long line. You get one. Then if you want it again, you got to get in the long line again.
So there's different lines for the gold members?
Yes, for the club. This is for the club members, club gold members. So upstairs, the food is free, but you can get in line. You can only get 1 hot dog, 1 nacho, and a side, and then get your drink. You can get how many drinks you want. But that turn you get in line, you can only get 1. Then if you want it again, you got to get back in the long line and get it again.
Damn.
Now for the preseason, they had all this sliders and stuff. So I hope for the regular season they'll bring back the hot dogs and the chicken fingers. But to me, that's what football is about, and pizza. That's what football is about.
There you go.
Yeah. So you can wait in the long line for the food. Is there food you could go buy without a line?
Yes.
That's how
like
they
the
get
gentleman was
you.
saying, you go down to the lower level, you can buy it, and you get a discount off of it. I think it might be 25%, it might be 50%. But if you're up there by your seat, why you can't get your food up there?
Meta, can I ask a different question?
Sure.
You seem to be out of breath. You've been jogging?
Oh, you know what? Because I was rushing. But go ahead.
All right. I appreciate you. Thanks for the call.
Okay.
So, I mean, let's just play this out. I'm not talking about kids. If you're a guy going to the game, Commanders, Giants, week 1.
Yep.
I mean,
You buying the beer.
well, that's what I'm saying. So, what's a reasonable amount of beers you're going to buy during a football game? Like, not aggressive,
Depending on how the game's going.
but let's say you're buying 4?
If the game is going real good,
6?
I can see you, like, I got this round, and you go get around,
Sure.
and Jeff get around, and Lance get around. Well, Lance say he's going to be on this couch, so he's going to get us in the round. Or, if they're going real bad, you might want to drink more beer.
I'm just saying, pricing this out. If you want 4 beers,
$60.
80,
Well, how much is the beer?
$18.
18. Ooh.
And if it's the guy carrying the thing around, like the concession guy, like you're gonna tip him. I tell you what is convenient, although nobody has cash anymore. But at $18, it's pretty easy. To just give the guy the 20, tell him to keep the change.
Yeah.
That seems like a lot of money for a beer, though, dog. Although,
Hey,
what's a
man.
beer?
Certain, like, we figured it out now. Like, right now, I can go buy 5 steaks. I buy the twice baked potato, get me some lettuce and tomato, make a salad, and go cook it. I promise you, I will spend the amount of money I will pay for all the steaks and everything. I probably will go into a restaurant and order the same size steak, and that one steak with that meal will cost more than out of all 5 of us.
Dude, not even like steaks.
So it happens like that. When you go to a restaurant, you go to certain places, you automatically know you're going to pay more money than what you would at the store.
Oh, I'm trying to. Dude, I went and played putt-putt this weekend at the beach with the girls.
Mm-hmm.
And I've learned the putt-putt in in downtown Bethany, stupid expensive. So we went down to South Bethany to play some dinosaur putt-putt, B.
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 holes in one on the front.
On putt-putt.
Dog, I was vibing. My family, 4 people, my wife and the two girls. How much do you think putt-putt costs? Just to go putt-putt.
For all 4 of y'all,
Yeah.
you probably spend right at $80.
It's 50.
50?
12 a person.
Well, if you went downtown, it would have been 80.
Yo, it was. It was 78 when I went to the downtown one. That's why we're going further south now. All right. Plenty going on. If you want to call about beer prices, I just think it's cool the Ravens are introducing a low-cost option. Because, dude,
The Ravens stadium is paid for, probably now. They just did some revamping, and then they got a new stadium coming. They got to make some money.
well, the Ravens also never spent a dime on that stadium. That was all taxpayers.
So
for
guess
it's
what?
worth.
So guess what? They could do that.
Right.
They pocketed all that other money.
Now, it's worth pointing out, like, I'm guessing the $3.50 hot dog that the Ravens are selling isn't the super jumbo hot dog, right? I bet that's just like a little ass hot dog that you get out of a
The
pack.
little
Right.
wiener.
It's cool they're doing that. The margins on hot dogs, even at $3.50, probably pretty good.
Oh, believe me.
Probably
Believe
pretty
me.
good.
They're not losing. Believe that.
You know who else isn't losing? John Leahy. He's not going to sell you a $12 hot dog. He might sell your house at those prices, but if he's working for you, he's going to find you the best deal, the best value. John Leahy knows this market inside and out.
You need to reach out to John just like a recent seller did. The recent seller was thrilled to receive an offer, which was $20,000 over the asking price for a Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted because he reached out to our friend, John Leahy. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the fine living group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's the thing. When you got to move, maybe you got a promotion, but all of a sudden you got to be in Iowa in 2 weeks. Maybe you got a divorce. Whatever the situation is, moving is stressful. You got to deal with like 1,000 DocuSigns and all the mortgage stuff. You need experts that will relieve the stress for you. That's why you need to go with John and the Fine Living Group. They have the options. They have the strategies. They will help you take care of things fast for the most cash and the least amount of stress. That's why I would call John, and B would too. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
If you gon' pull that.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to DMX. R.I.P. B, I wanted to make sure we at least mention this. I'm trying to get Coach Loxley on the program this week. Terps had a hell of an opener Saturday in College Park on a beautiful day. Freshman quarterback Malik Washington. This is a guy that there's been a lot of excitement about. I got to meet him last year. He won. I spoke at this touchdown club dinner, the Annapolis one, and he won their Player of the Year award. Big kid, carries himself with a real kind of grace for a young man. He looked good, dude. They started a little slow, but I mean, this dude can make every throw. Now, Maryland was playing Florida Atlantic. I get that, but all you can do is beat the guys that you're supposed to play. And he went for 3 touchdown passes in the second quarter. The defense scored twice. He finished 27 of 43 for 250 and 3 touchdowns. Pretty good debut.
Yeah. They're letting it fly.
For a true freshman, too. Another example of a true freshman.
If you're the dude, you play.
If you're the guy, you go.
Man, listen, bro. Even if you are a freshman and they have a senior at quarterback or they have a junior at quarterback, if you are better, they're playing you. It's not like if you're better, oh, no, we can't play the true freshman. If you're better, they will play you. That's why I've always been left with let my man play. We're talking about Manning. Let him play and let's figure it out, because if he was that guy, they would have moved him up. I've seen it happen too many damn times.
Right. Malik Washington became the first freshman in his debut to throw 3 touchdown passes. The first person in the Big Ten to do that since 2009, and the first freshman to do that from a power conference since Trevor Lawrence in 2018.
Wow. Good stuff.
Pretty good company.
All right.
The Terps' schedule starts relatively advantageous. I think they have. I think that maybe they play Towson. Yeah, so they had Florida Atlantic. Then is that Friday night? Is the 5th Friday night? I don't know if
it's the 5th.
My beautiful wife and I have plans, but that'd be fun to go to the Terps game. So the Terps play Friday night against Northern Illinois, and then Towson the following weekend. So ideally, you start 3-0. Northern Illinois, though, remember that they beat Notre Dame last year. I don't know that that's any sort of cupcake. It's a big spread, though. Damn, Terps are favored by 18. I wanted to be sure we at least mentioned Malik Washington's debut, because you never know when you're seeing something that might really matter. You know what I mean? This kid is actually really, really good. And that's the start. I mean, he was a recruit, B. He could have gone anywhere. And Locks does a hell of a job of locking down, his guys. But, I mean, he had offers all over and decided to stay home. Hey. He went to Spalding High School, kind of Annapolis, Baltimore area. That kid could have gone anywhere and decided to stay home and play for Maryland. I tell you what I don't have much time for. B, this dude had offers from Virginia Tech, Nebraska, Arkansas, Oregon, Penn State, Texas A&M, West Virginia. He could have gone anywhere and stayed home. I remember when James Wood was he was scorching to start the season. Remember how good Wood was playing early on? And I remember Grant going on this rant, and I totally agree with him. It's all the nerds that are oh, where are they going to trade James Wood? Where's he going to go next? Because unfortunately, the way the Learners operate their baseball team, it's become a farm system for other teams.
Yeah.
But James Wood is so far away from that when you have to make those kinds of decisions that it's not worth talking about now. You know what I mean? And so I bring that up because if you look at Malik Washington's profile, Nebraska, Texas A&M, Oregon, Penn State, big schools tried to come get this kid, and we're all aware of the way the transfer portal and NIL is set up. Let's just enjoy now and not worry about what else might happen.
Oh, that's what they talking about already?
Yes.
As soon as he get big, where he's going to go? Hey, somebody might just put a little money here in Maryland.
They got a little cash.
Yeah.
There's
Kevin Plank got some cash.
College Park after dark. There's some money. Nobody go anywhere. You listen to B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Rolf Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. A rare bright spot for the Nationals on Monday. They won a game, snapped an 8-game skid, and they got a good pitching performance from a newcomer. 2-0 win over Miami. Rookie Andrew Alvarez allowed only one hit, fanned 4 over 5 scoreless innings to win in his major league debut.
I'm just happy to help get a team win, and it is awesome to be able to go out there and throw a shutout, and it's awesome. It's a blessing. Words can't really describe. It's still processing, but I'm thankful.
Only the second Nat starter since Steven Strasburg in 2010 to win his big league debut. Cade Cavalli is on the mound tonight. Nats and Marlins again, 6:45 here on The Fan. College football, Bill Belichick. They busted out the whooping stick last night in Chapel Hill. It wasn't the Tar Heels that got trounced. TCU clobbers Carolina 48-14. Bill Belichick's dubious debut as a college football coach. Most points ever allowed by a Bill Belichick coach team last night. Football, the Commanders getting set to face the New York Giants week 1 on Sunday at Northwest Stadium. Washington a 5.5-point favorite. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is in Ashburn for a visit today. And tennis action is getting underway up in New York. Second seed Jessica Pegula among those in action this afternoon playing her quarterfinal. Get underway at about half an hour at the U.S. Open. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Rolf Forsey on The Fan.
You know what I get fired up to do, B?
What's that?
I love when the boys just talk ball. And now we're in it. We're here.
Yeah, for a long time.
We are here, dude.
Let's go.
We've been listing our ass off. List season, ranking season. Now it's football season.
Yeah.
I want to go through and establish where Washington might have the edge this weekend against the Giants. Vegas says the Commanders are a 6-point favorite. But I saw Lee yesterday at the pool, and he was telling me he's a little freaked out by this game. Yo, you can get it at 5.5 on DraftKings.
Why?
I asked him just that. And he said that Giants D-line seems like it's going to be really, really good. So let's start right there.
Okay.
Vegas has Washington as 5.5, 6-point favorites. Defensively, we know what Dexter Lawrence is. That's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
Brian Burns has been good
when he wants to play.
Kayvon Thibodeau has been excellent against Washington.
Yeah.
And nobody else.
Yeah.
Obviously, you add Abdul Carter is a really big challenge. We think.
Yeah.
Bobby Okereke is a linebacker I've always really liked. Washington also invested a lot in their offensive line.
Yeah, yeah.
So what do you make of Giants D-line versus Washington's O-line?
I think Washington's O-line now, so Kayvon Thibodeau has been amazing coming off that left side. Well, now you got to go deal with Tongues on a regular basis. I think that could be a push. We know what Dexter Lawrence is capable of, but I still feel a healthy Coleman inside now, and him and Biotis together having to deal with Lawrence, they have a good chance. I don't think this offensive line is what it was. It's better. And I expect better from it.
I agree. Do you think now we're in the real meat of practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to get to see anything.
Great.
Do you think Wiley's your starting right guard Sunday?
I believe he will be.
How much do you think a rookie pass rusher like Abdul Carter, and the last time we saw him in that playoff loss to Notre Dame, he looked like a bad man, and I think he was playing with a hurt shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think a rookie pass rusher immediately can make an impact? We're talking about
the great ones,
number 5 overall pick?
The great ones step in and then do what they got to do. Then again, most of them don't have that success early.
Micah did.
Micah, as I say, the great ones. Micah is considered great. Micah was compared to Lawrence Taylor. But you also have a offensive lineman who's athletic as hell that may be over there facing him. So Connolly would have to come out and show his mettle real quick as well.
I mean, Connerly-Carter is a pretty juicy matchup right away.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence is more unique in that it's like the interior guys have to deal with him because they'll move him around a little bit, and they'll have different plans for that. How confident are you in Connerly week 1 thrown right into the fire?
Hey, he was drafted in the first round. I don't care if he was a 20-something pick. Now you're first rounder. I think anywhere from first to the end of the third round, even in some people in the fourth, you're picked to be able to play today, not have to wait. And their first round pick, and the way that Cliff wanted him and how the talk was about him, this guy should be able to step out there and go for it.
Now let's flip this upside down. White Brian, you can help us here. The Giants tried to address their offensive line. Andrew Thomas is the big key, the big left tackle. He just came back to practice like 10 days ago or so. Is that about right?
Yeah, he's always dealing with something.
Sounds like a Giants fan.
So projections for the Giants O-line is, I'm going left to right here. Thomas, John Runyon, who you played with his dad, I think. I just remember John Madden loved John Runyon.
Yeah,
he would always like highlight him.
Runyon was nasty.
Thomas, Runyon, Schmitz at center, Van Roten at right guard, and then Jermaine, help me with that last name. Illuminor? Is that right?
Yeah, Illuminor.
Okay. How you feeling about the Giants O-line? Dub B?
I think it's a lot better than it has been in the past. They really need Schmitz to take the next step. They drafted him 2 years ago. But I like the tackles.
Tackles help. Now we're talking about a Commanders defensive line that I think the Commanders D line has been the most overhauled unit on the field, frankly.
Yeah.
I thought Dorrance had a really good camp.
He did.
Payne going into a contract year. Kinlaw wearing 99 just feels right.
Yeah, instead of the 52.
Yeah. Von Miller on the edge. You've got Wise, Johnny Newton, Jacob Martin, who I thought showed. Eddie Goldman was probably your last D lineman that made the roster, and then Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Who do you think has the advantage there? Burgundy and Gold D-line versus Giants O-line.
Don't have a clue. Because, like, these guys, all of them haven't played together, like talking about, and it's time to see that. So that's one I'm willing to go there and be able to watch because, like, I you know me, I'm watching offensive line, defensive line more than I'm watching anything, and I'll see how that line of scrimmage move back and forth. And this Kinlaw, everybody said the right stuff so far. It's time now to go on the field and show it. And we haven't seen our starters enough to know anything. You feel better about them. The time that they were in the game, I saw some stuff, but wasn't enough of it. So,
how much, I don't believe, maybe against the Bengals we saw it for a drive. Like, how much timing and just familiarity does a D-line need? Because Von Miller didn't play at all. And I don't know what his snaps are going to be like. Like, listed out, they have him as the starting D-end.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think Wise will start. Like, the first 4 dudes on Sunday, 1st and 10, Giants get the kickoff, 1st and 10 from the 27. I think we'll see Armstrong, Payne, Kinlaw, Wise, not Miller.
Possibly, yeah.
Do you agree with that or no?
Because like he already said, he's going to be like a specialty guy. He's coming in for certain moments. So when it's pass rush ability, he's coming.
I think when it's a clear pass rush situation, 3rd and 9 or something, I think Johnny Newton gets on the field too. I think Newton helps you more as a pass rusher than he does against the run.
Yeah, but I he'll get on the field a little bit more. But the thing about it, you're going to have Von Miller out there in those moments. He played, 25-30%?
I'm saying interior, but yeah.
Interiorly, I can see Newton getting some opportunities. But that's the thing about it. They like to use people in certain situations.
Sure.
And this is going to be something now where they have the guys that they want, per se. We see how this thing works out for them.
Do you have a concern that they haven't played together and it will need a little bit of time?
Looking at the league now, Jay, nobody plays a lot. And my whole thing is that you're going to build that over time anyway. Whether they had played together or not in preseason a little bit more, you still got to, in them first 4 games, you're going to figure out what you can do and what you can't do. And the coaches are going to start scheming up stuff. Like right now, what they were doing in preseason was line up and go play. Now, I need so-and-so on this down. Or if it's this down and I got this tackle over here, I know I have a distinct advantage. I'm going to have him rushing that guy instead of, trying to rush another guy. So the things now is all going to be like orchestrated about what you're going to do based off of what you know about somebody.
All right, let's go to the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
I think Malik Neighbors is a bad man. Malik Neighbors last year, week 1, kind of dominated. Now, they just gave him everything underneath, and he never really got deep. And then he had the bad drop late in that game, which really helped Washington win.
Yep. I just finished talking to Landfill. He asked me about some keys, and I told him one thing. What's one of those keys, Landfill? Don't give up big plays. If they give it to him underneath, and you can hold him like that all game, do that. But you don't want him waking up. He is a bad man.
One key, Brian, is to not leave your keys on top of the refrigerator.
You can do that.
I found them, just saying.
You're lucky. If they wouldn't have fallen, you wouldn't even know they were there.
Of all the receivers in this game, is Neighbors the best? Both sides?
At this point, Neighbors has a big play ability. He hadn't really proven himself completely. So I still like 17 over here, too.
Sure.
Hey, the thing about Terry, people talking about, oh, man, he doesn't do this. The dude catches the ball. And that's all that matters. If I'm a quarterback and I throw it up, you're wide open, you catch it. Somebody's checking in, you catch it. That's all the hell that matters. Catch the ball.
So the Giants receiving core, Neighbors, Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson. They have that kid, Jalen Hyatt. I liked him a lot coming out I think he went to Tennessee. I liked him a lot coming out a couple of years ago. Never really hasn't shown much. Commander's secondary.
They're going to be tested early.
I think
we think our secondary is better this year than it was last year this time, right?
Yeah. I think you're starting. Odds are you're starting in nickel. If I had to give you my first 11 players on the field, let's see if I can do the math. Armstrong, Payne, Kinlaw, Wise, Wagner, Luvu.
That's 6.
Amos, Samerstill, Lattimore, Harris, Quan.
Yeah.
So of that secondary, knowing that Neighbors is on the other side, I like the kid they drafted 2 years ago, I think, out of Penn State, Theo Johnson, the big tight end. Who do you think has the advantage? Just the skill position guys versus the Commander's secondary?
I believe this secondary is much better than last year now.
I agree.
I believe after Neighbors, I don't think the other guys have something I'm really worried about.
I think, like, if you had to rank just straight up, like, the best players of the whatever we've mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
I think Neighbors would be one. But I think after Neighbors, it is probably 4 or 5 Washington dudes before the next Giants guy.
I'm with that.
You know, like, I think Neighbors is that dude, but there's a lot of excitement about Amos. I think Lattimore, if he's right, is a big difference maker. Mikey, I think Quan is on the verge of
Mikey
Pro
is a
Bowl.
baller, dog.
Yeah, man. I will be curious how much what we see of Revo at safety and if there's a rotation or how that goes with Harris. I am going to be curious about that. Let's flip it, B. Commander skill position, guys. Terry, we expect Noah Brown fully healthy. Deebo Samuel has looked fantastic. Jalen Lane is the rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Really excited some folks. Then Ertz. You could include Bates and Sennett and Yankoff if you want, but Ertz can be your primary pass catcher. The Giants DBs, they drafted the kid out of Maryland a couple of years ago, Deontay Banks.
That guy was talking a lot.
Yeah. They lost a lot when the safety left and went to Green Bay. White Brian, you correct me if I'm wrong on this, but what I'm seeing is Debo is starting corner, Tyler Nubin at safety, Javon Holland at free, Deontay Banks on the other side, and then Drew Phillips is kind of their nickel slot guy. Does that sound right, White Brian? How confident are you in that group?
I really like the safeties. I think Drew Phillips is going to be a good player, but the outside corners, it's a disaster.
It's hard not to look at that on paper, B, and be excited about Terry and Debo.
I'm definitely excited about it.
Versus that group.
See, the thing about it, Terry has shown what he's capable of without having a supporting cast. Now you got Debo. Zach Ertz still around. Noah Brown comes up. They have to worry about more now. Now Terry gets to see not the double teams a lot. He gets to go handle stuff himself. And if they decide to go double Terry, then Debo lights you up. I'm excited about this off. I'm excited about our skill positions right now.
Let's go to the running backs because we don't know a lot here. I like the Giants linebackers. I like McFadden and Okereke. I think they're good.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders running backs, B-Rob ain't here. 8's not walking through that door. So you've got Eckler, and we didn't see any of Eckler in preseason, so I feel like folks maybe have forgotten about him a little bit. Eckler's here, and will have a defined role.
Mm-hmm. Then
you've got Bill, C-Rod, McNichols. I kind of expect all of them to be active on game day. Do you agree with that?
4 people, yeah. I think so.
Because they all play specials.
Yeah.
How do you feel running backs against the linebackers? I think Okereke can play.
I mean, they can play, but the thing about it is I don't think there's a linebacker on the Giants side that's going to check Austin Eckler out the backfield. And so it comes down to the running game. And the running game is what can their defense. Now, we talked earlier about their D linemen, and you talked about Thibodeau. Thibodeau will wreak havoc in passing game. Does he do it in the running game?
Lawrence is who you're trying
Dexter Lawrence is the guy. So we got to find out, can those other guys stand up when that pressure is on them in the running game?
White Brian, tell me what I need to know about Rakeem Nunez Roches, Sr.
He's
not very good.
Okay.
Damn. I mean, his name is Fly.
It's a hell of a name. I want to, anyway, like Washington's chances to run the ball pretty well against the Giants. Don't know till you see it, though, because what they had in Robinson was a dude that left yards on the field. He wasn't the most explosive player, but like to me, B-Rob was like a B minus running back. That has value, and you don't have that. And now you've got guys with Bill's got serious upside, but we haven't seen it in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He got banged up in New England. I'm really curious. Tomorrow's the first injury report. Really curious what we see if Bill lands on that injury report.
I hope he doesn't.
I certainly hope not, too. The Giants last year, 27th in the NFL in rush yards allowed. Now, a lot of that when you're bad and teams are able to pass it on you, then they can run it on you. Like, it just, kind of when you're a bad football team, you're going to give up a lot of rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
Really curious about Bill. And B, I think the way Chris Rodriguez, when they talk about competition all the time, anybody, anywhere, anytime, C-Rod bought into that. He changed his body. Listen, these are NFL running backs. Like, they're all big and strong.
Well, he's been in the league long enough at this point to
In his
understand
third season,
that he
right.
had to do something.
Yeah, dude. Like, he looks chiseled now, whereas that's probably not a word you would use to describe him previously. And he talked about all the speed work he's done, that his speed's much higher. Part of me thinks C-Rod might have more of a role than we're expecting. The Giants' backs, I mean, it's hard to look at that roster and know they let Saquon go. There is Tyrone Tracy
is good.
He ran well last year, but I think he put the ball on the ground a little bit, and that started to alarm.
Let's make him put it on the ground this game, too.
They have Devin Singletary there. I think they call him Motor. He, I would say, kind of underwhelmed last year for what folks expected. Then they drafted the kid Cam Scatterbo, the Arizona State tough guy.
Yeah, he likes to come downhill. So we're going to have to limit the run first. That's how we beat the Giants. If they can run the ball, you got problems because then they can now play action pass off of it.
Real quick, the one thing the position group we haven't talked about yet, quarterback. Who you like in that one?
Five.
That, like, we could talk about all of these things, but the way I expect Jaden Daniels to build off of last season, it's hard not to like their chances every week. And I don't want to get ahead of my skis. Let's do this. Let's talk X factors. X factors for the Commanders, X factors for the Giants. What player will make a big impact in this game that folks aren't thinking about? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The thing with the Rude systems, they control the humidity. And when you can control the humidity, you control everything in the DMV. The weather's been perfect the last couple of days, but it's not going to stay perfect. We all know that. This is D.C. Something wacky's going to happen. I don't know that we're all the way out of the heat yet. Whatever it is, you need to get a Rude system to control the humidity in your house. When you control the humidity in your house, then you're also going to have the exact temperature you want inside. Rude's the best. I got the system, changed my house for the better. B, I know it did the same for you.
Yep, it definitely did. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning product in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. It is game week in D.C., folks. We only have about 5 more days to listen to delusional Giants fans as the Commanders getting set to kick off and kick ass Sunday against the Giants. 1 p.m. Washington, a 5.5-point favorite. Oh, by the way, reminder, countdown to kickoff gets you started, as we always do. Washington game days here, 9 a.m., the airtime for countdown to kickoff for week 1 Sunday here on The Fan. Also, free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is in town today. He's meeting with the Commanders today out in Ashburn. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, says there's a framework for a deal already in the place in case those two sides want to get something done. College football, Bill Belichick's debut was a big bust last night. North Carolina clobbered by TCU 48-14. Baseball, Nationals snapped their 8-game losing streak on Monday with a 2-0 win over Miami rookie Andrew Alvarez, becoming only the second at starter since Steven Strasburg in 2010 to win his major league debut. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids at 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. You can donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors, making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Hey, hey. Hey. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In about a half hour, our boy Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News will join us. Tell us all things going on with the New York Football Giants. It's week 1, dude. There's an NFL game in
2 days.
Yeah, like 40 hours?
Thursday night.
Yeah. I can't wait. We're going to be at MGM, I think. That should be a lot of fun. If you're hanging, come see us at MGM.
Mm-hmm.
It might be an Uber situation for your boy.
Mm-hmm.
Simple question. ESPN looked at all 32 NFL teams to identify the X factor for each team. For the New York Giants, they identified their X factor, a guy that White Bryant's really high on, the cornerback, Paulson Adebo. I'm reading now from ESPN. The Giants are going to pressure the quarterback. With a defensive line room of Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Abdul Carter, you'd have to try not to. But we know pressure is not enough for a defense to succeed as quarterbacks get rid of the ball faster than ever before. Young man by the name of Daniels gets rid of that thing pretty quick.
Very quick.
I added that parenthetically. The Giants quarterback struggled last season. 2023 first-round pick Deonte Banks has flashed, but he failed to put together consistent weeks of strong coverage. In 2024, rookie slot Drew Phillips excels as a tackler and a blitzer, but can struggle to produce on the football. They need Adebo, whom they paid in free agency despite a major leg injury, to step up as a CB1. They can hide Banks from the toughest matchups and get safety help his way. They can get Phillips up into the line of scrimmage, pressing across the board and buying time for that pass rush to arrive. The past 1.5 seasons of Adebo were CB1 caliber. 7 picks and 28 passes defense for only 2 touchdowns surrendered. But he must be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Health is wealth, dog.
100%.
What was the Adebo injury? I mean, that's a young guy. I think he just got paid in his first, his rookie contract just expired. He got paid by the Giants off his work as a rookie with the Saints.
Okay.
I think he broke his leg.
Mm.
Is the femur the big one? The thigh muscle? The thigh bone? Is that the femur?
Yeah.
He broke his femur. I just Googled it.
That's a tough one to break.
Bro, that's the biggest bone in your body.
That's a tough one to break right there.
Now,
and then when you come back from it, do you completely come back?
The one injury I have never seen a player return from, and this has happened with multiple defensive linemen in my time covering the Washington. When you tear your quad, you're cooked.
Yeah.
That's, like, think about how important your quad muscle is. Outside of like your back and your spine, I can't think of. So the femur is the bone the quad is attached to. That's a big injury. And it happened in mid to late October.
So will he be 100%?
That's a good question for Pat Leonard. I'm jotting that down because I got pens. Adebo health. Bang. We're going to ask Pat that at noon. So ESPN says Adebo is the X factor for the Giants. Who would you say, B, is the X factor for Washington?
In the defensive backfield you talking about?
No, the whole team.
The X factor is number 5.
He's pretty good.
I mean, the thing about, for me, Jaden is the X factor because if he continues cooking like he was at any, just even close to that, it gives us a chance. But if you want to go with somebody specifically other than him, I believe it's not a person, it's a thing. Having a running game on this football team changes the whole world. If they have a running game and you still can utilize Jaden as you did last year, time of possession worked for them. And because they would have the ball 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 15 minutes, and have a damn
Long
touchdown
drive
at the end. The other team comes on the field, and I don't give a damn who your offensive coordinator is. If a team keeps the ball 7, 8, 9 minutes or more, and they go down and they score a touchdown, it's hard as hell to stay patient. Now you start letting it go. And then you put, what you do for a team is you go away from your game plan where you try to establish a run and then you start doing multiple things off of it, which is the easiest way to win games.
Sure.
You become a pass-happy team. And now you allow that other team to be a one-dimensional team and go after you, and it works in your favor. Because if they know, if I don't score and they get it back, and hell, Jaden goes 7, get a touchdown, go 8 minutes, get a touchdown, you are in dire straits at that point.
ESPN says Deebo Samuel is the Commanders' X factor. I'm reading now.
He can be a big plus.
Samuel was already an intriguing player when the Commanders traded for him. A wide receiver barely ever used down the field, best creating after the catch and beyond his athletic prime, but perhaps with some seasons left in the tank. As things have developed further, the recently resolved training camp holdout from Terry McLaurin, Samuel has become even more important. The Commanders expect to spread and shred the field again, so Samuel figures to consistently get 6 or 7 touches a game as a backfield option or receiver on quick run pass options. Mm-hmm. They need him to be dynamic, and while he wasn't the same player last season as he was prior to that, he is still above average. Samuel was 12th among all skill position players in yards after the catch over expectation per NFL Next Gen stats. Austin Eckler was 8th on that list. Mm-hmm. If Samuel doesn't bring the juice, the Commanders' options to replace his unique role are understandably thin. I don't disagree with that. But my X factor for the Commanders last year, 5th in the NFL in scoring, 7th in yards gained. They outscored their opponents. I mean, on the season, I want to say they were like almost plus 100 in point differential. It was probably plus 90 or something. I have faith in Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels to move the football.
Yeah.
I really do. And adding Deebo could make them really good. I wouldn't even say he's my X factor offensively. But the X factor for me, I'm going to tell you when we come back. What I'm going to tell you right now, football is finally here. Thank God. And if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds. Stick to a budget. And lastly, keep your cool. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or coach online. Don't be that guy that's tweeting at players because they dropped a pass. Don't be that guy. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
Football Talk. Football Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, Football Talk is what we do on B. Mitch Finley. Talking NFL X Factor, specifically for the Commanders. ESPN says it's Deebo Samuel. For me, I'm going to the other side of the ball. I think arguably Javon Kinlaw is like the most important player for Washington. If you look at what's ahead of them, and knowing the Eagles are in that division, like they've got to be able to stop the run.
Totally.
And I think Kinlaw is what they believe is going to be a vital piece of doing that. You know?
We talked about looking at him and how massive of a man he is. Well, he's going to have to play big on Sundays and be that guy and be dominant. But the thing about him, I want him to be able to go out there and do what Kinlaw can do. The guy knows he can play, he can be a run stopper, but he also can move on the outside and be a problem for people. I need him to be what he's capable of.
Totally. They need solid, strong play out of Kinlaw to be what they want to be. The other side of this, I look at Bill.
Yeah.
There's so much excitement about Bill, and I see why. I mean, he makes some cuts that look really, really advanced. I mean, you get rid of B-Rob. We know Eckler's role. There's plenty to like with Bill, but also questions. It's a rookie. You got to see it. But that, you talk about an X factor, a guy that actually looks explosive with the ball in his hands. If he can run the ball and give them some explosiveness out of the backfield to pair with Eckler, maybe C-Rob, however the roles end up shaking out. But like Bill was a head turner in camp. Head turners tend to be X factors.
Yeah, I agree.
Landfill, who's your X factor for this Washington team?
For me, I actually think it's Marshawn Lattimore. To me, his performance kind of will determine how good the secondary plays this year. If he plays like he did with the Commanders last year, it could be brutal, and the offense might need to put up 30 a game. But if he can get kind of back to what we had seen from Marshawn Lattimore more throughout his career, then you think that maybe the secondary doesn't give up so many plays and there's not as much pressure on the offense to have to go out and score consistently, put up 30, 35 points a game to win. So for me, I think it's Marshawn Lattimore.
I like that. It's a good one.
Good pick.
Jeffrey, what about you?
Okay, so I have to be extra. I have two
we know.
two X factors. They're on different sides of the ball and they're units. And I say the offensive and the defensive line. Offensive.
That is not an answer, dog.
It is, though, JP, because
he's naming nine people.
No, because one thing we seen
They work
last
as an
year,
entity, though.
one thing we seen last year, we were seeing our running backs get contact 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage before they even hit the hole. That's a big thing. And I say the defensive line because if we generate enough pressure, I think we would generate more turnovers with the DB unit that we have. So that's why I'm making the O-line and the O-line and the D-line the X factors because, like we said, we're looking in regards of Philly. We have to look there because they won the Super Bowl. They're in our division. One thing they have is powerful offensive line, powerful defensive line. Ours need to step up.
Landfill, would you like to comment on Jeff picking the offensive and defensive lines as his X factors?
I mean, he picked 20% of the team.
Hey, and the 20% that actually counts.
Yes, the ball, it starts in the O-line hand. We got to protect Jaden so he can even get the ball to Debo or any of our skills players. And we have to generate pressure. That's one thing we had a problem with last year. We could not generate enough pressure. That's going to change.
So, Doug, I don't disagree with everything you've said is Jeff talking ball. I get that. But, like, if we're going to talk about week one, this season, all of it, like Jaden is the headline. Jaden is the top thing. Number 2 is offensive and defensive line play being better than it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Those are hardly X factors.
Yeah, but it has to.
It's like a huge factor. It's not an X factor.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Our X factor with this offensive line and defensive line have to be a huge factor, JP. Especially when we looked at how Philly was just pushing our O line in the backfield. Our D line was getting blown away. It's like I was playing DN. But
so, like, if you had said Brandon Coleman and Wiley, right? Like, those are my X factors because they got to be stronger on the interior. Bang, that's it.
Well, according to your theory, that's still more than one person. Well, if you want one person, JP, Kinlaw. I mean, not bad, not Kinlaw. I was being spiteful. That's why I just yelled some stupid stuff. I'm going with Tunsil.
I like that.
And I'm going with Von Miller. You want me to tell you why I say Von?
Sure.
I think Von is going to help them guys with their moves on the D line, and it's gonna help our team a lot. And I believe he's going to come in. A lot of people underestimate him. He's going to have a big year this year. A lot of sacks. I don't know how many, but he's going to get a lot. More than 5.
So last year, I believe Luvu paced this team with sacks.
Oh, he did?
I'm pulling it up right now. I could be wrong, but I want to say it was Frankie. No, it was Fowler, rather. I'm sorry. Of the guys returning, Fowler had 10.5. Of the guys returning, it's Luvu had 8. Armstrong with 5. Payne with 4. Who is your leading sack getter by the end of the year, B?
On the team?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Wise or Armstrong.
Why?
I think Dietrich Wise is when you see him walking, you go, who's this dude? When you see him on the football field, dude, he has every technique you need. I think he's very good. Last year I watched Dorrance Armstrong do some things, and I believe this year being in this defense for the second year makes it a little bit easier for him. And I think he'll have more consistency. He didn't have consistency last year. I think he'll have better consistency this year.
Professor Landini, leading sack man.
I don't even know. Part of me wants to say Deron Payne, just because I think that this could be potentially a make or break year for him contract wise, and guys just seem to play better when it's an important year contract wise for him.
Well, I mean, Payne has one career double-digit sack year, and it was the last time he was in a contract year. So you're not crazy for that. Now, Jeff, we're going to try this again. Who's the player you think will lead the Commanders in sacks?
Well, I think the entire defense right now. I really want to say, I know this is going to sound repetitive, but I want to say Vaughn, because isn't this what they signed him for? They want him to specifically rush the passer?
Totally. I think saying Von Miller is entirely reasonable. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's one of the best pass rushers of all time. Yes, it'll be situational, but if it goes right, it could go very right. I don't think that's crazy at all. I'm going to say Frankie. I think with a better D-line in front of him, Frankie's playmaking ability at getting to the quarterback will be even more pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Frankie, but I like our picks there. That was well done. When we come back, Pat
Why
Leonard.
you ask Brian?
White Brian, who's your command? He's a Giant fan, so
All right, don't ask him.
Who do you got?
Yeah, he might say
Von
Kayvon
Miller,
Thibodeau.
He said Von Miller. There you have it. Nobody go anywhere. Pat Leonard's next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. Commanders game week as they get set for Week 1 Sunday, hosting the New York Giants. Washington, a 5.5-point favorite. Today, they're still shopping for some help, maybe a wide receiver. Free agent Kendrick Bourne is in Ashburn today, meeting with the team. He reportedly turned down a deal, couldn't come to terms with San Francisco yesterday, took a red eye out to Ashburn, meeting with the team today. Ian Rappaport says a framework for a deal is in place already if those two sides want to get something done. Tennis second seed Jessica Pegula just getting underway, up 3-love in the first set of her quarterfinal this morning at the U.S. Open. Later on this afternoon, Venus Williams is into the quarterfinals. She'll play this afternoon in women's doubles. What a disaster for Bill Belichick's coaching debut in college football last night. They were up 7-0 over TCU, then got run 41 unanswered points for the Horned Frogs. Belichick's team, Tar Heels, lose 48-14, most points ever allowed by a team coached by Bill Belichick. And baseball, Nationals hoping to follow up yesterday's win with another one. Nats snap an 8-game skid with a 2-0 victory over Miami yesterday. Cade Cavalli on the mound tonight, 6:45, Nats and Marlins here on 106.7 The Fan. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids for over 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Time to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. First time today. Rude makes the most dependable, reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
Yeah.
Time to talk to our friend, Mr. Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News. You can give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN. Check out the Talking Ball with Pat Leonard podcast, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Pat, what's up, dude? How are you?
JP, B. Mitch, let's go. Week 1. I'm pumped.
Oh, yeah, man. We are
Ready to
too.
rock, brother.
We are too. I saw you had a story out this morning, kind of previewing. Let's start with Eagles-Giants and just your Eagles-Cowboys, rather, your reaction to the Micah Parsons trade.
I'll be totally honest. When I first saw it, I was not surprised he was traded. When I first saw it, the first thing that went through my head is 2 first-round picks. That's good for the Cowboys. Because in my mind, I thought it was a foregone conclusion that it wasn't going to be resolved in a way with him on the team. But obviously not a great return if that 1 first-round pick from Green Bay ends up being almost more like an early second. Certainly, if you're an NFC East team, you're very glad to not have to prepare for Micah Parsons.
You're right about that.
Twice per season. And, for Brian Schottenheimer, I guess, if you're the Dallas Cowboys head coach, you don't get better by getting rid of good players, but you figure Jerry Jones typically gives the yes-men coaches he hires a long runway. So, hey, maybe that's a good sign for him in the long run, but certainly not in the short term.
Yeah, I agree. All right, now shifting the focus to this week's NFC East matchup here in Washington. Commanders-Giants. It seems like Brian Daboll really tried to press the gas throughout the preseason. How are the Giants looking? What has surprised you in good and bad ways, through 6 weeks of training camp?
Yeah, I think the most positive development for the Giants is that they've gotten something they were looking for from all 3 quarterbacks. Their entire plan, Joe Shane will tell you this himself, hinges on the belief that taking Daniel Jones out and putting Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, some combination of that in, is going to elevate the rest of the roster and show everybody this team's not as bad as it has been. What they got from Russell Wilson so far is stability, a certainty that he's the starter. We're following him. Whether that's going to be the right decision or a good thing is another, something that we're going to monitor here starting in week 1 against the Commanders. But for the team, having a North Star, that's been good. Jackson Dart, obviously, as the rookie, having a strong preseason, injects a ton of life into the team, into the fan base. And Jameis Winston provides a lot of optimism, a lot of leadership. He has taken a back seat willingly under contract for 2 years here at a reasonable number, and he has definitely rubbed off on the entire team. So the Giants, listen, they feel like they've won the offseason. The vibes are high. This game means everything for them. If they can validate their feelings based on what the quarterbacks have provided, what they've had, and they can beat a team with Jaden Daniels leading the way, everything could change. And yet again, they could fall flat on their face and realize that the preseason and the regular season are two different animals. But certainly the quarterback position's next step is now to score like an NFL offense, something the Giants haven't done in several years.
Well, when you have multiple quarterbacks sometimes, it can fray a team. And I know right now everything seems to be good. They haven't really been playing games. How soon before that situation become a problem?
Yeah, it's a great question, Beamish. See, I think Dable is so high on Dart, and Dart has acquitted himself so well. To me, I expect him to play as early as, it would surprise me if Dable didn't press the red button quickly. Think of it this way. If you're down 17-3 at half on the road at Washington and Russell Wilson and the offense looks anemic, you have a rookie quarterback you drafted in the first round who's done everything you've asked, who's more mobile than Wilson, who's tough, who's a gamer. I find it hard to believe they're not going to squeeze him into that game in some way in that regard. Are they going to have a package for Jackson Dart? And how is that going to work out? In the preseason, you saw them kind of have Wilson in for a drive. They would take him out for a play, put Dart in, all part of Dable's plan to kind of get the rookie going. But there is the job element, the job security element, too, to think about. The general manager, the coach, they want to win games to protect their jobs. They also want to demonstrate that this young man is who they traded up to get. And you guys obviously are very familiar down in that area with what it does for a franchise or for a team and for a front office and a coach when you hit on the quarterback position. So, B-Mitch, I think people underestimate how quickly and early all of these first-round quarterbacks go in, let alone a guy like Dart in a position where, like you said, hey, if Russell Wilson comes out bombs away, no one's going to be talking about that during this game. But if he sputters and stubs his toe, it's hard to imagine there's not going to be conflict and controversy about that immediately.
Yeah, I could totally see that happening immediately. How do you feel about the Giants' O-line, their ability to run the ball?
I feel like they can be adequate at it. I don't think they can control a game with it. Tracy's ball security issues, if they are resolved or improved, that would go a long way. You could say that about any running back, but their offensive line in general, JP, I think I would describe it as slightly below average, but they did put some film on tape last year, including week 2 against Washington on the ground, week 5 or 6, whenever they played the Seahawks in Seattle. They did have some games where they moved the line of scrimmage. They believe Cam Scatterbo, the rookie running back, who should, be much closer to 100% than he's been with a hamstring through camp. They believe that he is a huge X factor to their running game. But again, a lot of what this Giants optimism is based on is things we haven't seen in real games. Is Washington vulnerable to that on the D-line?
They spent all offseason trying to get way better on the D-line. They spent a lot of money, and we'll see how it goes. But, I know you cover the Giants, but Kinlaw last year playing for the Jets, I thought was actually a little better than people, kind of the reputation with him. Mm-hmm. I think Kinlaw will be a big piece for them. Dietrich Wise should really help them on the edge. So I know Washington is looking to shut down the Giants' run game in week 1. How Neighbors has missed a lot of time, right?
Yeah. He most recently had some back tightness that he was dealing with. They've been extremely cautious with a lot of their top players with coming back from injuries or dealing with ailments. So, everybody except for Andrew Thomas, I would expect to be on the field. But, Neighbors, like he'll be playing in this game. Dexter Lawrence is a guy that we talked about, I think, even last time I was on. He's a guy who they've been really steadily ramping him up to football shape, coming off of a dislocated elbow going back to last season. These guys are going to play. They're going to be on the field. But I am interested in how all of this Lowe's management is going to come to fruition because of how big this game is and how they need a result right away. Listen, Neighbors, what he looks like, you guys know this. Sometimes you see a guy against his own defense and secondary or whatever so often. Eventually you're like, well, okay, what does this look like against the rest of the league? I can just tell you when Neighbors is healthy and on the field throughout camp against the Giants, he has been completely unguardable. And I really don't use hyperbole like that. But that's what he's looked like. I remember very well in week 2 looking at, the Commanders' defensive game plan and saying, at first, my reaction was, what the heck are they doing? They're letting this guy catch the ball and run wherever he wants. But then by the end of the game, I said, they didn't give up a single explosive play to the Giants' best player.
Right.
And so I think it boils down to that a lot for stopping the run important because the Giants need the run game to take pressure off of Wilson. He's not as mobile as he used to be. But certainly everything in this game hinges on, can the Giants offense get the ball down the field so that they can score with Jaden Daniels in Washington?
So, speaking of Jaden Daniels and Washington, we've heard a lot about the Giants' defensive front. How good do you expect them to be? Is there any sort of they kind of have to mesh? I don't know how much those guys played together in preseason and such. And how does Abdul Carter look?
Yeah, so you asked about the Giants' run game. I think the Giants' run defense, that's an area that you looked at all last season. They've really needed to improve. I am skeptical of their interior D-line. There's Dexter Lawrence, but then there's a bunch of guys that they're looking to have step up there and help that. Their edges, including Carter, Burns, Thibodeau, all much better pass rushers, as most edges are, than they are run defenders. They are not getting paid because of their run defense. I thought the Brian Robinson trade was an interesting one in this matchup specifically because he's a player that the Giants have struggled against mightily. Washington still beat them last year as well in a game without him. But that to me, that's the vulnerability of the Giants defense early on, that what they need to prove first. If they can prove it, that they can stop the run, their pass rush is going to be a significant part of any success they have this season. They're going to be able to get a one-on-one for either Burns, Carter, or Lawrence on most plays. Mm-hmm. And all of those guys are capable of winning that. The rookie, he's a complete menace in the best way possible for a defense. He is 100 miles an hour. I'm not calling him Micah Parsons, but how Parsons' motor just looks different when he's running through guys, even when he's being blocked. His second and third effort and push, whether it's through a block or bending around it, Carter has that kind of look to him on the field.
In other words, you said we're going to have to chip him a lot.
Yes, and also, I come back to this. I think you should run the ball right at him and force him to stop it first. Now, I'm not saying he can't do it, but very clearly what he wants to do is run and chase in space.
Yeah.
And if you let him do that, because this is the usage of him is going to be very interesting. I think they're still figuring it out, but you're going to see him everywhere. You're going to see him spelling either Burns or Thibodeau on the edge, on either side. You're going to see him in the interior in a NASCAR package with all three of them on the field. You're going to see him at off-ball linebacker at times, blitzing from that spot. I've even seen him in practice cover a running back out of the backfield as an off-ball linebacker. So, is he going to spy Jaden Daniels at times? There's a lot of ways that he could be used, but I think that's what the Giants want. They want Washington to drop back to pass so that they can use those guys. Not that their secondary is definitely strong and they're just going to lock down on the back end and Washington won't be able to pass the ball. But I think that the game situation, Washington having a lead, keeping a lead, running the ball, controlling possession is the best way for them to try to negate the Giants' biggest strengths. But if the Giants' offense can score and they can force Washington to have to throw from behind then I think that puts this game in dangerous territory for the home team.
How healthy is the defensive back?
Debo.
Oh, he's 100. I mean, he has not missed any time.
Okay.
Coming off that broken femur, that was an interesting one. That's a good question by you, B-Mitch, because coming off the broken femur last year in New Orleans, I don't think many of us expected to see him do much at all throughout the spring and then even into the early summer. But he was really not limited at all. Played 100% throughout camp. I would say that he hasn't gotten his hands on a lot of passes through training camp and the preseason. Javon Holland has done more of that at the safety position. They got from the Miami Dolphins. He has some pretty good instincts. The funny enough is Debo is the one I think who had 7 interceptions last year, and Holland didn't have any. But you can see if Holland diagnoses a play correctly, he is a beeline to the football. But that's a position of potential weakness, the outside corner spot. They added a Debo. The cornerback 2 position between Flott and Banks looks like it's going to be Flott on the outside to start, I would expect. But that position is iffy. The depth there is iffy. Tyler Nubin, the second-year safety, okay all-around player, but takes tough angles to the football. There's opportunity if the Commanders can protect on those passing plays. There are things they can exploit back there.
Talking with our friend Pat Leonard here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, RUUD. Pat, last thing. So, last year the Washington goes down to Tampa, loses the opener, comes back, New York's coming to town, and if the Giants had a kicker, Commanders might have started 0-2.
Right.
What are like the intangibles feeling like for this Giants team? Daboll have his finger on the pulse? Are they going to have any kicker questions? Like, how comfortable does everybody feel? Is it a little on edge, knowing how much pressure there is? What is just the vibe overall?
Well, externally, the fan base thinks that the Giants are going to win this game. Externally, the feeling is the Commanders are playing. They're the ones who have to prove themselves again, and the Giants are the team that suddenly feels different in every way. I think internally, the Giants are cautiously optimistic because they do love some of the things that they've seen from the quarterbacks, especially, and from the leadership of the team. I think their belief is that this group, because they've had a strong preseason at the very least, when they face adversity in week 1, they will react better to it. So internally, they're cautiously optimistic for that reason. But I do believe, if Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, can't play, if Dexter Lawrence is playing 80% of the snap or 70% of the snaps instead of 80, Neighbors, hasn't done much. He is going to play. I think those health issues with some of the big guys and all of it coming together is still a question mark. Because the fact of the matter is that pass rush that they have assembled, it looks exciting. It's tantalizing. But the 2 most exciting players on their roster are the 2 rookies, Carter and Dart. One of them is not supposed to play in the game at all. And the other one you can really only unleash if you have a 10-point lead in the 4th. Mm-hmm. So, there's a little bit of, I would say, uncertainty about that. And I think the final part is, and we talked about this throughout the offseason, the pressure is so high on Brian Daboll especially. You can put Joe Shane in that mix too, but you can feel it. Like we talked, he was on Zoom yesterday. He won't give an inch. He clearly views, even announcing who won the right guard job or the CB2 job, he views everything as a potential competitive advantage. Definitely feels like he's trying to do a little bit of a Bill Belichick act. You saw Belichick with the empty depth chart for the scouts last night. So it's tense, cautiously optimistic, but tense. They believe that they can go get this result, but they know they have to do it. If they don't, it could spiral pretty quickly in the other direction.
Well, we've talked so much about Dart. How has Russ looked?
Yeah. So this is JP. Like that's a great question, and I kind of took a deep breath there because to me, this is what I continue to come back to, and it's like you don't want to poke a hole in the balloon. The team's 0-0, vibes are high. But what I see from Russell Wilson is, does he throw a good deep ball still? Yes, he does. Do he and Dart and the Giants quarterbacks in general, they screen the ball better, like they feather it into their running backs or neighbors' hands close to the line of scrimmage for catch and run opportunities. They're better at that than Daniel Jones was. But Wilson, when he's had like drive the ball periods in practices, most of the time there's either a penalty or a mistake that the offense makes that in a real game, the drive would have resulted in a punt. That they just don't move the ball that well as a first string offense in those periods. So for me, I see Russ, his physical skills are not completely depleted, but he doesn't have that mobility that even a Daniel Jones had going back to last year. So can he score 24 to 27 points a game for this Giants team and lead them to those victories? I have not seen it in training camp. I've been there every day. I have not seen it. But that doesn't mean it's not possible.
It's going to be fun. We'll see you Sunday,
man.
buddy.
All right, Pat.
Can't wait. Thanks, guys.
brother.
Thank you, Pat. That's our friend Pat Leonard. Check out the Talking Ball with Pat Leonard podcast. Give him a follow at PLeonard, NYDN. Let's open these phone lines up for a bit. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How you feeling about Sunday? Giants fans seem kind of confident. They might be way better. That defensive line could be really good. How you feeling? You nervous? What players you worried about? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank, cheer local, bank local. So let's start with the Commanders, the season opener coming up Sunday against the Giants. You just heard JP and B Mitch talking about it. Love the answer from the Giants guy. So how's Russ looking so far? Kind of silence after that. Yeah, Russell Wilson's debut as the Giants' new quarterback this weekend. Now, they do list the rookie, Jackson Dart, as the backup on the depth chart, just in case. Washington, a 5.5-point favorite. Also, Commanders meeting today with free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne out in Ashburn. Tennis second seed Jessica Pegula, already a winner in the first set of her quarterfinal this morning up in New York at the U.S. Open. Baseball, Nationals trying to follow up the 2-0 win yesterday over Miami to snap an 8-game skid with another one tonight. Cade Cavalli on the mound for the Nats. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right, folks, it's game week. We made it. Long summer, long non-football season. There's 2 times a year. There's football season and not football season. And we've made it back to football season. How you feeling? Commanders host the Giants Sunday, 1 o'clock. Josh is in D.C. Josh, how you
What's
feeling?
up, Josh? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, I'm so ready. This is the first time that there's been no quarterback drama, no nothing. This is what it feels like to be a real regular fan, to get a real off season. You know, we know where everybody's going to be. Only the little drama with Terry. I mean, we all knew that was going to get taken care of. But I'm ready for this stadium to be rocking tomorrow. I'm ready to see nothing but Jaden Daniels jerseys everywhere, and hopefully get a win. See what Bill does.
All right, baby.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it, man. 800-636-1067. We're going to open these phone lines up for next hour or so. About an hour from now, we should be joined by Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Cal Ripken.
The Ripper.
One of my personal all-time favorite athletes, man. Really excited for that.
Cool,
it's
dude.
the 30th anniversary of Cal breaking Lou Gehrig's streak. Crazy, man. I remember exactly where I was watching that thing. Keeping these phone lines going. How you feeling about the Commanders? It's funny, man. I think a lot of Commanders fans are nervous about this game. Just nervous about
Really?
Dude, I'm telling you, the Giants played them tough last year here. That game went down to the wire.
Yeah.
Now, Washington kind of, I think it was a much different ballgame up there later in the season.
Yeah, but I just look at it like you go out and you play a team. Okay, yeah, they didn't have have a kicker, but you're playing with you go out and just handle it. Basically, you kick 7 field goals. They couldn't do much against you.
No.
I believe this team is in a better position this year than it was last year.
Yeah, I mean,
at this point.
I agree with that. They had 120 more total yards than New York did. Washington was just getting bogged down in the red zone. But they were able to move the ball. New York had 304 total yards last year in week 2. Washington had 425.
And Tank Lawrence was on that team, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that was early on. If you remember, Jaden was taking a bunch of sacks. That kind of dissipated over the course of the season. Jaden took 5 sacks in that game.
Yeah.
Let's keep these phone lines going. Our boy Zeke is on the line. Zeke, how you feeling, man? Game week.
Man, I'm nervous as hell. Anytime we play a divisional rival, the Giants, they always play us tough. I think both games last year, man, was a one score game. I'm looking for it to be the same. I just hope that we're playing better ball and we come out on top. But I'm nervous as hell, man. I mean, because the Giants always play us tough, man. Always.
Thank you for the call, Zeke.
Zeke.
B, I'm telling you, people are nervous, man. People are nervous.
But, you know, this is a team that hadn't had a lot to really, really be confident about for a long time. So I can understand it.
It's a very different feeling for Washington fans to be what feels like kind of the driver's seat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been that way. In the 2 games last year, it's kind of interesting. Washington, week 2, dominated time of possession. They had the ball almost 38 minutes of that game and won. In the week, when was this? Week 10? In the week 10 game, early November, Washington actually lost time of possession. Total yardage was pretty even. It was 28-32 TOP, so it's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that game, Washington had, I mean, they had to come back, I believe. No, so they actually built up a pretty good lead. They were up 21-7 in the second half, and then it was kind of all Giants in. It was 21-7 in. Terry scored a touchdown just before halftime, and then the Giants kind of came roaring back, but they had an 11-point lead with 3.5 minutes, and then the Giants were able to get a late touchdown, but they didn't even cut it to one score. They made it 27-22. Let's keep the phone lines going. Eli, you nervous?
Yo, what's going on, my cat? Man, I'm not nervous, man. I'm actually very excited. I think they're a better team at the starting point. I think if this offensive line can be, I think they show up athletically. I think they're already better than serviceable. I think a lot of offensive lines struggle sometimes athletically, or they get stressed out. I think the athleticism is going to allow them to not get stressed in certain situations. And pairing an athletic quarterback with an athletic line, I think it's going to be a trickle-down effect, seen and unseen. And I think certain moments, there's going to be things that show up on tape that are going to be real advantageous for us. And I think when Five can tuck the ball, and if he moves around a bit and you lose sight of a guy like a Debo, and I think they released a clip of Terry catching a deep pass. There's no context. I didn't know how it started. But I think there's going to be a lot of matchups for them to be able to run away from guys because you have a quarterback who can maneuver back there. And that's why I'm really excited to see how much push they generate. I love Tontu coming over because he can help, and also having a great center to set your line right. I think there's a lot of positive there. I can't wait to see how this thing looks, man. So early, man. I think Debo going to get his, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Right,
thanks,
man.
dude.
I like a confident call. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you, people are nervous, though. Zeke's nervous. What about PJ? PJ, how you feeling about Commanders Giants on Sunday?
So I'm feeling confident. I think it's going to be a close game, and I think that'll be okay. I think it's not going to be like a run out just because Giants were so bad last year. And my main thing I'm going to be watching for, I'm going to be watching everything, but what I'm really going to focus on is my concern is the depth behind Wagner and Luvu. Nobody's really talked about it too much. There's been a lot of talk about the line and other positions and running back and all that, McLaurin, wide receiver. But if Luvu or Wagner get hurt, like in the first 3 games, I mean, are we confident that, Madrano and Jordan McGee can really step in? That's my concern, is depth at linebacker. But yeah, I think it's going to be close. I think Russell Wilson played better last year than people gave credit for. And if Malik Neighbors gets off to a good start early, the main thing is key in on that guy. I don't see really other players on offense really taking it to us, but he's a guy that, he can just change the game, even though that we have more talent. He is like a Jamar Chase kind of player that he can change the game. So that's my thoughts, and it's going to be a lovely, lovely year. Happy day to everybody as well.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you, brother.
I mean, the depth at linebacker is a question. It's probably why they kept 7 linebackers, 6 if you consider Von Miller's more of a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Wagner and Luvu are 2 of their top 5 players. So, yeah, if one of those guys gets hurt, you got a problem.
You got a problem.
That's
Big time.
across the league, right?
Yeah.
Like if one of the Lions' top 5. Like you saw, Aiden Hutchinson went down up there, and the difference that made. I want to keep these phone lines going.
They lost almost 20 players total.
Oh, yeah. They lost
and they were
everything.
still in the divisional round.
Right.
So, I mean, you got to be able to have backups.
You got to be able to have backups, and you got to keep your mind right. Football is finally here. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to sports betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds, stick to a budget, and lastly, be cool, man. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or coach online. Don't be the nerd tweeting at players. Don't be the nerd tweeting at coaches. All right? It's not cool. It's lame. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Some housekeeping. About 45 minutes from now, we'll be joined by truly one of the best to ever do it. Cal Ripken is going to join the program. Also, Thursday night, if you're looking for something to do, come hang with me and B at MGM. We're going to do. We're doing the show from Ashburn. We're just going to MGM to watch the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm fired up for that. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
NFL opener. Hard to think the Eagles don't just kick the Cowboys' ass, but that's why they play the game.
They play the game.
What is the line in that?
Hello. Huh?
Hello.
The line, I don't know.
Damn. What do you think it is?
10.5.
8. That's a lot for a division game.
It is.
I wonder if that'll keep climbing. Obviously, the Parsons stuff impacted that. So come hang out with us Thursday night. Friday, we're going to be at D-City Smokehouse doing the show. So if you're driving around downtown, want to get the food at D-City Smokehouse is all awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this sounds odd or hipster or contrarian, but the Brussels sprouts at D-City Smokehouse are the best in the city.
You say that all the time, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, all the food's great, the wings, the ribs, all of it. But their Brussels sprouts are out of this world, Landfill. You'd love them. You'd bathe in them.
Smell like Brussels sprouts.
I think Landfill's offended that I'm talking about Brussels sprouts at a barbecue joint. I don't care. Who knows?
Who knew?
Phone lines are open right now. I was telling B this morning, and I don't think he believed me, but a lot of Burgundy and Gold fans are nervous about this game.
I've been talking to some positive folks, but I don't know who you hang with, Jay.
The people calling in, Zeke was nervous.
Zeke was nervous. The other dude wasn't.
Jermaine in Bowie, are you nervous?
Not at all. Absolutely not. And I'm going to, I think we're so used to maybe the losing atmosphere that people are nervous. This is the Giants. Now, let me say this. Their defense on paper looks good. But all they added was Abdul Carter. That defense still hasn't showed up. So until they show me something, I'm not scared of their defense. I like their safety, Nubin. Tyler Nubin is decent, but I'm not worried about the Giants at all. And our offensive line matches up well with their defensive line. We've got a stud offensive line. And so my thing is, we've got to start looking at it like, we're one of the top teams in the NFL. We can't be scared of teams like the Giants. Yeah, I guarantee you, the Eagles aren't scared of the Giants. We got to kind of change our thinking. Now, we don't overlook anybody, but I trust this coaching staff. They're going to prepare what they got to prepare. So I'm not saying overlook them, but I'm not nervous at all. I think we're going to go in there, we're going to take care of business, and then we're going to move on in week 2.
Appreciate you, Jermaine.
Appreciate you, man. That's the type of call I like to hear.
I tell you, you'd really like them to take care of business week 1 because Thursday, week 2 is going to be quick.
Very.
You know what? I meant to tell you this. They sent out the media schedule. As of now, they're currently slated to practice on Wednesday.
Next week?
Yeah. I thought it was like a PA rule you didn't practice the day before a game.
I don't think they're going to practice. There may be just a little walkthrough something for them, but I don't think they're going to practice.
I wouldn't think so either.
No.
Our boy Russ.
They're going to be getting on the plane to fly Wednesday.
I'll show you the schedule, dude. When I saw it, I was like, is that a typo?
It probably was a miss. They probably just wasn't thinking about the week.
I wonder with these Thursday night games and the amount of money that Amazon is paying, if they have to do X now. Like Amazon might want them on the practice field so they have more B-roll for their, you know what I mean? I don't know. Rusty is our guy from Delaware. What's up, Russ?
Fellas, how you doing today? Good
What's
to hear
up, brother?
from you.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm not nervous at all. I mean, I respect the Giants for who they are. They've had a halfway decent offseason, but we've got a different standard in D.C. now. And that standard is the winning culture that Coach Quinn and Jaden brought last year. And I think that that's where the confidence should lie. We shouldn't have anxiousness or nervousness over another team because our guys know how to respond now. And we've built a brotherhood that includes an elite player at the best position, so the nerves should subside. But I am nervous about one thing, boys, and I think it's something that we need to talk about. And last week, B. Mitch lost his keys or his glasses, and now today he's lost his keys.
True.
I'm nervous about B. Mitch. B. Mitch, you good, babe? You need some
Should we
some
be
Alpha Brain
Man,
or
Rusty,
something to
don't
keep
be
going?
adding on to this, man. What the hell are you talking
Hold
about?
on. Last week you lost your glasses and they were on your person.
They were hanging on my.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's just something that happened. And I didn't lose my key. I just left them on top of the refrigerator.
That's
Okay,
it's one thing
okay.
if that's
I
at
wasn't
your
asleep.
house.
I was just resting my eyes.
But
I get
I
it.
put them up there with my drink, and I just grabbed the drink, kept walking. I was going to go back. You just happened to come in here before.
You knew you left your
I just-
keys
I-
up there?
Yeah.
No
I
way.
wanted it.
Once I got
gotta
here, I
check
knew they
on
were
you,
there.
B. You're my guy.
I'm good.
Thank you, Rusty.
Yeah, boy.
All right, man.
Maybe the phone line topic should be, are we nervous about B. Mitch? Landfill, are
Y'all
you nervous
crazy.
about B. Mitch? He's losing stuff.
That's what happens when you're 65.
Landfill, you're going to get beat up.
I'm going to take one more. Jackson's in San Diego. Jack, you nervous about the Giants?
I'm super nervous. I think it just stems from this is our first time actually being excited for a season based off of a good last season. So it's like all this hype that I've built up in the off season all comes down to this Sunday. And once you play a team that has a defensive line that can wreck a game like that, you always have a chance to pull off an upset. So it's just scary. But I do feel confident that we can take care of business.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
It's just as easy.
Jackson, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Are you listening on the Odyssey app? How do you listen to us in San Diego?
Yeah, I listen to you guys on the Odyssey app. I just tune in through that or sometimes YouTube.
Cool.
But I work in construction, so I'm up super early anyway. So I've been tuning into the Junkies a little bit earlier.
All right, great. Appreciate you, man. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
This is
it's easier to just be confident and not be all damn nervous.
the biggest spread this week is the Eagles-Cowboys at 8.
Mhm.
And then the Commanders are the second biggest.
6.5.
The Commanders are 6. That is the third biggest spread, at least of what I'm seeing. No, the Titans are 8-point dogs to the Broncos. I got a spread that is shocking.
What's that?
The Cardinals opened the season in the Superdome against the Saints. What do you think that line is? Arizona at New Orleans.
Who's favorite? The Cardinals?
Yes.
7?
6.5.
Saints don't have much, bro.
Spencer Rattler not getting it done for you, B?
Nah.
All right, phone lines remain open. 800-636-1067. And then at 1:30, Cal Ripken joins the show. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is brought to you by Staples. Let's start with Commanders news. They're visiting with free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne today, in for a visit with the team out in Ashburn. Former 49er, so yes, he played there when Adam Peters was in the front office, was a teammate one time with Deebo Samuel. He is in town. Ian Rappaport says the framework for a deal is already in place if that meeting goes well today. Meanwhile, preps continue. Game week in D.C., Commanders kick off the season week 1 against the New York Giants out in Landover, Washington, a 5.5-point favorite. Baseball, the Nationals finally snapped that 8-game losing streak yesterday. 2-0 win over Miami. The hero was rookie Andrew Alvarez. Gave up just a hit, fanned 4 over 5 scoreless innings to win in his big league debut.
I got a little emotional when I first got out there. Just very thankful. It's been a long journey, and just feel very blessed and honored to be a part of this organization.
He's only the second Nats starter since Steven Strasburg in 2010 to win his major league debut. Cade Cavalli is on the mound tonight. More Nats baseball, Nats and Marlins. Again, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store and everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crowd Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Extended cut here. BH and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Simple question. Giants are coming to town. NFC East divisional game. Vegas has the Commanders installed as fairly heavy favorites. 6 points in a division game.
Mm-hmm.
Are you nervous? Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? What's up, B-Mix?
What's up, brother?
If this was another regime, I'd be very nervous. But Dan Quinn and his coaches, his group of professional coaches, Adam Peters with his group of professional front office guys, I'm not concerned at all. It's the play on the field, because that's the one thing that they can't control, those players' prep and things like that. I'm not concerned, but we always get nervous on game day, right? Right, B? You always get a little nervous, but the preparation is always there.
Yeah. Don't have to get ready if you stay ready. Thank you, Pick. We do have some exciting news from the aquarium. Jeff and White Brian. So for those that don't know, White Brian is a Giants fan. Grew up somewhere, not here.
I'm sure they heard it somewhere.
He's from Philly. He's from Jersey. He's from New York. He's a lot of things.
Yeah.
What's the bet in there, fellas? There's a big bet going down in the aquarium.
Yes. So since he is a pitiful Giants fan, loser has to eat whatever the difference is in the score of hot dogs.
Loser have to eat glizzies?
Yep. In the opposite team's jersey. So
are you a glizzy gobbler?
When the Commanders win by 21, we will have White Brian in a
21
Commanders
hot
jersey.
dogs?
21 hot dogs that say DJ Jeff on it.
You're gonna write DJ Jeff on the hot dog?
No, I'm gonna write DJ Jeff on a jersey.
You have it, the DJ Jeff jersey you have?
Yes, he's gonna wear that.
All right, so Commanders win by a touchdown. White Brian, you're gonna put down 7 hot dogs?
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Can't wait for Jeff to be eating some hot dogs in a Plaxico Burris jersey.
Plaxico?
Pray I don't shoot myself.
Is there a pause? Is there a cap on dogs? Like if it's a 10-point game, one way or the other?
No. We are grown men. There is no cap on anything.
No cap.
No cap, homie.
Hopefully, neither team gets beat by 30.
Dude,
How long you have to eat these dogs?
Yeah. It would take me
the whole show.
Yes.
You would never be able to eat 30
on
hot dogs.
stream.
I don't want to eat 30 hot dogs for the record. I think like 3 might be my max.
Yeah, and if it's too much bread, no bun.
You go Kobayashi style?
You gotta finish them.
You gotta eat the bread too. No,
All right, so next Monday, it sounds like we're gonna have a hot dog party.
Eat off.
A what?
A hot dog eat off.
All right, next Monday, somebody's eating dogs. Let's get a bunch of dogs. I'll have 1 or 2, and then we'll watch you idiots eat the point differential. I look forward to that.
That is crazy as hell.
Landfill, would you like a hot dog?
Who came up with this idea?
Who did come up with this idea?
I mean, obviously, I'd like a hot dog.
It was me.
Sounds like you.
I don't like betting people money. You know, they work hard for their money, but I'm all for public humiliation.
What the hell you gonna buy the hot dogs with? Money, right?
Bro, it's fine. Yo, I will spend money on hot dogs to see Brian eat them in a Commander's jersey.
All righty.
All right, so next Monday, we're going to need an air fryer or a Foreman grill or something.
Oh, we're going to figure that out.
Who's in charge of that?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
All right, I could get buns. I'll be in charge of buns. Try to get some buns, Jeff.
Got buns, hon.
Do Sat Benzo sit-ups. Gary is in Southern Maryland. What's up, Gary?
Yeah, it's Darren. How you doing?
What's up, Darren?
Well, Jeff wrote Gary.
And a whole lot. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, ain't nobody nervous about nothing, man. I can assure you of that. We're going to dog them. White Brian's eating 21 glizzies, the old glizzy gobbler. And we got 53 dogs on the team, baby. There ain't nobody nervous out here in Washington. I can assure you of that. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Gary. A little bit of news out of Ashburn. This is via Matt Mayoko, a guy I've known a long time, does a great job covering the Niners. Mayoko said the Niners offered Kendrick Bourne a contract. They did not reach an agreement, and now Kendrick Bourne is visiting the Commanders today. Kendrick Bourne, veteran wide receiver. Last year wasn't his best, but he was at his best, or he broke through with the Niners as an undrafted player when Adam Peters was out there.
All right.
So that'll be interesting. That'll give them a 6th wideout and a veteran NFL level player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because McCaffrey hasn't shown it. Lane hasn't done it yet.
Well, the thing I love about them, when they bring somebody in like this, they bring somebody with experience.
Yeah.
They're not bringing you in to learn.
Bourne's going into his 9th season. Last year had about 30 catches for the Patriots. Going to be interesting if they sign him. Remember, people are like, Olamide Zaccheaus, who's that? And then he proceeded to have a really good year for them.
Exactly.
If you're a veteran wide receiver, coming here is pretty good for your bottom line when the free agency rolls around.
Especially, you got a nice QB.
Let's go to our guy, Jupe, is on the line. Jupe, you nervous for Sunday?
JP, why you asking me that question? You should already know. It's time to go, baby. Let's get it on. I don't know what's wrong with this fan base. You can't come off last year being nervous about going against the Giants. You can have a healthy respect for the Giants, but being nervous, nah. To me, that's disrespect to some players like Timothy Daniels, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuels. Let's keep going on the defensive side. Louvu, Wagner. Like, we got a lot of problems. And I'm going to say this for last year. That first game, we went in there with a game 2 being played by Timothy Daniels. We all seen it. Timothy Daniels' passing game wasn't on point like that. He was running a lot. Why? Because he was getting adjusted to NFL game speed. It happened in game 1. Mm-hmm. And then that second half of the Giants game, he started picking it up. And then game 3 against the Cincinnati Bengals, we all know what happened. So I feel like we need to have an intervention for these guys. You worry about injuries, stop worrying about the uncontrollables. Injuries can happen to any player, any team, at any time.
Totally.
When it happens is when it happens. That's when you worry about it. But we got, as everybody keeps saying, let AP cook. Let him cook. He's going to pick up players that we can plug and play, or we bring up our backups to try to make it happen. We march forward from there. Like, come on, guys. Like, but I got to pause you guys on the whole glizzy gob. Hey, D-Mitch, you wrong for that.
Hey,
pause,
they eat the gobblers, not me. The glizzy, not me.
I heard it. I was like, nah, I got to check you on that one. Listen, but at the end of the day, us as a fan base really gotta just sit back and realize we're gonna be okay. Just how you feel any game we could lose, I feel any game we could win. There's nobody in the league that worries me.
Jeff,
Thank you
White
for the call,
Brian,
dude.
and Fat Joe. Glizzy Goblin.
I will say the second half, whatever happened at halftime for Jaden was his I could do this moment. It was the second half against the Giants is the first time we really started to see the Jaden we would get to know over the course of the year. In the first half of that game, he was 11 of 13, but only 87 yards. In the second half, I think he threw for about $170, and that offense just really started to open up. Jupe, I hope you're all right, man. I didn't realize you were still there. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
What's happening, JP? What's happening, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Everything is good, brother. And as far as being nervous, it is what it is. We have established a new credential in the NFL, and I expect the gentlemen to take care of business, but they cannot take the team lightly. As I've called in and said before, they have a very good chance of making White Brian choke down a few dogs.
I like it. I like it.
And being nervous about things, I think the people who are asking if we're nervous might be more nervous than us because, man, it's football. And the brutality is going to be there no matter what. And I think that my Washington Redskins / Commanders will be ready. There will be opening nerves by them and getting ready for full contact football. That is only natural. Brian will tell you that. But nervous about the game, man, I'm psyched about the game because we are going to stomp them into the ground and come and get ready for the Green Bay Packers, and we're going to stomp them too. Have a nice day, guys.
All right, brother, man.
Thanks, dude.
Take care.
Great call. Yo, White Brian, are you nervous, especially with the hot dog bet on the line here?
No, I think the Giants have something to prove, and if they lose, it'll be close. I think they cover.
What is your honest hot dog expectation for next week?
5.
Damn, you're going to eat 5 hot dogs?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Los is in Severna Park. Los, how many hot dogs White Brian going to eat next week?
He ain't going to eat as much as a VMI fan did against Navy, because let me tell you, Navy whooped that ass.
They did.
Yeah, they did, man. Listen, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. The only thing that worries me is the fans having PTSD and walking out of that parking lot and being angry. But other than that, we should be fine. It's just I do have PTSD. Russell Wilson he's the starter, right, for the Giants?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing. When you have a veteran quarterback and a veteran quarterback who's won a Super Bowl, he may be old, but it doesn't matter. That's the only thing that just worries me. But other than that, get your jerseys ready, get your wings ready, go Navy, beat Army. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, buddy.
Hi, brother.
If you're a big Commanders fan, you should be excited, maybe a bit anxious just to get the season started.
That's
and
what
see what it
I'm
looks like.
anxious.
But I don't think you should be nervous at all. Not to
be nervous for what though? You're going to watch and be entertained. Why should you be nervous about that?
Like, yes, it's an NFC East game. Yes, the Giants kind of took them to the wire, especially at home last year. Every year in the NFL is a very, very different entity, and Washington can come into this thing with a level of confidence that the Giants are just all over the place, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And we had Pat Leonard on. If you missed any of that interview, go check it out wherever you get podcasts or the Odyssey app or whatever. Like, he's said repeatedly that the offense didn't look that good.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of these, in practice,
but like
you don't have to punt. If you
everyone is already talking about how great their defense is going to be. How the hell we know that? We don't know that.
Our friend Lauren Ricketts just tweeted me, B. She said, I want you to ask how many Giants fans are nervous.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's
they
what should be asking.
If you're a Giant fan and you're nervous, call in.
Yeah.
Gary's in District Heights. What's up, Gary?
Hey there. How's everything, JP, Brian?
Doing well, man. How you doing, Gary?
I'm not worried at all about the Giants. Reason being, they talking about their defensive line. They have Abdul Carter. He hasn't proven anything in the NFL. Remember last year when we played Cleveland, they talked about Myles Garrett. Say, oh, he's going to be a disruptor, this and that. If you check the stats, he did not have one tackle the entire game, nor did he touch Jaden Daniels one time during that game. Now, he might have shook his hand after the game. That's the only time he touched him. But other than that, I have no words whatsoever about the Giants. We're going to crush them.
I like it, Gary. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Our guy, Tay Wilson, tweeted me, he said, 1 game away from the Super Bowl, and now people are nervous about the Giants. Now begins the reign of JD5. Commandante Tequila's on the line. Commandante, are you nervous?
I'm not nervous. I'm real nervous for White Brian here, too. He might choke with a couple hot dogs.
You better floss that day, Brian. Appreciate you, Commander.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Ed in Potomac. Ed, are you nervous?
Nah, the only thing I'm nervous about is if I'm going to be able to watch this damn game on this cruise I'm about to be hitting on September 5th for my dad's birthday. Because we're going to be watching on somebody's TV. I don't care if I got to sit on the top of the boat. But look, I'm not nervous. It's what comes with the team when you are finally good, right? Everybody headhunts you. You just made the NFC title game, okay? You are no longer on a graphic that if I'm not mistaken, the only team on the graphic to not make a title game right now is the Dallas Cowboys. Ha, ha, ha. So we have nothing to be nervous about. We have JD5, the man that won several one-score games or so last year, and I'm not asking him to do it again. But if Giants fans think they're going to come up there and touch my quarterback, please, you better watch out. We're going to have the fans on you because that's what our offensive line is going to be called after that game. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, brother. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you, man. I think by and large, Commanders fans seem pretty good. Not too nervous. Steve is in Portsmouth. Steve, how you feeling going into Giants week?
I'm feeling good, fellas. I think right now with JD5 and showing us what we saw that first drive at Baltimore, I think Kingsbury has the scheme. And all we got to do is stop any run threat and halfway stop that pass. So I think they're going to come out with a scheme. I think we're going to do well. And it's the Commanders / the Redskins. And throughout the years, I've always been nervous about them, but that was why I love them, because they keep you coming back.
All right, thanks, bud. Appreciate the call. I got a question for you, B.
Yep.
How many Giants fans you think will be in attendance?
Yeah, a good bit. Giants fans,
80-20, 70-30, something like that?
80-20.
The myth with Giants fans especially is people are like, oh, they just travel down from New York. They live here.
Yeah, they don't travel.
There's a zillion people that moved from New York and Jersey and just live here now, and they're still Giants fans. Vince Bartosi,
they just
Giants
like
fan.
White Brian.
Right.
They just live here.
Well, White Brian followed his wife here, right? Isn't that how you landed here?
Yep.
I know a zillion kids that I grew up with that are just Giant fans.
Mm-hmm.
My Bartosi grew up here in Chevy Chase. Giants fan his whole life. Like, they exist. Papa, my boy Papa? He's a New Yorker.
Fan?
He's from New York, but he's raising his kids as Giants fans. He told his wife they can have the Caps. They can be Wizards fans. They're going to be Giants fans. Giants fans are here, and they will be there on Sunday. But
they will be.
They'll be pretty quiet if there's not much to cheer about.
100.
They're not coming in. Like when the Eagles fans come to town, and granted, that's not till week 16.
Yeah.
They're going to be loud in your face. I have a feeling by the time the Cowboys fans come to town on Christmas,
they might be a little quiet.
They might be kind of quiet. Giants fans will be ready. If you give them any sign of life early in this thing, they'll be ready to rock. But I think it could be a quiet afternoon. That offense does not scare me much. They got a good defensive front.
Yeah.
But Washington's got Jaden and they've got Cliff, and they're good at mixing it up.
Yep.
When we return, Cal Ripken Jr. joins the program.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for a kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? So visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Forsey, we're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Start with some football news. Commanders getting set for Week 1 Sunday against the Giants. They have brought in free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne for a visit today out in Ashburn. Ian Rappaport saying the framework for a deal for him is already in place if the meeting goes well. Tennis, Jessica Pegula playing her quarterfinal match right now at the U.S. Open in New York. Won the first set of that match in Flushing Meadow. Nationals play tonight again against Miami. Kate Cavalli on the mound, 6:45 here on the Fan. And some sad news today. Legendary college basketball coach, Washington, D.C. native George Raveling has passed away. He was the first assistant hired by Lefty Driesell when he got the job at Maryland in 1969. Raveling also had the original typewritten I Have a Dream speech given to him by Dr. Martin Luther King that day in August of 1963 down at the Lincoln Memorial. It's now on display at the National Museum of African American History and Culture downtown in D.C. George Raveling was 88 years old. This September, only score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
When you hear this song, you think of one thing. Camden Yards, Baltimore Orioles. Incredibly, unbelievably, 30 years ago, Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's record for most consecutive games played, and we are honored to have Cal join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Cal, what's up, man? Thank you for making time for us.
You're quite welcome. Can you believe it's 30 years ago?
Oh, long time, man.
Can you?
No. I mean, it's kind of weird when I think about it. Sometimes it feels like it's yesterday. The memory is really crystal clear. I saw it from my perspective, and it just seems like it happened moments ago. And then other times I sit here and think, man, that was another lifetime ago. I was a baseball player. I played 20 years, and that happened to me during my career. So it goes either way, but it's certainly how great it was and what a good feeling it was. That's front in mind. Sharing it with my mom, my dad, my kids. It was a spectacular night.
I mean, I got to go to 21, 29, and that was a really big deal for me as a kid. I grew up a huge O's fan, and I remember the numbers up on the warehouse wall. They would come down, in between the innings there, every game. It was all just so special. What, if anything, do you remember most from that game? Like the lap you did, all of it was just such a wild night.
Yeah, you bring the numbers on the warehouse. The first time they did that, I think it was like 2 weeks before. It was kind of build up. I wish I remember the number. It caught me by surprise. They played the John Tesh music, and the game becomes official at 4.5 if you're winning, 5 if you're losing. And so it's right in the middle of the game, and I was thinking, what is that? What's going on? What are we doing? And then I see the number drop, and then I kind of get it. And, then it kind of it brings you along in anticipation that it's going to happen like in 21-31. So every time that song played when we were home and they changed the number on the warehouse, it made me start to reflect on who was important in my life. You kind of go backwards. And it was kind of emotional. Mm-hmm. I don't know who came up with that thought or idea, but it really prepared the fans, the audience, and all of us, for that moment on 21-31 when it did drop and it became official. What
I mean, I remember watching it on TV, and it was just, especially the lap, was just so epic, and it just seemed like the whole world was focused on Camden Yards in that moment and celebrating you and your career and the longevity. If you want to relive it, this Saturday, September 6th, the Dodgers with Shohei in town. There's going to be a pregame ceremony before the Orioles take on the Dodgers. The ceremony's at 6:25 p.m. Gates open at 5. You can get tickets at Orioles.com. And so you're not going to jog around the field this time. You're rolling around in a convertible. Is that right?
I rolled around in a convertible before. The story there is it was a red Corvette. A lot of people think that was a gift to me, but it wasn't. I ended up getting a Chevy Tahoe as a gift, and I was wondering, how come I didn't push harder for that Corvette? But, the Corvette that took me around, I think it was in my last game. But anyway, it's the same Corvette, the same owner of the Corvette there. So that's a little nostalgic in a way. But I'll go around the park, and I have a little bit, I have the responsibility of making a few remarks. And I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to say yet, but I'm working on it.
But do you ever sit down and just think about that whole feat, Cal? Like, you know, I really accomplished this? Because I know when people start playing the game, you're not thinking about how many games you're going to play. And then you go and you play that many consecutive games.
No, I mean, if you would have asked me when I was younger, you know, when I first broke into the big leagues, I think I would have rather had more home runs than Hank Aaron. I'd rather have more hits than Pete Rose. You know, those were kind of goals that you were trying to figure out. Were you good enough to kind of, you know, amass any sort of numbers in the game? I would never said that I was, going to have a consecutive game streak, or I was going to break Lou Gehrig's record. That just kind of happened because I played. I wanted to get better. The managers kept writing my name in the lineup, and before you knew it, it was almost 1,000 games that showed up. And then I think that's when the streak became born, when because the National League record was a little over 1,000 games, and it started to get some sort of attention. And I would say that there was quite a bit of negative attention from about 1,200 to about 1,500. You know, every time we went into a rebuilding mode, or every time I went into a slump, which, you know, happened quite a bit, they would say that I needed to take a day off, and that, you know, that I was being selfish or something. And right after 1,500, it seemed like all my critics turned into the biggest advocates. They were saying that I had to break the record for the sake of the game of baseball and all kinds of stuff. But to me, it was all the same. I showed up every single day to play, and I was resilient. I found out early on in my career that I could play less than 100%, because sometimes I think some players, you know, don't know if they can, you know, compete at that level, not being 100%. But I found that I could, and so then it was just a matter of coming out and being ready to play each and every day, and the streak just took care of itself.
Don't you think that's something that most players in every sport need to realize, that you don't have to be 100% to go play?
Well, I mean, there is something called experience that as you age, you know, as your talent kind of goes down, your experience takes over. It's not shortcuts, but you understand how things work a little bit better. Mm-hmm. And I think I had a couple of injuries really early in my career. I remember one where I hyperextended my elbow, avoiding a tag at second base on a double. So then I caught the bag and my elbow hyperextended in. And I remember thinking, man, you know, that hurts, but it's okay in the field. But when I picked up a bat and started to swing it, it hurt quite a bit. And so I took it up to the plate, swung at a bad pitch in the dirt on the first pitch, and winced in pain. And then I calmed myself down and got a better pitch to hit, a fastball that was over the plate. I waited a little too long on it, put a short swing on it, and hit a bullet at the second baseman. And as I was running to first base, I realized when you swing and miss, it hurts like hell. When you make contact, it doesn't hurt at all. And I tell you what, I got hotter, home runs, doubles, home runs, driving in runs, hit for a high average. And I kept thinking, every time you have a little bit of an injury, there's a silver lining in there somewhere. And I went looking for it.
That's awesome.
Right.
Talking with Cal Ripken here on the Rude Guest Hotline, the Iron Man of baseball. This Saturday marks the 30th anniversary of Cal getting to 21-31, breaking Lou Gehrig's record. It sounds like it's going to be an awesome day of baseball at Camden Yards. Harold Bain's going to be there, Eddie Murray, Mike Messina, Jim Palmer, Rafi Palmeiro, BJ Surhoff, Brady Anderson. John Miller is going to be back. I mean, John Miller was the voice of so many summer evenings of my life as a kid. I'm curious, Cal, like, obviously you've done these, right? Like, you were there the night it happened, and then there's a 10-year anniversary, a 20-year anniversary. Going into this 30th year, knowing all these guys that are making the time and the commitment to come see you, will it get emotional for you, or is it just fun at this point?
Well, I mean, it feels a lot more like fun right now. Sure, when I think about my dad, and even some of the comments that I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to say, I'm sure I'll mention my dad and my mom, and it'll hit me at that moment. If I could just hit me now, but so yeah, you'll have flashes of emotion. But I think the anniversaries are anniversaries, and I'd never want to make a big deal out of anniversaries or even reunions when you were in high school and all that. But I think this time around, I just turned 65, and you have a little bit different perspective on life at the time. Mm-hmm. And then you enjoy looking back and kind of remembering, some of the highlights of your life and your career and the people that you spent doing it. And I think, as you mentioned those names, a lot of people, were a part of that, and they were there right along with it. We all experienced it together. I've had some conversations. I think the Orioles have a couple surprises, so they say. I said that I think that I heard that Bo and Rafi were rumored to come back and maybe recreate the lap around the
that's
ballpark
awesome.
Without me running a lap.
That's awesome.
Just remembering that and sharing those experiences are pretty cool. So yeah, maybe I'm softening in my older age. Where you look back and you're thankful for those memories, and this is a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Saturday is going to be a special day at Camden Yards. Pregame ceremony at 6:25. First pitch at 7:05. Dodgers are in town. It's already a juicy game. Rafi's on the press release, so Palmeiro at least will be there. I can't speak for Bobby Bonilla. And this is crazy. Somebody just pointed this out to me. Saturday's the 30th anniversary of 21-31. Do you know what it's the 29th anniversary of?
Of course I do. Eddie Murray hit his 500th home run September 6, 1996.
Yeah. Wow. How crazy. And 2 huge days in Orioles history on the same day.
It's awesome. And so Eddie and I, in the past so many September 6th, I'll text him and say happy anniversary, and he'll text me back. So we share that date. At first he said that, of course I have to do it on September 6th, and have it be overshadowed by your game. And I go, no, it's not overshadowed. We all enjoyed that home run just as much as you did hitting it.
That's so cool. Cal, congratulations. Last thing from me. You played for all the logos. Do you prefer like the cartoon bird or like the actual drawing of the bird?
When I first came up, it was the all cartoon bird, and I remember, Brooksy when I was, watching him growing up. I always liked the old time bird, and but I think it's really cool that you can switch and go back and forth. Brady Anderson and I talk about this sometimes. Most people are jealous that the game has gone big and the salaries continue to rise, and everybody says, God, I wish I played in this era. But Brady and I talk about, well, God, the uniforms are so much better, and some of these things that you had to wear every single day, or the bats. You know, look at how well made the bats are. How many different kinds of bats, or the science of the bat, and just all the things that go with the game. We're thinking, man, we'd love to play with all that, and we don't really think about the salary part of the game. But it's fun. It's fun to think about those kind of things. I didn't play when there was wool uniforms, where they weigh about 10 pounds by the time you finish the Sunday afternoon game. But you know, our uniforms weren't as comfortable and weren't nearly as nice as they are now.
That's awesome. Cal, thank you for the time.
Appreciate
Everybody
you, Cal.
go up to Camden Yards Saturday night. Should be a really, really special night. All sorts of different experiences and special memorabilia will be really cool. Congratulations, man. Thanks for making time.
Thanks. The 21-29 game, I forgot to tell you this or whatever else. You witnessed that one.
Yeah.
I hit three home runs, one in 21-29, one in 21-30, one in 21-31. And Mike Messina gave me the batting tip in 21-29. It was against Jim Abbott. He said, you're getting out in front. Why don't you put a little flex in your stance a little bit, bend your knees, and see what happens. And I hit a home run to right center field, and that kind of catapulted me into 21-30 and 21-31. So that was Mike Messina gave me the batting tip.
That's so cool. What a cool
Good stuff,
story.
man. Great stories.
Cal, thank you for the time. Sincerely.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
Appreciate you, brother.
See you there Saturday.
All right. The legendary Cal Ripken Jr. joining us Saturday at Camden Yards will be a very, very special game. If I don't have 8 kids' soccer games, maybe I'll try to sneak up to the yard for that one. What a day that'll
Should be let off for that one, though.
That is really, really cool. That's
a good thing. That's a good excuse.
Yeah, that's a highlight for me, man. Cal Ripken is an absolute hero. You know what else is here? Football. That's right. It's football season. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds. Stick to a budget. And lastly, keep your cool. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or a coach online. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. That's brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud, responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. us. Fun day. Tomorrow we're back in Ashburn. It's football week, baby. We're back. We're ready. We've made it through the long haul of non-football season to football season. And Jeff Walker's here. Landfill keeps pointing at him. I don't know what's going on in there, but I hope the boys are okay.
It's weird.
We got a big glizzy bet going. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with Vodka. Start with football game week in D.C. Commanders getting set for the season opener at home Sunday, 1 p.m. against the New York Giants. Washington right now 5.5-point favorite. Team is meeting with a free agent wide receiver today. Kendrick Bourne is in for a visit with the Commanders in Ashburn. Ian Rappaport says the framework of a deal with him is already in place if that meeting goes well. Don't forget, I'll kick things off, as we always do, Sunday, 9 a.m. Be there or be square for the countdown to kick off a new season of it here are Sunday mornings on 106.7 The Fan to start Burgundy and Gold game day for week 1 in the NFL. Baseball Nationals looking for another win tonight. Cade DeValley on the mound against the Marlins, 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. Tennis second seed Jessica Pegula, straight sets winner today. Quarterfinal action at the U.S. Open. And some sad news in sports today. Legendary college basketball coach, Washington, D.C. native George Raveling has passed away. He was the first assistant hired by Lefty Driesell when he got the job at Maryland in 1969. Raveling at that point became the first African-American coach in the Atlantic Coast Conference. He also had the original typewritten I Have a Dream speech, which was given to him on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself that day in Washington, August 1963. That speech is now on display at the National Museum of African American History and Culture downtown. A basketball Hall of Famer, George Raveling, was 88 years old. Heading to the tailgate or watch party, bring Surfside iced teas and lemonades with vodka. Real brewed tea, real vodka, smooth, refreshing, and perfect for game day. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan, and you have made it like we have to an NFL game week on G&D. 2 more sleeps until National Football League action on Thursday night to kick off the season. The NFC East in the spotlight. Cowboys and the Eagles. Of course, the other 2 teams, the Commanders and the Giants, start on Sunday afternoon from Northwest Stadium. Danny, we have an amazing show lined up for people today, including Kevin Burkhard, A-Team on Fox with Tom Brady. He's going to join us in 25 minutes just before 2:30. Charles Davis is on the program today at 3 o'clock, CBS Sports NFL Network. One of our favorite football guests. We'll go all around the league with him. At 4:40 today, Ross Tucker stops by. He's getting ready for week 1 of the NFL season as well. Got some headlines to hit with him. And then at 5 o'clock today, we'll talk all things new rules and officiating in football with our buddy Mike Pereira of Fox Sports. So that's Kevin Burkhard, Charles Davis, Ross Tucker, Mike Pereira. It's going to be a who's who all week long on Grant and Danny because it's football season.
It's time.
It has arrived.
Let's hit some bolts. Let's take a 2-0 cookie about 4:10 to left center field all week long because we had one more day off to recuperate. We're fitting 4 days of football into some short shows and then a couple bits of weird schedule. Doesn't matter. It's time. It is here. Great weekend of college football. Couple unexpected results. Few good games. Few games that ended poorly. Whatever. We'll go through it all. But it's here, dude. Like all the stuff counts. All the offseason countdowns. All the lists. All the top 100 guys you'd like to start a franchise with. We'll start at number 2,000. All that crap done. Sorry, they count right now. All your fantasy drafts, all the betting, all of the things that come with the fall and the foosball, they are here this week, and we're lining them up.
6 o'clock, I should point out. We're here till 6:15 tonight. Nats pregame, Charlie and Dave at that time. But right at 6 in our final 15 minutes, we are going to make a couple of show announcements, including who our regular weekly guests will be on Grant and Danny this football season. And we'll also let you guys know what games we're traveling to this season, thanks to our buddies Kondori and Murad. And maybe, just maybe, you guys can make some plans to join us in those road cities so that we can kick it and enjoy ourselves and have some of the local drinks and foods on the road with you guys in our 2 road trips this year. So that's all coming up today on Grant and Danny, little football extravaganza. But you just mentioned it. What an amazing weekend of college action. It started really on Thursday, and then it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5 straight days of college football. This is how you got to kick it off. It's layered. It's intense.
Yep.
Just when you think you're done, there's another one coming, and you get hit in the face by another college storyline or game that you care about. The NFL knows how to do this, too.
They're pretty good at it.
This week, they've got the Thursday and the Friday and the Sunday and the Monday slates covered for you. Used to be, things got started Sunday at 1 o'clock. Then it was the big national Thursday night game. Smart. Now it's Thursday night and an international game on Friday night to make it all work out as far as the rules go.
Yeah.
Then we've got the whole day worth of Sunday action, and now we've got Monday night as well. So we'll have 4 out of 5 days. Can't do Saturdays because of college, or else they would. We'll have 4 out of 5 in the NFL. Let's go through some of the big storylines in college football from this weekend. First things first, I was giddy about Texas-Ohio State. It ended up being a really entertaining game, even though there was no offense or no scoring. 2 great defenses. The number 1 Longhorns lose on the road in Columbus to Ohio State 14-7. Arch Manning scuffled. This was our first real look at Arch Manning in a start on the road. He finished 17 of 30, which doesn't tell the story. Threw for 170 yards, a touchdown, and interception. Danny, his off-target rate in this game of 37% was the worst in that stat by a Texas quarterback in over a decade. And he was 0 for 5 on passes 5 or more yards downfield over the final 3 quarters. So it could very well be that he ends up winning the Heisman and leading them to a national championship and going number 1 overall this year. All those things are still on the table. But the talk of him being generational, I didn't quite see it in his first game as the guy at Texas with Quinn Ewers in the pros.
Thought he was bad. I think I think you said it correctly. Now, that doesn't mean that he is bad. It doesn't mean that he'll always be that. I don't think he's going 17 for 30 or 170 yards and it's going to miss every throw that he makes in crunch time and not convert third downs and be terrible all year long. But he certainly was in that game. I mean, he looked overmatched. It looked like he was late. Looked like some of the throws he needed to step in and zip didn't have the zip. It looked like he wasn't on time with things. Looked like it was too big for him. Now, I understand that. That's claimed a lot of people. 120,000 people, whatever it is, at the Horseshoe screaming at you, bearing down on you with a number 1 in the country type opponent that just reloaded as a Natty Championship contender in their opener where they're fired up. Ohio State pretty much beats everybody except for Michigan these days. So that's not an easy environment. So I'm not slamming the gavel. But everyone should pump the brakes a little bit on crowning and anointing and letting you know that you've seen the next gold jacket wearing, generational, transcendent, blah, blah, blah.
I think that goes both ways, though.
Yeah.
Because I think the discourse, social media is toxic. I try not to argue with Twitter when I do this radio show because it's not a real place. But you're sitting there watching a game and you're seeing everything online that's being said or whatever. And everyone's trying to get the snarkiest joke off and the best zing off on Arch Manning. And as if one game to start your career in the toughest environment you can play in against probably the best team in America going into the playoffs this year, I would imagine. The defending national champions is like the beginning and end. Not there's no preseason, you haven't played any games, this is your first look on the road. And by the way, the whole team offensively struggled. They couldn't run the ball. Yeah. You were behind the sticks. It's a dependent position, all that stuff. I think 2 things are true. One is, to your point, he stunk in that game. His first pass attempt, rolling out to his right's got a guy wide open. It was a tough-ish play across his body, but he skipped it in there like 8 yards away from the receiver, and I was like, ugh, that's a bad pass. You thought it's the first of 30, it'll be fine. And a lot of them look like that. Again, the on-target percentage was the lowest of a Texas starting quarterback in any game in over 10-plus years. So he did scuffle. Even with that, though, we just live in a world, and we saw it with the Griffin stuff and the Cousins stuff here. Every throw is a referendum. Every throw is an endorsement. See, he's the man. See, he should go first. See, he's terrible. And that's just how people operate, trying to confirm their priors. But this was Arch after the game. It was an ugly one. Texas 0-1 is the number 1 team in America.
I hold myself to a high standard. Recognize I got to play better. Got to lead more. Got to get our guys to play well around me. And ultimately wasn't good enough. So, yeah, I am hard on myself. I was surprised we weren't scoring and moving the ball, but ultimately, you got to adapt and adjust, and that's what good football teams make you work for it, and they definitely did that on Saturday. I think it was a long 24 hours, but I think I got it all out of the way. Watched the tape with everyone this morning, and the good, the bad, the ugly, and then now we're full on to San Jose State. after I guess this media after we started talking about it.
Wasn't that much good. So that part of the film study probably went by quickly. But San Diego State, you level down a little bit. My guess is he plays a lot better.
Yeah.
He puts up some numbies. It's 3 touchdowns and 279 yards or something. And the pendulum swings back. But he got tested, and it was not a test that went well.
Yeah. Hey, Siri, what did Eli Manning sound like at 20 years old? I mean, that's all I could think about hearing him talk post-game. I hadn't heard a ton of him commenting, and it literally sounds like he's doing an Eli impression.
Uncle Eli?
From that age. Yeah. It was wild, man, to throw it back.
Good news for Arch Manning. He hasn't had a lot of it the last few days, so I'll give him some good news. He didn't have the worst debut everybody tuned into this weekend.
Yeah, everyone was watching.
That belongs to Bill Belichick. 48-14 whooping for North Carolina last night at the hands of Texas Christian. Now, my takeaway from this was actually pretty simple. TCU's players are way, way better than North Carolina's. I didn't really think much more into it than that. You'll get your think pieces about how it was all Brady and Bill Belichick's a boob and, Jordan, what's her name? Jordan Hudson or whoever that girlfriend is that he has is ruining his life. Or, there's going to be all kinds of stupid takes, I'm sure. But 48 points allowed, the most ever by North Carolina in an opener in team history. Bill Belichick's defense gives up 542 yards and 29 first downs as the Tar Heels got outgained 542-222. Michael Jordan, Lawrence Taylor, Roy Williams, you name a celebrity with ties to North Carolina, they were in Belichick's suite last night, enjoying that one at club level. And boy, did they see a gross performance. First drive, they came out, they went right down the field.
Gangbusters.
I saw Skip Bayless and Colin Cowherd popping off about how they're about to win the national championship. They're doing shtick about him being the second best college coach ever to Saban. And it all came crashing down.
Like Saban never lost by that much. I mean, dude.
Did he never lose a game by 34?
I don't think his
whole career?
I don't think he did. And I have to go back and check that. I saw someone tweet that, so I'd have to double check it.
In fairness, never coached at North Carolina.
Right.
Yeah. I don't understand what Belichick's doing, really. To me, there's nothing to be gained by this, unless his goal is like, I don't care what anybody thinks as we get bludgeoned. I'm going to get to teach the fundamentals of football to a bunch of dudes and build this thing from the ground up, and that's what he gets off on. Okay. To me, this just seems like a really, really weird business decision.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know what's going on in his brain. I do know this: they don't have the horses, and I don't know if they're going to get them. I don't know if that's exciting for the 18-year-old who in his life probably doesn't even remember when the Patriots were awesome and Belichick had everybody's scheme was better. They just remember when he couldn't draft very well for 5, 6, 7 years and Brady leaving and winning a Super Bowl elsewhere. It doesn't look very good right there. So again, it's one game. Who knows where it goes if he's able to instill his culture and his way of doing things, but doesn't seem like everyone's having a whole lot of fun.
TCU was playing against air in the second half.
Felt like it.
Every play a first down, people running wide open. I mean, it looked like a preseason lineup for North Carolina. The backups were in and the starters were in for TCU. Their running back, Kavorian Barnes, goes for over 110 yards on 11 carries. Their wide receiver, Jordan Dwyer, was uncoverable, 9 for 136. He scored a touchdown. Belichick's got to get back to the drawing board.
Well, I was doing a fantasy draft last night during that game, and I even tweeted this at Funny Danny, and every time it seemed like I was near on the clock, sort of, okay, I'm a few picks away, let me lock in, see who my choices might be, etc. I'd be looking at my computer and look up, and then UNC didn't have the ball anymore. Like the way the timing kept working was I only saw them play defense for the entirety of that fantasy draft, it felt like. It just, you've had that happen, whether it's basketball or some game where it just feels like you're always defending. Like when the Nats can't score, it's like, we're back on defense again. We went 1, 2, 3 on 4 pitches, and let's get back out there. The pitcher's warming up. It feels like you never have a chance. You're just getting bludgeoned.
Before the game, Bill Belichick did this interview with Holly Rowe, which had me actually laughing out loud. He's just zero energy and has nothing to say. But she asked about 34 years ago to the day you made your NFL coaching debut, and he's like, I hope this one goes better. Cowboys whipped our butts. It didn't, by the way.
It did not.
Narrator voice. This one did not go better.
The Horned Frogs took it to the woodshed.
And then she was asking him about his hoodie, and he's like, it's kind of my thing. I mean, that was actually I don't think he meant it to be funny, but it made me
going straight
laugh.
deadpan.
But this was Bill Belichick last night on an ugly evening to start his UNC career.
Oh, well, it was a great, great atmosphere here for the game tonight. Fans had a tremendous energy, well walked. And, we played competitively, but then just couldn't sustain it. So, obviously, we have a lot of work to do. we need to do a better job all the way around, coaching, playing, all three phases of the game. Just wasn't up to what it needs to be, and I know we're a lot better than that. So
This is seemingly a negative college football theme here, but these are the big stories of the weekend. How about Alabama being in some trouble? Kalen DeBoer can relate to Bill Belichick. He is the butt of jokes today in circles with that fan base in Tuscaloosa. So, freshman, second year. Where do I want to go with this? Fresno State, his second year. Let's start there.
Okay.
They make a leap of 6 wins from year 1 to year 2 for him. Then he goes to Washington, and year 1 won 11 games. He goes to 14 year 2 in their national championship caliber team. This is year 2 in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they went 9-4. And the expectation is now you had your season.
Here's the leap.
You took your training wheels off this offseason. Now it's time to go win a natty title. And they lose to Florida State, a team that won 2 games last year, and they got destroyed. Early on, first 3 drives, their defense unprepared. Drives of 75, 65, 52 yards. They give up 72 points. Out of halftime, you think, okay, let's go make some adjustments. Let's coach. They give up a 68-yard touchdown drive. End of the game, they've got to get off the field to have a shot. They give up another 75-yard touchdown drive. It's hard to pull out the positives from the game. You go to the offensive side of the ball, they've got this uber-athletic quarterback who looks the part in Ty Simpson. He struggled big time, 4.9 yards per drop back. Same number of negative plays as 20-yard gains. Their wide receiver is one of the best in America, Ryan Williams.
And they can't get him the ball.
When they did, he dropped it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was the thing that I've always said this, when I watch a football game, the thing that boils my blood more than anything is drop passes. Like, there's almost nothing players can do, maybe fumbling, where I actually get mad at them. The drop pass thing. I'm watching Ryan Williams. I have no horse in the race. In fact, I'm probably rooting for chaos and a Florida State upset. But he dropped the ball so many times by the end of the game, I went, I'm over this guy. Please transfer. I don't care how good you are. He could not catch the ball. And I got people telling me he's as good as any other receiver in America.
I mean, last year he was special.
Cool.
Yeah.
5 catches, 11 targets, 3 drops middle of the field. He left with an injury at one point. He was horrendous.
He was bad
in this game.
I mean, so my son had a soccer tournament this weekend, so I was able to watch like early part of the game when Alabama just walked down the field, pushing Florida State around, and I'm going, this is because there was some chipping, there was some chirping between these programs. Tommy Castellanos, who was at Boston College, had kind of made it his mission, letting everyone
him
know.
At BC last year,
yeah,
he was just frisky, not a good team, but like he was always a pain in the ass. And now at Florida State with some actual coaching and some
couple
weapons,
thoroughbreds, yeah,
they might be okay.
They might have something. I mean, certainly there's some speed there, some good designs. But I'm going, okay, Alabama's gonna just be physically better. Like, they're gonna push Florida State around. They might score a couple times, but this is what the game's gonna be like. And I'm checking the score, during slow moments of my son's game, and I'm stunned. I could not believe that not only could Alabama not muster anything after that as Florida State was responding, but they were now behind playing catch up as Florida State sort of pushed them around the rest of the way. It was incredible.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how different the Seminoles looked. And kudos to Mike Norvell, whose head's been on a platter. Everybody's wanted him out, the 43-year-old head coach there, after what was a tumultuous season going 2-10. They were 13-10 Orange Bowl losers in 23 and then went 2-10 last year in a dozen games. But to get that win decisively over Alabama was a big, big deal. But, yeah, Crimson Tide, if you're Kalen DeBoer, it's getting late early.
Yep.
I think any conversation about him getting blown out because of the buyout being so huge is ridiculous. Like, I don't think he's getting fired anytime soon. But you can't lose 5 games this year without this feeling like it's over forever. Like, in terms of that program and what Nick Saban had built, this doesn't happen if Nick Saban was there.
Well, good thing the conference is soft, and you'll have a bunch of cupcakes. Oh, wait, it's the buzzsaw.
That's well said. Locally, quick one here for 2 games. Virginia Tech, their defense looked really, really good against South Carolina and a Heisman-caliber quarterback in Lenora Sellers, but they could not move the ball or score on offense.
I think that's going to be the issue.
They were down 7-2 after 1 with a safety. They were down 10-8 at the half. Same score going into the 4th, down 2 points. They end up losing 24-11. Sellers in the game, 12 of 19 passing for a couple hundred yards. I'd have to tag in Hokie Altizer here, who was on the broadcast for this game. Is Kyron Drones just not good? I remember watching him in the past and thinking, that's a pretty good college quarterback. He was 15 of 35 with 2 picks, gave them no chance in this game.
Yeah, he was really good 2 years ago in the second half of the year when the Hokies kind of had that resurgence. They were able to win the bowl game against Tulane, and then going into last year, they had so many guys returning, and he was one of those guys that they had such high expectations for. He struggled last year, kind of felt like expectations were high, and maybe he wasn't able to handle that well. He also had some injuries. But I think you saw on Sunday, you saw a little bit more of what you saw last year versus that second half of the year that you saw him in 23, where he was a lot better.
8 of 18 on third down. And Drone's 15 for 35 in the game with the 2 picks. And if you're Brent Pry now in year 4, they went 3 and 8 in year 1, 7 and 6 in year 2, 6 and 7 last year, and he's 0 and 1. I saw odds released today by Bet Online of college coaches with most likely to lose their jobs. He was at the very top of the list. Like, they got to the Military Bowl and the Duke's Mayo Bowl the last 2 years. That's not good enough in Blacksburg. You're going to have to do better than that.
And frankly, not a particularly strong conference either in the ACC. I mean, yeah, Clemson's really good this year. They're a championship contender. Well, even though they lost opening week, that's a good team. And Miami, I guess, is pretty good, but there's not much else in your way. Let's beat Georgia Tech and Wake and Boston College and Syracuse. You should sleepwalk to a pretty decent bowl, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins, and that hasn't happened.
Lastly, Terps fans will be upset if I don't mention they kicked FAU's butts. Slow start, a lot of penalties early for them. They got their act in gear and won 39-7. Malik Washington, their freshman quarterback, making his debut, goes for 250 and 3 scores in their win. They'll level up a little bit on Friday night with the game coming up at home, but no real test there for Maryland. So some of the storylines from what was just an amazing start to the college season. I know there was a week half and a week 0 and a week 0.75, but for week 1, about as good as it got, sitting on the couch watching all those games.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Miami was incredible. One of the best catches I've ever seen for a late touchdown in that one. That was a blast. It barely even got to mention LSU and Clemson. It was perfect,
I love that
man.
game.
What a weekend.
Garrett Nussmeier balled. All right, Kevin Burkhard of Fox Sports going to join us next. We will go around the NFL with Tom Brady's broadcast partner and the play-by-play gentleman in the National Football League for Fox right here on The Fan. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever you want to do. FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question, are you ready to play? FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In the NFL, Kendrick Bourne is set to be visiting with the Commanders today. The wide receiver released by the Patriots last week could potentially sign. He met with the 49ers yesterday. Gabe Davis, the free agent wide receiver, is signing with the Buffalo Bills. He's initially going to start on the Bills practice squad as he recovers from a torn meniscus. College football, the AP poll for Week 2 has come out. Ohio State's the new number 1. The rest of the top 5, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, Miami. Alabama drops 13 spots from number 8 to number 21 after their 31-17 loss to Florida State. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 2-0 in Andrew Alvarez's debut. He went 5 scoreless, the first pitcher in Nats history to throw 5 scoreless innings in his debut. Nats and Marlins tonight, 6:45, first pitch right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Adam Mazur. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, know more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Second down, they blitz again. Daniels, though, has some time. Lets it rip, floating it deep down the field, going for Brown. He's got it! A perfect throw to De'Ami Brown!
That's our guy Kevin Burkhard on the call for Fox of Commanders playoff football last year. You know, he saw a lot more of the Commanders in 2024 than he probably thought he was going to.
That's right, more than you bargained for.
And he might see a whole lot of them again this year. Welcome back to G&D on The Fan. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and our guy, the outstanding Kevin Burkhard, will be on the call with Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, Tom Rinaldi on Fox of Commanders Giants in the 1 o'clock window this Sunday. Joins us now. KB, I'm old enough to remember when a Week 1 A-team being at Northwest Stadium would have been pretty shocking, but you guys might as well, get a locker or something, leave some things at the stadium. You might be there a little bit.
Hey, you know what? First of all, good to be back with you guys. Second of all, that highlight you played, those are the best throws I saw all year. That was like dropped from the heavens to De'Ami Brown's, numbers. Second of all, look, it's great. I mean, for me, an old school NFC East matchup. I mean, that's what I grew up on in the Northeast. I love it so much. So to be back there and have Washington, kind of back on top, back in the championship game. Hopefully the Giants will be better. They've made a lot of good offseason moves. I just love the whole vibe of it.
What is, as you're prepping for this thing? I mean, the Giants there's some desperation there, certainly maybe from the front office, the coach, maybe, fighting for his job, Anna Russell Wilson and company with, some pretty stout players on defense. And then look at Washington with all the expectations from last year. Just kind of give me your big picture thoughts on this one.
Well, I love what Washington did. I mean, obviously it's going to be a little different, right? I mean, they kind of surprised some people. I mean, what they did in the offseason when they overhauled, the staff and obviously with the new ownership going a little bit further back than that, they tried to get back to respectability, and the respectability jumped 8 wins in a year. And I don't even know if they had that in mind in their wildest dreams, but it was, they have so many great things in place. And then I love that Adam Peters went out and said, all right, well, we got the amazing stud star quarterback now. What's ahead? I think they're an older team, veteran team on purpose because they tried to change the culture and everything that had been going on there. And then they won. So the fact that they go out and add big pieces like Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil, I mean, I love it. I mean, I think this is no shocking revelation, fellas, but I mean, James Daniels is a star. He's got everything you want, everything imaginable that you want in terms of a quarterback with a head on his shoulders. He's smart. He's accurate. Obviously, he's athletic. And then they've surrounded him with a bunch of really good pieces. The biggest thing, among other things, is how do they handle success, right? They kind of came at you as the big underdog last year, and then teams didn't even know what hit them. Well, now they've had an off season to look at it. So how are they going to react to that? That's going to be one of the real fun questions the first month of the year.
The great Kevin Burkhard of Fox with us on Grant and Danny. He'll be calling Commanders Giants at 1 o'clock this Sunday. An actual game week here on The Fan. We're fired up about it. I saw that Jackson Dart was named the QB2 for the Giants on their depth chart. So on your play-by-play board, he's going to be right behind Russell Wilson, which surprises me a little bit, although he had a great preseason. What's your take on the QB situation there with Russell Wilson coming over from Pittsburgh, and as well as Dart played in the preseason, how close he might be to seeing playing time?
I think the Giants feel like they have the quarterback of the future. That being said, I think they're really happy with Russell Wilson right now. I think they needed some stability there. Obviously they hadn't won in the last couple of years at all. And they've had, the offense has been a mess, and trying to figure out the quarterback situation is a big reason why, right? But I think Russell Wilson gives them a real leader in the room, a professional, a guy who's going to get rid of the ball, on time and make the offensive line look a little better. And, I know for the coaching staff has really been impressed by his example. And look, Russell Wilson's on a 1-year deal. He wants to win. And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for a quarterback to sit. Now, look, Jay Daniels came in and did something that, is not done all the time. In fact, he did most things that weren't done ever. And I know we're in the culture of rookie quarterbacks play basically because they have to and people's jobs are on the line. But I think the Giants really love Jackson Dart. That being said, I think in the same sentence, I think it's fine if he sits and not only learns and matures and things like that, but gives Russell Wilson a chance to see if they can be competitive and win some games and at least be in some games. So I think it's a good situation. I really do. I think you've got a veteran quarterback who's positive personality, great leader, and is a good player still, even though he's not the same guy he was 10 years ago. And then you've got the guy who you hope is the guy to lead your franchise, and you don't have to rush him in right now. Like, let him absorb a little bit, whether it's 2 months or for the full year, and get even better. That's the way I see it. There's positivity there. Now they got to go win games.
So for this Giants team, Kevin, this is one of my, entering the season sort of sneaky theories is they're not going to be that bad. I don't think they're ready to, be a playoff team and win a bunch of games and, go make some noise, but they lost a number of one-score games last year in semi-fluky fashion. They were non-competitive than some others, but I think you look at that defense, you look at, some stability at quarterback, you mentioned with Russell Wilson. I think they're going to be a pain in the butt for some people, and there are pain in the butt this week for Washington. Kind of give me your thoughts on the Giants season.
Yeah, Danny, I think, look, I think for them, they won a wild card game in 2022, and Daniel Jones played the game of his life. And ironically, it might have been one of the toughest things to happen in the organization because then they had to pay him coming off that performance, and they let Saquon go, and it triggered all these other things. And then Daniel Jones was hurt a bunch in the 2 years, and so it sent the franchise kind of backwards. So this is the reset, right? This is the reset where they feel better about where they are, and I think really they have Washington to look up to in the sense, like, that's the team to me that they're trying to emulate because, the Commanders had 4 wins 2 years ago, right? Or whatever it was, and they jump up into the NFC Championship game by drafting a star quarterback and bringing in really good veteran players who can lead. And I think the Giants tried to do that, even if Jackson Dart doesn't play right away. With Russell, and on defense, they bring in Javon Holland from Miami and Paulson and Debo, like good players, good veteran players who have played a lot in this league and who are respected. I think their defensive line is fantastic. The problem is they're never ahead to rush the quarterback. So if they find a way to be in games in the fourth quarter and even have a lead, I think that's going to be a big problem for other teams. So I'm with you. I think you have the exact right read. I think, look, every team wants to win the Super Bowl. But I think for them, behind closed doors, they tell you, hey, if we make a big jump and at least position ourselves for next year to be a real threat, I think they would sign up for that all day.
Kevin Burkhard of Fox with us here on Grant and Danny. He will be on the broadcast of Washington and New York from Northwest Stadium this weekend. He is their play-by-play with Tom Brady. KB, how about the rest of the conference at the top with Philly as still the shortest odds to win the conference? The Packers just added Micah Parsons. That was one of the quietest 11-win seasons ever last year. Do they have enough to overtake Detroit, who's become a perennial power? The Bucs are a favorite in the South again. How do you see the conference that kind of you guys will be covering in the playoffs that goes through the NFC on Fox here? How do you see it?
Yeah, Grant, I think the conference is really good, top to bottom. That's number one. I would say that the Eagles, until proven otherwise, are still the best team, but their schedule is very difficult. And I just think from a win regression standpoint, I think they and Washington could come back a win or two just because the schedule is so much harder. But I think from a roster construction, from a Super Bowl defending champ, they're still the team to beat in my eyes. You look at the rest of the conference, I think the Rams have an argument to be the best team in the NFC. I think they are absolutely loaded. They did it with a young defense last year, learning on the fly with the retirement of Aaron Donald, and they were great. They're only going to get better. The only big question is the health of Matthew Stafford. Can his back hold up for a year? If he does, I think the Rams are fantastic. The Niners, it's an interesting year for them because all this transition, all of these veterans, one of them in Debo going to Washington, and they had to change it up. But they kept, for the most part, their stars intact, and they have a lot of young guys for the first time ever in Kyle Shanahan's tenure. They have the easiest schedule in the NFL. I could see if they stay healthy, if Christian McCaffrey stays healthy, they still play Niners football. I could see them finding 10 wins just through their schedule and who they play. And then you've got the North, which is so loaded and so good. I think the Micah trade for Green Bay was obviously great. Their D was really good last year and got better as the year went on with Jeff Hafley. But I don't know that I'm ready to crown them as the champs of the NFC North just yet. I think if J.J. McCarthy is any good, and I mean any good, I think Minnesota's roster is stacked. And then we have Detroit, which I kind of feel like Detroit's the same boat as Philly and Washington, where I think they're still going to be excellent, but just because the conference is tougher and they lost both coordinators, would it shock me if Detroit comes back to, a 10-11 win team instead of a 14-win team? No, it wouldn't, but I still think they're going to be really, really good. So I think the NFC North is congested. I think Philly's still the best with the Rams right there, and I could see Washington and San Francisco making some major noise. If that's a way to sum it up. I know it's a long answer, but there you go.
No, it was perfect, succinct. We loved it. This will be year 2 with you and Tom Brady. You're next to this handsome gentleman and nobody pays attention to. I feel bad. It's like you got to sit next to Tom Brady. What did he ever do in the NFL? What'd you think? I mean, getting to work with him last year and just as he came on as the year went on and got better and better at it, how are you guys kind of coming into year 2 philosophically here?
I think we all feel great about it. Last year was really a lot of fun, and I was really proud of what we did. I mean, it's hard to be an analyst in the NFL, and with all the all the attention and things that were going to be on our group and Tom, and people were going to take shots at him no matter what, fair, unfair, whatever. That's part of the deal. But I thought that he was outstanding, and I thought we got better and better and better as the year went on, and that's really what you're trying to do, right? I'll say this, among other things, he's just an unbelievable teammate. No shock for a guy that won more than anybody else, but he's an amazing teammate, treats everyone like they're kings, and is just so great to be around. Such a good guy. And, I think one of the most fun things for me, besides just getting to know him and become friends with him, is he's just a football nerd. He loves the sport. We're in the press box, and obviously it's a place he's never been before. And, someone makes a big play, and he's like punching me in the arm and like jumping up and down. He's so excited, like watching the game. He's like watching the game, guys like we would watch the game, And I think to me, like to be the greatest player ever and to have that enthusiasm, and you probably heard it in some of the broadcasts, like I think that was just so damn cool, like for him to be that way. So it was awesome, and we're really, really excited for year 2.
Love having you, buddy. Really appreciate it. Enjoy this weekend. Have a great call. Mix in a few like Washington touchdown calls, if you don't mind. That'd be a lot of fun to beat the Giants in week 1 for us.
Yeah, we could get a few of those. And I have a feeling we'll see a few. Always good to be back with you guys, man. Enjoyed it as always.
It's football
Appreciate
season.
you, buddy.
Needed to talk to Kevin Burkhard to get it started. There he is. KB will be on the call. Commanders, Giants this weekend for Fox. Charles Davis of CBS is going to be with us in 20 minutes. We'll preview the NFL season with him. Next, there is one potential significant news item coming out of Ashburn today. A wide receiver working out with the team who may well sign, and if he does, he could play early this year as a veteran who's put some good seasons together. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer is pretty much here. in the D.C. metro area. And your AC's working overtime just to try to keep your house cool and comfortable. So what can you do to make a difference? I'll tell you. Replace those old or builder-grade windows with new ones from Window Nation. Just like Grandson, just like I've done multiple times in multiple homes. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, it's a plus now. You could even get them with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 2 years.
Yeah, we're Team Window Nation because, as Danny said, we've worked with them for many, many years in our homes. Your home stays comfortable year-round, and they're even available in over 1,500 styles and colors, so you get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau. Over 3 million windows installed. You can trust Window Nation for quality and for service. But hurry up, DMV. This 50% off all windows sale ends soon.
Schedule your estimate right now.
Charles Davis is on the show coming up in 12 minutes at 3 o'clock. You'll also hear today from Ross Tucker, covers the NFL, and Mike Pereira, the former official who is Fox's rules expert. They're all on Grant and Danny, all today as we kick off our game week for the first time on The Fan.
A game week, a.k.a. games that matter. Not a preseason, not a practice, not an inter-squad, not a joint practice. No. The games, they count.
Thursday Night Football, Prime Video. Sunday afternoon, you got action all day, Fox and CBS. Sunday Night Football, NBC, and then Monday Night Football on ESPN. Friday night is going to be on the app, I think, right? That's a Peacock situation, some type of NBC affiliation. So you're going to need a bunch of different abilities. Oh, it's a YouTube game on Friday night? Cool. Who can keep it all together? You're going to need a bunch of different apps to watch the football season. I think we went over this a couple months ago, and it's something like $876 or something.
Yeah, like if you didn't already have it and you wanted to find it and you wanted to purchase it, this is what it would cost you.
For the year-round apps that you need for the entire football season, which is pretty insane. But this is where we are now. I mean, it's just part of it. I actually go a little bit crazier. I have Sunday Ticket because I want every game to be able to watch on a second screen if I want to see, first drive of Jackson Dart. Let me pull up the Giants game over here. So when you add that to the YouTube TV subscription, that's a big charge.
Yeah, that's a big nugget.
Do you have any idea what it costs? I'm actually going to go around the room here. I'm not going to say where, because I don't know if I'm allowed to say or what the deal is. But my buddy who owns a sports bar gets Sunday Ticket at his sports bar to show all the games for people over the course of the season. Do you have any idea what it costs for the NFL season for him to do that? I will tell you that it costs me, I think, close to $400 out the door for Red Zone and Sunday Ticket, personally. So for a sports bar, based on what he told me today, to air NFL Sunday Ticket on all their screens all season long, what would you guess they have to pay?
$10,000.
It's a big number. $10,000. Toby, what do you think?
I was going to go around that 10,000 number, but I'm going to go slightly under Price is Right style. Give me $8,000.
$8,000. Toki Altizer is in. Clary, you're a corporate guy. You deal with numbers.
He knows how much stuff costs.
Budgets. What do you think?
I'm going to go $6,500. $6,500.
Okay, now it cost me about $400. What does it cost a sports bar to get Sunday Ticket? And to benefit financially from that all season long, without the express written consent, all that stuff?
All that stuff, yeah.
Of the National Football League.
I'm going to go on the higher side, and let's go with $12,000.
$12,000.
Yes, $12,000.
The number that I was told was $16,000.
There you go. I knew it was a huge number.
For a football season.
Yep.
I couldn't believe that. I was floored by that number. 16 G's for a sports bar to have Sunday Ticket. It's based on size, I guess. So if you've got a bigger place, it could be a lot more. If you have a tiny little dive bar, you might be doing okay.
Where they go, how many TVs? And you're like, 20. All right, 16,000.
This isn't a huge spot.
Right.
You know where I'm thinking. You know
I
where
think
I'm talking
I
about.
know. Yeah,
Place I go to a bunch.
I think I know where you're talking about.
$16,000.
I remember hearing a similar number somewhere else years ago. So it wasn't quite 16. It was closer to 10, what I said. So I couldn't remember exactly. But it was one of those. I had my shock then. Or wait, it cost one person. So couldn't like each individual person that works here just get it, quote unquote, and then like have it on one of the TVs and you could bill it that way and save $15,000 or something? But no, they know. They're too smart. You can't beat their system.
I guess I'm just too cheap because that's where if I was running a place, I'd be like, well, today we've got this game on Fox, this game on CBS.
Yeah.
If you come tonight, you'll have the NBC game as well. But I'm sure they make their nut off football. And a lot of these bars, they're going to make their money back off of all of the games that they make available. So how many calls do you get during the week? Or someone to, hey, are you going to have Broncos Chargers because they're in town or they're here for whatever reason? Or in the D.C. area, you got a bunch of people living here that are year-round still fans of that team. I know whenever I'm traveling, normally in October for the Major League Baseball postseason stuff I do for SiriusXM, on Sundays I'm posting up at a bar, and I'm calling that bar. I don't care what it says online. I'm confirming before I go over there Sunday morning that they'll have the Commanders game on TV. And I can't imagine I'm the only one making that call. And as soon as they say no, I'm on to the next. So do they make more than $16,000 from the people that are in there over the course of the football season for those games? Sure. That's just a lot of money still.
It's a huge amount up front. And again, the NFL can afford to do it. They can afford to charge it. Because imagine going to that sports bar. Do you have this game? No.
Well, the NFL gets to make its own rules and do it at once. It's a drug that everybody needs, and either you provide it or they'll go elsewhere.
Well, that's why pay-per-views were also for different fights or different those kinds of events. So like a regular person, it's like $129.99 at home, and it's like, oh, you're a sports bar? That's like $5,000 or something stupid like that.
We've got no update yet on Kendrick Bourne's meeting with Washington. He worked out for them sometime this morning. This is a career, now 30-year-old, 292 catch, 3,700-yard receiver. He had an 800-yard season in New England in 2021. He actually was in San Fran with Adam Peters as a 24, 25-year-old. Had a 700-yard year almost with the 49ers. If he were added, he would supplant Luke McCaffrey on the depth chart. And who knows, maybe early on, depending on role and what they're looking for. He and Jalen Lane do very, very different things. Lane more of a burner, Bourne more of an underneath physical guy who's 6'1", 210. But maybe he could be a guy that actually got dressed on game days as well if he was willing and capable of doing anything on teams. But the fact that he worked out for the Niners, met with them, a team that he used to play for, a bunch of people still in the building that he was with in the past, and then got on a plane and flew cross country.
I was really surprised by that, to be honest with you.
To work out here tells me that there's a better chance he ends up here, but we're still waiting word.
Yeah, I think you summarized it very well. When you think of so many times in years past, if multiple workouts are scheduled, the guy wouldn't get to the second stop. Like, hey, we're going to offer you right now. Don't leave. We want you. And with the relationships that are already there, he'd already played in San Francisco with their kind of injury situation at wideout. There was a pretty quick path to him being on the field, probably at some point, right? Given how banged up everybody is. The fact that he left and came here made me think this may be where he wants to go.
Our first feel on Commanders-Giants at 3:30 today. Next, Charles Davis, one of the top analysts at CBS covering the NFL. You know him from his draft work on NFL Network as well. He joins us live on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is visiting with the Commanders today. He visited with the Niners yesterday in Ashburn to visit with the Commanders today. Other free agent wide receiver Gabe Davis is signing with the Buffalo Bills. He'll initially start on the Bills' practice squad as he recovers from a torn meniscus. The NFL Top 100 was fully announced yesterday. Saquon Barkley was voted as number 1 in the NFL Top 100. The Commanders tied for 4th most players in the Top 100 with 5. Laramie Tunsil, Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, Terry McLaurin, and Jaden Daniels. College football last night. Chapel Bill, the debut of Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill, didn't go so well for him. They lost to TCU 48-14, the most points allowed by a Bill Belichick coach team. Week 2 AP poll is out. Ohio State is the new number 1 team in the nation. Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami round out the top 5. Alabama drops 13 spots from 8 to 21 after their 31-17 loss to Florida State. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 2-0 in Andrew Alvarez's Major League debut. Game 2 of the 3-game set against the Marlins tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Adam Azor. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. Of course, you can listen to us wherever you are on the always free and available Odyssey app. We're also, for the next 3 hours, starting right now, live in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. The show is brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft a will or set up a trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We told you we're having a monster football season preview today and throughout the week on the show. You've already heard from Kevin Burkhard from the A-Team on Fox, and one of our favorite analysts in America, one of the top analysts at CBS, our buddy Charles Davis, is on the Rude guest hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Charles, I know you're opening the season in Indianapolis with the Dolphins and the Colts, so we'll bounce all over the league with you, but I want to start with that matchup, if you don't mind. Give us the key storylines going into the game 1 that you're prepping for this week.
I think the easy ones are with the Dolphins. Can they run the ball better than they did last year? They revamped their offensive line. Will that come together for them? It's hard to believe things get better when you lose a Teron Armstead at left tackle. But I'm talking about overall across the board. They've got to be able to run it better. And if Devon Achane is healthy, as they claim he is, then that's a great start towards it. And we'll see where it goes from there. Can they get the receivers out wide back in form? You know, last year, you know, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, they didn't hit the numbers they normally hit. Part of that was because Tua was hurt. So, you know, you're right back to, is Tua healthy? Because if he plays 17, this Dolphins team feels like they've got, you know, enough frontline talent. They should be a factor for the playoffs. And I do think their pass rush could be really, really impressive with Phillips and Chop Robinson and now add Matthew Judon and Bradley Chubb's return. They can get going that way. For the Colts, look, it's hard to believe. I was part of a broadcast team that did their last playoff game, which was 2020. And it's kind of stunning to believe that, because for so long and so much of our lifetime, the Colts have been a major factor in what's going on in the NFL. And then they were falling short again last year. So much change, but it really comes down to Daniel Jones. He won the job, beating out Anthony Richardson, their number 4 overall pick. He has to play well for them, and they feel like they've given him enough people around him that he can. The big thing, guys, is simply you look at his, you know, yards downfield, where he pushes the ball, and he hasn't done much of that in his career, so people think he can't. But I think this is the best opportunity for him to do that. So if he doesn't now, it's because he won't. You got Jonathan Taylor running it, and Pierce and Pittman and Downs running downfield, and if they get Adonai Mitchell going, that's another huge threat. Now Tyler Warren has been added. You see where I'm going with this. I think this offensive line is good enough, even with a couple of changes, that he should have that opportunity to throw it downfield. He says that he will, and that's going to be a big, big key to what they do. And, of course, Lou Anarumo taking over a defensive coordinator. So a lot of storylines going into this game, but I think we could probably say that about every game we talk about.
Yeah, let's go chronological here. Thursday, we are not that long away from a division rivalry that, kind of affects Washington tangentially. Charles, I was on Dallas as kind of everyone's kind of looking past them. I thought with Micah, or even his alter ego, Michael Parsons, they would be a factor, not necessarily catching Philadelphia, but, a team you wouldn't want to play with, an offense that's healthy with some pieces. Now, without him, I don't know. Just sort of walk me through your thoughts on Dallas and the king until someone knocks him off, Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, look, Philadelphia's got the best roster in football and continues to have the best roster in football. So I don't think there's much change there. We always worry about teams with Super Bowl hangovers and slumps and things of that nature. I'm going to wait and see that and see if it's proven to be. Because I have to tell you, teams that run the ball so effectively and run it first, last, and always, I feel like they're teams that can avoid that in a lot of ways. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But until we see it down the road, I think Philadelphia's primed and ready to go. With Dallas, it is a huge question mark, isn't it? How much of all this offseason upheaval and now him being gone, Parsons being gone, does that affect this team? Because in the past we've had offseason upheaval, but all those guys eventually got signed and remain Cowboys. Dak, CD Lamb, things that players of that ilk in nature. Now Parsons is gone. You got 2 draft picks for him that don't help you a lot going into 2025, do they? They may help the team later, but they don't help you going into this season. Huge question mark, but those Thursday night openers can be kind of weird, can't they? I still remember, was it Kansas City, New England? In New England, some back named Kareem Hunt from where? A MAC school? What? He actually fumbled in that game. Do you guys know that was the last fumble he's had in the NFL?
Is that right?
Wow.
It's unbelievable because he just doesn't drop the football. But you remember, he ended up leading the league in rushing that year as a rookie. He had over 1,300 yards. And it was funny because I asked Andy Reid, I said, where did you first see this? Like, how'd you know about him? He said, I was sitting here doodling one night and had the TV on, and is that Maction? And this kid was just running all over everyone. And I made note of him, and then I saw they were playing again later that year, so I watched him again. Andy scouted him on TV first and then called Brett Veach and said, you better take a look at this running back. And that's how they ended up getting him.
That's amazing. Charles Davis is with us. Speaking of the draft, nobody better that time of year on NFL Network with his analysis. CBS Sports on the call of the NFL. He'll be the #1 college analyst starting next football season for their CBS telecasts as well. He's a rock star. He's with us here on Grant and Danny to help us kick off the NFL season. Charles, what do you make of the discourse on Washington, whether it's the possible sophomore slumper regression for Jaden Daniels, everything went great last year, or just year 2 of this program now with Adam Peters, Dan Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, isn't it, that we get so excited about teams, and especially what we saw last year with Washington. And I really felt like, guys, it wasn't just fans of D.C. I felt like around the league, people were kind of like, this is kind of cool. Washington being back, especially if you're like my vintage, when you felt like every Sunday, Pat Sumrall and John Madden were doing a game from RFK. Or they were playing someone in the division. It was just so huge. This felt good. I think I told you guys last year, visiting the facility now is entirely different. You go there and it just feels great. The atmosphere is good. The people are moving around and getting things done and smiling. Dan Quinn has been here before in Atlanta, and I know people felt like, Dan had too many phrases and slogans and all those things that maybe kind of lost the guys. But you remember he did that deep dive on himself and kind of came back and recalibrated. Adam Peters has been aggressive from the moment he took over as a GM. There's been no timidity in him at all. People have talked about all the moves they made this offseason. Guys, we were together last year, and Marshawn Lattimore happened. And I'm like, I don't think he waited until this year. He got after it now. The drafting last year, the bringing in Lattimore. I just feel like this team is going to do exactly what Dan Quinn would say, one of his pet phrases. They're going to go for it. And I think they're going to go for it in a very nice way. I think this team is built to handle what's going to come at them, because you guys know as well as I do, their rise and pop-up, now people circle them on the calendar and on the schedule. People come at them a little bit differently. But I want to see if Jay Daniels is going to regress. I just don't see it happening. I think this team continues to progress, and they will be a factor in chasing down Philadelphia. Because the NFC East, when was the last time we had a repeat winner, guys? 2004.
Yeah, decades ago.
2004, and it was Philadelphia. And Philly's got a chance to do it again. But I think Washington's going to challenge the heck out of them. And they're going to make them earn it if they indeed get it.
Our guy Charles Davis with us here on G&D. Washington's Week 2 opponent, Green Bay. If there's such a thing as a quiet 11-6, they might have been that last year.
It.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah,
Great point.
Yeah, so now they got Detroit Week 1. I want to ask you about those two teams. How close is that gap now with Micah Parsons in the fold after what, the expectations last year, Charles, for Jordan Love were astronomical given how he finished 23. Still an okay season, but not what we thought. Give me kind of a temperature check on Green Bay, and how close is that gap between them and Detroit in your mind?
The gap had actually closed, I think, in the minds of many even before the Parsons deal. And you laid it out perfectly. If there's ever such thing as a quiet 11-6, but of course it's going to be quiet because one team won 15 and one team won 14 in your division. I mean, how often is that going to happen? Not very. And now with Detroit, new coordinators and blah, 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 right? Minnesota, quarterback, he's not a rookie, but he might as well be because he hasn't played yet. All those things put Green Bay in prime position. To me, the Parsons deal is big because it told all of us that Green Bay was doing business differently than they've ever done it. And I'm talking about going from Ron Wolf as the GM to Ted Thompson to Brian Gutekunst. Have we ever thought about Green Bay breaking ranks, getting out of draft and develop, giving up picks, and going out to get someone? No, it's not been their style. This was a big difference. So, like Dan Quinn, they've announced to the world they're going for it without totally breaking the bank. Sure, giving up 2 number ones is a big deal, but they feel like they've got infrastructure in place, a young quarterback, yada, yada, yada. That young quarterback who has played well the second half of both years as a starter has got to have those types of starts now, not just the second half of the year. See where I'm going with this? Jordan Love's got to come out of the gate ready to rock and roll. He's had slow starts before and finished really strong. That can't happen this year if Green Bay is going to do what they think they can, which is chase down Detroit and Minnesota. And I think it's realistic when people say Green Bay can win the division. I think they absolutely can.
Charles, one of the divisions you're going to spend a lot of time covering this year and calling games in is the AFC North, where the Ravens are heavy favorites. Do you think Baltimore reloaded enough to overtake Kansas City? And then what about Cincinnati, who was 4-4 in games where they scored over 30 points last year?
Unreal.
If they could just be okay defensively, they could be a Super Bowl contender. And Pittsburgh brings in Aaron Rodgers. There's 3 fascinating teams in that division.
Yeah, let's start with Baltimore. Yes, absolutely they can. You guys know how close they've been at different times with Kansas City. Last year in the season opener, it was essentially the guy had half a shoe size smaller, right? They win. or let me rephrase. They have a chance to go for 2 for the win in that ball game, which they absolutely were getting ready to do. That would have been interesting there. They had Kansas City at home in the AFC title game 2 years ago. Did not win that one. They have more than enough talent to do it. We all understand that. Now the key is, can you do it? Everyone talks about it. We can get it done. We can do this. We do. Burrow's the only real breakthrough, right? I mean, one year they broke through. Let's talk Cincinnati. Look, they changed coordinators with Lou Anarumo going out mainly because it just felt like you had to do something. My question is, did you change enough of players? Because when you look on that roster, they've changed a few guys out, but who have they brought in that's going to change things and become the true difference maker? Henderson had 17.5 sacks last year. Getting him signed was paramount, but where are his tag team partners? Do we really expect Joseph Aside all of a sudden now have double-digit sacks? Where's Miles Murphy, who was a first-round pick? Shamar Stewart held out for a while. Is he going to be ready to go and give them what they need off the edge? Your point is well taken. If their defense is just adequate, They should be great because of the offense, but we shall see. And who was that third team? You gave me a third one.
Steelers with Aaron Rodgers coming to town.
Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. I know everybody talks about winning Super Bowls all the time, and Pittsburgh's no different. I think that if Aaron Rodgers plays all 17, Pittsburgh will be a factor. I put them in the playoffs every year until further notice. Everyone gets sick in Pittsburgh of hearing, hey, we've never had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. Blah, blah, blah. It drives them insane. I keep telling them, you know who drives insane even more is Mike Tomlin, because Mike would like to go deeper into playoffs. Their last 3 playoff appearances, as you guys know, they didn't just lose. They got jumped on. Like, this is not the Pittsburgh Steelers you expect. You don't expect Pittsburgh to make the playoffs, and then you know they're going to be one and done. And they have been. They haven't won a playoff game since 2016. I think Aaron Rodgers gives them a chance to win a playoff game this year. I don't know about going deeper in Super Bowl. I'm not quite there yet. But I don't bet against Coach Tomlin making the playoffs. And this time I think he's got a quarterback that gives him a chance to actually win a playoff game.
Charles, it feels like every year we find a kind of a new darling or a new team, and you know, we spend so much time making lists, and you know, the talking heads, us included, decide that this team has now reached the royalty. They're going to compete with Mahomes and Kansas City and Buffalo and Baltimore, etc. Last year, I felt like it was Houston, and on paper, I went, I see it. And if there's such a thing, again, as a disappointing 10-7, that was that. You might say Washington could be that team this year. You already talked about them. But to me, this year, it's Denver. I look on paper and I go, I like every single thing that I see here, and yet it feels like people have already crowned them, you know, back-to-back Super Bowl champs at this point, where the hype train has left the station. Where are you at on Denver, and you know, will the rubber meet the road there?
I love where you're going with that one, and it makes a lot of sense. I said from the time the Super Bowl went to halftime, I mean, you guys help me out here. Did anyone think that Kansas City was coming back that day?
Nope. Didn't look good.
Did not look good, right? So from halftime on, I felt like if you're an AFC West opponent, and I was looking specifically at the Chargers, specifically at Denver, you're rubbing your hands together and saying, guys, this is a great opportunity. Okay? They look vulnerable now. Now, whether that's true or not, because remember, they did go 15-2. Okay? But they went 15-2. What's the next thing you got to look at deeper? How did they win those games? Because that was a close 15-2, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, they were 15-2 because they were 11-0 in one-score games last year. How often do you get 11-0 in one-score games? It's rare, right? I think about it like that I think about it the way we think about takeaways. I think the last team to repeat in takeaway plus-minus champion was Seattle with the Legion of Boom. That's how hard it is. The ball bounces different. Things change year after year. But Kansas City, I just don't know that 11-0. I think they'll have a lesser record this year, but I think they'll have a better team. I think they've done a good job out wide. Tyquan Thornton looks like he might actually be a viable receiver in the NFL, which would be huge for Patrick Mahomes to add to the speed with Worthy so that they can finally get the ball downfield and open up some more space for Kelsey and crew underneath. They've got to do those sorts of things. They got the left tackle that plays, but flipping it to Denver, everything you're talking about is on target. If there is such a thing as arriving a year early, I thought Denver did, because I don't know that we saw last year as being the year that Denver was going to make that move. But remember, in Kansas City, they were kicking a field goal to beat them, and Leo Chanel blocked it. Throw away the last game of the year when they blew out Kansas City. That does not count. Kansas City didn't play anyone. They were locked in with their record, the whole deal. But Denver felt really good kicking the heck out of them. This is an opportunity for them, yes. But in this case, guys, I'm still saying this is like Ric Flair, man. You've got to still walk that aisle with Kansas City. Okay, you still got to go out and take them out. The Chargers, Denver, both of them should feel really good about their opportunities and chances. But until they take them out, I'm still rolling with KC.
And last one for me for Charles Davis, who's kind enough to preview the NFL season with us here in Week 1. Charles, the Bears. I'm completely enamored with Ben Johnson's first year. Mm-hmm. It seems like a ton of negative press on Caleb in the preseason and camp, and everyone's just piling on. But We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen him play. What are you expecting from Caleb Williams? And I'll even throw Michael Penix in as kind of a second-year quarterback thing. Two guys where there's questions in Penix's case just because we haven't seen a lot of them, but that's a winnable division.
Yeah, I'll start with Penix and crew. Remember, when he got inserted late in the season, they were playing meaningful games. He wasn't inserted just to run out the string. You guys saw him in a big game in D.C., huh?
Yep, we did.
And he gave him an opportunity. So I think this kid's going to be just fine. And Atlanta, we're going to continue with the going for it phrase. Did Terry Fontenot, their general manager, not signal that he's going for it when he traded back into the first round to get James Pierce to go with Jalen Walker?
That was wild.
Okay? That's telling the world, hey, in the NFC South, we think we can chase down Tampa if we get better pass rush, get some more heat on Baker Mayfield. That was a going for it move for Atlanta. The weird part for me, I think this is the best Tampa team they've had in the last 5 years. Everybody, the last 4 years have felt like, hey, we're close. We should have got them. How'd they let them? Because remember, they were like 8-9 winning a division, 10-7. It wasn't anything that just blew you away. I think this is their best team. I think Tampa's got a chance to be a Super Bowl type team this year. But Atlanta's going to go for it. I think Penix is going to be fine. I like what they're doing offensively. We'll see how it goes from there. But who was the guy again? The first one?
Caleb Williams.
Oh, Caleb Williams. Guys, were the Bears not America's darlings his rookie year? Remember, they did that. I called it the hard knocks bounce. Remember Detroit's hard knocks bounce, where everyone in the country was like, my favorite team is X, but I really like those Lions.
Yeah.
I felt like the Bears got a very similar bounce and vibe, and maybe I was wrong, but I'm looking at that wide receiving core. I thought the O-line would be okay. What they added at running back position, could they make a little move? And then everything went to heck. How come it all comes back to D.C.? It really does, doesn't it? You guys are there. The ball bounces up in the air. Tyreek Stevenson screaming at the crowd, comes back, doesn't do his job properly. In fact, tips the ball. There's the catch. Our crew had them the very next week, and they talked all the right things and laid a massive egg in that game, and it was over right there. Ben Johnson gets a chance to resurrect it, the whole deal. But, guys, early on in training camp, how bad was the chatter about Caleb Williams? You were getting these videos where he's not hitting the net, throwing the ball. We're getting these things where he's two-hopping passes. People are just losing their minds. People are going, Tyson Bagent should be the starting quarterback. All that was happening. And then what happened? The Buffalo preseason game. And Caleb Williams looked like the number one pick that they had drafted. How well did he throw the ball that night, guys?
That was pretty.
Bam, 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 right spot, hitting the guy in the right place. Whole deal. This gives them the opportunity. They are just in a lousy division, aren't they? Could they be in a worse division for trying to improve? Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, Chicago. Couldn't be worse. And they're going to be a better team this year. I'm firmly convinced of that. Can they survive the gauntlet that is the other three? I think they'll be improved, but I'm still not sure they're a playoff team. But I am going to go out on a crazy limb and say Caleb Williams finally ends the 4,000-yard passing drought for Chicago quarterbacks.
Feels right. Charles, football's here. Enjoy this. Yeah, enjoy this weekend, man. And we love having you on. Really appreciate the time as always.
Always great to talk with you guys. Have fun. Have a great, great year. And look, I said it before. If you're a broadcaster, if you're someone covering, if you're whatever, and you're going out to Washington now and you're going to their facility, it's like a new world out there. And everyone enjoys going now as opposed to what it was like before. Give everybody involved from ownership on down a ton of credit. And by the way, they should have a darn good football team too.
Charles Davis, CBS Sports and NFL Network on Grant and Danny. Next, we'll give you our first feel on the matchup with the Giants at Northwest Stadium this Sunday. It is a game week. Still to come in our football extravaganza today, our buddy Ross Tucker stops by. He's on the call of a game this weekend as well. And Fox's Mike Pereira to talk all things officiating and new rules going into the 2025 season. Tucker at 4:40, Pereira at 5 o'clock. We'll take you up to 6:15, and Nats baseball on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne set to visit with the Commanders today after he visited with the San Francisco 49ers yesterday. Gabe Davis is signing with the Buffalo Bills. College football Week 2 AP poll is out. Ohio State is the new number 1 team in the country. 2 through 5, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. Alabama dropped 13 spots from 8 to number 21 after their 31-17 loss to Florida State. Baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 2-0 in Andrew Alvarez's major league debut. Nats take on the Marlins once again tonight. Game 2 of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. Adam Mazur takes the hill for the Marlins. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Charles Davis for stopping by. Big thanks to Kevin Burkhard for joining us earlier in the show. Our football game week kicking off with an extravaganza today. We'll talk to Ross Tucker at 4:40 and Mike Pereira at 5. Some of our favorite NFL guests on Grant and Danny. We're jamming a lot into one show because tomorrow we got a Nats game day that's going to knock us off the air for a little while.
Yep.
And then Friday, in the lead-up Football Friday ahead of Week 1 in Game 1 against the Giants, the Nats are at Wrigley, and we're going to have less than an hour on the air as well.
The game time, I'm sure that's the word. First pitch, game time, 2:20. So it would literally be 2:30, which would be the time that would kick us off the air for the longest, right? Just because of that. So it's 10 minutes difference there. But we'll take whatever we can get Friday before they play the foosball.
Just a nice little kick to the teeth in week number 1 for your guys as we're excited, ready to talk some football. But that's all right. When we are here, we're going to do some good radio for you this week. Before we get into our first feel on the Commanders and the Giants, who saw the new Ravens concessions prices for what they're calling their flock-friendly fare? It's a very alliterative, cute way of saying, we got some cheap stuff now, people. That's basically what the flock-friendly fare is.
Yes, it is.
The Falcons led the way on this. This is why Arthur Blank should be in the Hall of Fame. It's why Arthur Blank is in the Ring of Honor with the Atlanta Falcons. And now a lot of other teams are seeing that this works and you can actually do this and maybe not lose a ton of money. And if you do lose some money, it's okay because it's well worth it to take care of your people, right? They have 11 new items, I should say, with new prices under $5 at their stadium, Danny. I will go through them with you right now. The barbecue chicken sandwich at Ravens games will cost $4.99.
$4.99.
Nachos will cost $4.49. Hot dogs will only cost $3.49.
Unreal.
You want a big jumbo soft pretzel? No problem. $1.99.
When my son and I went to the Ravens game years ago, that was what that was even then.
Really?
Yeah, we got 5 soft pretzels over the course of the game because that's what he wanted. I had one myself, and it was, again, that would have cost me $50 probably had I gone to Nubs Field.
French fries are $3.49, as are peanuts. Blackbird chips, I guess that's like the type of, dipping chip, a little
something,
queso dip and chips that you can get. $2.49. Popcorn, $1.99. By the way, that's my purchase.
There you go.
If we're doing one of those graphics that people build, Toki, you're good at this kind of stuff. Let's build a graphic where we do the rows and we say you get X amount of dollars and you have to pick your items. For me, $1.99 pretzel, boom goes the dynamite. $1.99 popcorn, let's do this thing. 24-ounce soda is only $3.99. I mean, movie theaters sleep on what the Ravens are doing. 20-ounce bottle of water is $3.49. That's still painful, but that's half of what it costs in a lot of places. And here's the best one. A 12-ounce beer, Danny, $4.99.
I just happen to have a list of some prices for Nubs Field to contrast right there. And then would that be interesting?
You get that?
This is from an Eric Flack. He tweeted a picture of they've done some accenting on some of the signage. So it's a little bit burgundy, a little bit gold, which is nice. But then you could see the prices pretty clear as day. I'm going to turn it around and show you the picture from his account. You could see those.
Okay.
And you see a lot of large numbers next to the prices of food items.
So let's hear some of them.
For example, Ray's Hail Nachos, $29.99. That's $29.99. That is 7 times the amount of nacho cost as you have at those Ravens games.
Now, let me be clear. Having been on that food tour, not this year, but last year, that nacho bowl, so to speak, that they're giving you, it's designed like an NFL stadium, and it's this giant, like, it's a family of 6 or a big party or like a tailgating group that's all sitting together that would pass this around and consume this. My guess is the $4.49 nachos for the Ravens are just a small little like tray you'd get at a movie theater or something with like 24 chips in it that are a little circular stacked together. And that one is a crazy big one. I will say $30 for nachos, and maybe it's just because I hate nachos. That's a lot to deal with.
Well, or you could get the brisket nachos for $21.49 at this same spot.
That's a better deal.
Yeah.
I get meat on my nachos.
Sure, yeah.
See, that's probably a smaller
regular
serving.
portion. Yeah. So that's only 5 times more expensive. The jumbo beef hot dog is $9. That's $8.99 for that one.
So I don't think that's a size thing, right? I mean, the hot dog at the Ravens game and the hot dog at the Commanders game, maybe we could put them side by side to see whose is bigger. But I think the Ravens hot dog at $3.49 is probably about the same size.
You have to pay a lot for that comparison.
I don't know who has a girthier hot dog.
I couldn't tell you.
But I would, if the hot dog girth, like, what's more important for you, the length of the hot dog or the girth?
I want value. So figure that out.
You want
the
dog
equation.
to not cost a whole lot.
That's what I want.
I'm just saying, what was the Commanders one?
$8.99.
And what's that? Standard 5.5 inches?
Yeah.
6?
Whatever you think standard is,
Okay.
yeah.
It's probably something like that.
Yeah, right?
Any hoodles,
Yep.
$3.49 for a hot dog versus whatever the Commanders one costs. Seems like the Ravens are winning that.
The jumbo pretzel. So pretzel's 1-to-1 there. That's $8.99 for at the Washington game, as opposed to, remember, a fraction of that at the Ravens game.
This pretzel's $1.99. I think that pretzel's probably bigger. It's got to be.
Probably is. But again,
I think the Ravens are doing a thing where they are being much cheaper, and all the stuff is way smaller. It's like a very.
You're saying they're doing fun size bits?
I think to some extent.
So what I think is they're just not charging anywhere near these outrageous prices. I think you're dressing it up as a different way.
Both are true. To be clear, no, hold on.
Okay.
The Ravens are doing a better thing than Washington.
Okay.
The win here is the Ravens. The loss here is the Commanders. There's no doubt about that. But my point is, I'd like to see, but I guarantee you, if you get a soft pretzel, I guarantee strong. You pour out your thing of chips for $30, and I pour out my thing of chips for $4.99. There's a hell of a lot more chips that I'm paying the $30 for.
There'll be more chips than the 30, probably. We can just go. It's the most expensive beer in the NFL by almost a couple of dollars. The regular domestic beer is $16.99 there at this
How many
particular
ounces?
stand. Again, I'm not sure.
That's one of them tall boys, I think. What's it? See, this is where being a cocktail guy, not a beer guy, doesn't help me a whole lot.
The canned cocktail is $22.99.
And how much is that? 20. How many ounces?
Again, I don't know.
How many ounces in a tall boy beer?
20 is your usual tall boy.
Okay, be 20 ounces, 24 ounces, up to 32. Commonly 16. So if it's commonly 16 ounces, let's say 16 to 20, this is $4.99 for 12 ounces. That's a bottle.
Yeah. So the 16-ounce beer in the NFL, so that's what they measure the cost for who has the most expensive beer. Washington, number one by far, $16.49. The next closest is the Raiders in Vegas at $14.99. So they are
And by the
lapping
way,
people in that
I saw
regard.
number one on that list was the Bengals, whose same exact beer as Washington is $6 and some change. That one's tough for me.
Bottled water, $6.
Because there's a lot of drunk people at these games. Some of that is done via the tailgating, but there's a lot of people that are just pummeling 7 or 8 beers while they're there.
What was that Ravens souvenir popcorn?
$1.99.
This is almost that, only one digit off, $12.99. So they put that 2 in there, snuck that 2 in there.
Again, though, pour out your popcorn. I'll pour out mine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ravens, doing it correctly, give me less and charge me nothing. That's what they're doing. But you got to think that
Are there 6 times more kernels in that Washington one than there are on the Ravens
I don't
one?
think it's 6 times as many.
Yeah, I don't either. I think the concessions are too expensive in Washington. Now, I understand. I get it. You're running a business. You got to make some of that $6 billion back, and you got a stadium to build. I understand. You're trying to make some money. I get it. But it just doesn't. I wish it was not the case.
Yeah, me too. Double play is next. We will have our first feel on Giants Commanders coming up. We got a blitz 20 minutes out on Grant and Danny, including the Nats, who had a debuting lefty throw a really good game yesterday. This is The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock the $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays or bet player props. You can ride live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season has arrived. It is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play on FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code on FanDuel is GP. FanDuel app today. Get started. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER. In 15 minutes, we'll give you a Beltway Blitz covering the teams in town you care the most about on this Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for our double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
GP, is this number 3 for Workout Buddies?
Number 3.
We've been doing Workout Wednesdays, but we've had to reschedule a couple times because of the old schedule. So we did Workout Buddies today. So we initially called it Workout Wednesday, and then we were calling it Operation Less Fat. Now we're just trying to do something once a week. Toby went through everything. The people want to know, did Toby puke today?
Toby did not puke today.
No pukage. No pukage. Huh?
It's 2 workouts in a row.
Right? That's 2 straight. I had to look this up. That is a streak. We're going streaking through the quad into the gymnasium. Take your clothes off. It's cool. Bring your green hat. Going streaking.
It has happened before. If we win again, that would be a winning streak. Well done, Toby. So you did Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday. That's a quick turnaround from Thursday
to Tuesday. Yes, we were on Thursday last week. Tuesday this week, only day that fits in because everybody's got stuff going on tomorrow with the Nats and everything. So we did it today, coming off the long weekend. Worked very hard. There were a couple times I thought we were teetering. I'm not trying to be a jerk, Tobes, but there are a couple times I thought, we may have done it again. He took a breath, got some water, right back at it.
So the original workout still the most strenuous, and you backed it off, correct?
Yes.
All right. Was this workout a level up from the second one or on par with the second one?
This one I thought was a little bit harder. So we did different muscle groups. We did chest and tris today. And Tobes came through with flying colors, did everything, even did the finishers at the end, different the push-ups, pull-ups, close grip bench, the ab finishers. He did everything and crushed it. In fact,
Danny overzealously hovering over you, telling you good job.
Again, I don't mind that stuff. I need that stuff in the
was
gym,
there a
so
lot
I
of
don't mind
that?
it.
But you got to confirm. That's what
he's helping me out.
Yeah.
So, I don't mind
there's
it.
plenty of that.
And I'm not saying anything. I'm just giving information. So we do these the partner throwdowns, right? Where I'm just explaining how it goes. Okay, so one person's laying on the ground, and you reach behind you, and you grab the ankles of the other person. Okay, again, this is work. This is exercising. That's all we're doing is exercising. And then you raise your feet up, and then your partner pushes them down. So they're throwdowns. You follow that?
Sure.
So he's raising his feet up. I push him down. Raise his feet up. Push him down. He did as many as Ryan. I'm not saying anything other than that information. He did as many as Ryan for the throwdown finisher.
How does Ryan catch shrapnel in this?
It's not shrapnel. It's information.
Okay.
That's all it is.
We appreciate the information.
That's right.
It's time for my double play. Attaboy Tobes. Yesterday, my family hit up 3, I can't quite call them zoos, but I'm going to call them zoos. So my kids are obsessed with animals. They're in that age, that wheelhouse age, right? My daughter is 6. My oldest boy is 4. And then my 2-year-old is just kind of along for the ride and says cute things and laughs a lot. But the older 2 watch this show called Wild Kratts. Did you guys ever get into that?
I know about the Wild Kratts. PBS show. They had their own brand of shampoo. Then we learned that you can't use it because it's kind of toxic or something. I don't know.
You know about the Wild Kratts?
The Wild Kratts, buddy.
No kidding.
All about the Wild Kratts.
That's awesome. So
the 2 dudes,
they're obsessed with the Wild Kratts. So they now do their own Wild Kratts series, where they go out and they find little bugs and they're like, we're the wild kids, and they do this. So this is all they want to do is just go see animals. So yesterday we started out at Frying Pan Road. There's some Frying Pan Farm, which is like a petting zoo, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that. We started with that. That was a win. That was successful. We leave there, and we wanted to go do the drive-through safari thing that is out west in the Leesburg area. So we drive to the Leesburg Zoo, and I walk in, and I realize, wait a second, we're not in the right place. This is not where the safari is, and I'm trying to buy tickets. They're like, no, I think that's in Reston. So then we stepped foot in. We were at the Leesburg Zoo, and since you're there, now you got to walk around a little bit, and you're in the gift shop and whatever else.
Sure.
So that's the second one that we were at.
That's 2 zoos. It's 2.
And then we went to the Reston joint where we were going to do the drive-through safari, but they said, look, it's packed. We recommend that you walk through everything and you hang out for a little bit and you come back out later, which is what we did. So we went through that whole zoo. We're feeding turtles. We're feeding goats. We're looking at cheetahs. We're doing everything. And then you come out, and have you ever done this drive-through safari?
No.
we've done this many times, but not in the last probably year and a half, 2 years with the kids. If you're a parent listening to me right now anywhere in Virginia or in the DMV area, and there's ever a weekend where you just need to get your kids out of the house, go do something fun, drivable within an hour, and come back a few hours later, like if you're a dude like me and you just get your kids out of the house for your wife or something, this is what you need to do. So it's the Reston Zoo. It's got a different name. It's like Nova Wild or something. The safari drive-through thing is a 10 out of 10. So you can buy food to feed these animals for like $20. But these big Texas Longhorns, they got beat by Ohio State.
So Arch Manning's there for some
Arch
reason?
Manning was there. This gigantic Josh Allen Buffalo Bill. There's 3 buffaloes. There's a million deer. I mean, you name the animal, it's out there basically grazing. But they walk right up, Danny. They're putting their head in your car. They're like licking your kids' arms as they're feeding them. My kids were screaming, feeding them big leaves of lettuce that were the size of elephant ears. With some of the smaller, like goat-type animals or whatever, you can actually feed them with your hand with like these pellets that they give you. But I'm telling you, it's quite literally the closest thing you can get to like a safari, anywhere within hours of here. And if you've got young kids like me, it's a second deck, 479-foot, Juan Soto opposite field home run.
You're the hero of the day.
It was the best. So we hit up 3 of those. We leave the house. We come back like 7 hours later. Everybody's spent.
What an oddity.
Spent the day with
Odyssey.
an Odyssey.
No, that's audacious. I'm thinking about the Odyssey like a journey.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Like the Iliad, but...
Yeah, but the Odyssey, right. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, your kids are a little bit older, but your youngest especially, well, not your youngest, but your middle and your youngest, I even think Bill, I think they would love it.
So...
who's not going to love... Like, I know your son is a middle schooler. The idea of a Longhorn like sticking his horns in the car and like licking dad.
Oh, he wants no part of it.
I'm telling you, he would love it.
William would not. But the other guys might. There might be a shot. But my oldest would just be, get me away from this immediately. I want nothing to do with it.
Until it started, maybe. When it started, I'm just trying to tell you, there's not a kid on the planet. Like, kids are interested in dogs and, different animals. Now we're going to imagine a gigantic alpaca has just got his head like in your dashboard, just like looking at you. I'm telling you, you got to try it. And then tell me I'm wrong. I think he would love it.
I mean, I may take the younger one to it, but I'm telling you, the idea, he would be resentful for years. If I was like, hey, hold your hand out in the animal, and he's like, he wants no bug, no animal, like he is just out on anything like that. Whereas if we met a kid this weekend, new family in our neighborhood, the kid's like, yeah, I went out and caught this, the black rat snake. And I'm like, oh my God. Like he's the opposite of my son. Well, I know where he gets it from. I want nothing to do with most animals. Like we need to have more deference.
My kids are coming up to me with
terrifying
random animal facts all the time.
Yeah.
Like we were there yesterday. They're like, do you know camels have 3 eyelids? I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe.
You know, armadillos can.
My son, he knows I hate snakes. And he's like, Dad, you hate king snakes too? And I'm like, is it a snake? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, then yes.
Then yes.
He goes, well, you said you hate copperheads. I said, they're my least favorite. And he's like, well, king snakes eat copperheads. And I was like, is that true? He's like, yeah. And they're just harmless. He's like, he calls it not venomous. He calls
venomous.
It venomous.
Yeah, venomous.
He goes, well, they're venomous. They're non-venomous and they eat copperheads and they just live in your garden. And I was like, are you sure about this? He's 4. He's like, yeah. And so I asked ChatGPT and she told me everything he said checked out. He was right. And I'm like, I kind of like them.
So they're greater than copperheads, but still worse than everything else.
I agree with that.
Like
but
imagine just seeing one.
He needed the win. He needed the win.
No,
of
I'm
like,
with you.
he's like, are you sure, Dad? And I'm like, you know what? I like king steaks now. And he's like, yes. So like he got his win. But that's what they do. They just present little animal information. They're the wild kids. It's like the wild krats, but they're kids.
But kids.
The Beltway Blitz is next on G&D. Ross Tucker at 4:40 today on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is visiting with the Commanders today. He visited with the Niners yesterday. Also, free agent wide receiver Gabe Davis is signing with the Buffalo Bills. He'll initially join their practice squad as he recovers from a torn meniscus injury from last season. The NFL Top 100 was fully announced yesterday. The number one player voted by the players for last season is Saquon Barkley. The Commanders were tied for the fourth most players in the Top 100 with 5 of them: Laramie Tunsil, Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, Terry McLaurin, and Jaden Daniels. New AP poll for college football week 2 came out today. Ohio State is the new number 1 team in the nation. The rest of the top 5 is Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. Alabama dropped 13 spots from 8 to 21 after their loss to Florida State. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 2-0. Andrew Alvarez getting the win in his major league debut. Today, the Nationals signed catcher Jorge Alfaro and option catcher CJ Stubbs back to AAA after he made his major league debut yesterday. Nats and Marlins game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Adam Mazur. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Coming up on the Beltway Blitz, we will talk Nats baseball with Charlie Slows, college football with Jason Staples, and the Commanders with our buddy Kevin Sheehan.
We, Grant and Danny, we're exclusively brought to you by the law firm of Condori and Morat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to the Beltway Blitz right now and start on the diamond. Charlie Slows on the call. Nats baseball tonight with Dave Jagler. 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Charlie, how about Andrew Alvarez's debut? Not much of a prospect, not a guy that has high expectations moving forward, but he pitched, add, subtracted, located. That's what it's supposed to look like yesterday.
Absolutely, a guy who did not start the year well, but had been coming on, and so he was the guy that deserved the chance to show himself in the big leagues with McKenzie going on the injured list, and that was really nice to see. We heard he had a couple of different spins and looks on a breaking ball, so we saw that, and he had great command, threw strikes, and is exactly what they had hoped he would do, and he did it over 5 innings and left us all wanting more.
Speaking of Mackenzie Gore, what's the latest on him? How is he in his recovery?
Well, he's thrown now 3 days in a row. So, they shut him down for a few days, and now he's been playing catch. I mean, that's a really good sign. You see a guy go on the injured list with inflammation, and you're thinking, well, guy's going to be shut down, so how can he make it back in 2 weeks' time? But, we'll see when he gets on the mound and throws a bullpen. That's when you really know. But so far, so good.
It's been just a disastrous year. Not just at the major league level, but at the minor league level as well. Travis Sakura, Tommy John, we're still awaiting word on Harleen Susana's MRI, but the other top pitching prospect's been shut down with the same ailment that led to TJ for Sakura. I'm wondering, specific to Susana, like what you guys have been hearing and what the timeline would be on figuring out more on that injury.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet. We're waiting for the same information that you are at this point. So, hold your breath. Unfortunately, there's just so many of these UCL injuries, and, he had a UCL strain earlier in the year. Hopefully this isn't related to that, and that isn't something that will, shut him down and put him on, surgery for anything like that. So, yeah, it's been a lot of injuries. You lost the core to the hip surgery, or he would have been in big league camp, and you hope you were going to have him back at some point. And then the other injuries you didn't foresee, DJ Hers in spring training, waiting a long time for Cade Cavalli to get here, and looking forward to seeing him pitch again tonight. You look at Josiah Gray, probably not at this point just throwing bullpens to where he's started to face live hitters. I don't know if there's enough time for him to make it back to big a big league appearance before the year's over. That remains to be seen. And, Trevor Williams, he had the internal brace procedure. He signed through next year. He thinks he's going to be ready for a regular spring training because he didn't have the full-blown Tommy John surgery. So we'll see. That's going to be something you're going to have to address, and other pitchers who they may bring in the offseason. But certainly, the depth that they thought they had in spring training this year, disappeared very quickly.
Charlie, long-term big picture, I don't have many concerns. James Wood is wonderful, and he's somebody to build around. But sort of looking at it, leads the major leagues in strikeouts. Second half of the season, 2 homers, hitting .208, getting on base at a .291 clip, and only slugging .325 for an OPS of .615, dramatically below all of his numbers from the first half of the season. Doesn't look real comfortable at the plate. As we just talked about, striking out a ton. Just it doesn't look quite the same. I know it's hard when you're number one on the scouting report, but how do they get him going, and what are you seeing?
Well, it was, like you said, a complete opposite in the first half. He didn't chase pitches out of the strike zone. Normally, there were fastballs there. Those were the ones that he would hit. He's taken a lot of fastballs for strikes, particularly bottom of the zone, and he's chased pitches out of the strike zone. It's like he lost that terrific eye that he had that we saw when he came up last year and through the first half when he was a dominating offensive force. And, you hope that it was just a slump that would last a month, but, it's carried on to this point through the second half. And it's, something that, he's going to have to figure out. Maybe he's had his sophomore jinx in the second half of this year, which would have been like the beginning of his second year. Figuring last year he played a half a season. Maybe that came in the second half of the season, and he'll figure it out. But certainly, you didn't see him at the midway point of the year, at this pace. I mean, you're talking about threatening the Major League strikeout record.
Charlie, 3 really good outings in a row for Cade Cavalli to start his season, and then last time out at Yankee Stadium, he was knocked out of the game in the third inning, 8 hits and 7 earned runs. It was really rough. What went wrong in that game, and how does he get back going well this evening as he's on the mound against the Marlins?
Well, he wasn't alone. Everyone got knocked around in that series by the Yankees, who suddenly became red hot. Again, like everybody else who struggled and got hit, if you live in the middle of the plate, big league hitters are going to, really good big league hitters with power are going to take advantage of that. And that's, what we have seen over the course of the season. You watch a guy like Andrew Alvarez yesterday, and the Marlins, they don't score a lot of runs, but they hit for average. They get a lot of hits, but he stayed out of the middle of the plate. They didn't make good contact against them. And, as a pitching staff, the rotation, when they struggle, is when they're right in the middle of the plate, and that's anybody. Gore, Irvin, who's given up Major League leading home run total, Parker. It's all the same thing. It's the middle of the plate. Middle of the plate with your fastball, middle of the plate with your breaking ball, middle of the plate with a changeup up. You're going to get hit.
Charlie, flip side, this bullpen all of a sudden isn't just, getting better for here. They're good for anybody. I think they'll have the fewest base runners in Major League Baseball among bullpens over the last handful of games played, where they've been electric here. I think it was 9 scoreless innings over 2 nights against 2 different opponents. Guys are settling into roles. You're seeing some pitchers pitch pretty damn well out of this pen.
Yeah, considering, you've rebuilt the bullpen a lot over the course of the season, the changes that you're made, and, trying to find people can consistently get outs. And yesterday was a chance, really, the first time in a while, to protect a lead. They haven't had a chance to do that. Jose Ferrera's not had regular work in that closer's role. He was in there yesterday. You saw Cole Henry in the 8th, and, Beater, they picked up for the Yankees, the Rosario trade. His MO in the past have been a lot of walks, a lot of strikeouts. When he's on, he's going to strike out a lot of people, and he did that. And, some of the other guys, Pilkington and Poulin, who was ironically the guy that the Tigers had a DFA because they needed a 40-man roster spot for Kyle Finnegan, and the Nationals claimed it on waivers, has done a really nice job as a left-hander out of the bullpen. So certainly put him in the position to someone you consider to be in this spot next year.
Charlie, thank you. Good catching up. We'll listen tonight.
All right, guys. Always good to talk to you.
Be good, brother.
See you, buddy.
Charlie Slows, Charlie and Dave, 6:15 pregame, a little over 2 hours from right now on the Fan. Nats Marlins tonight at 6:45. All right, let's talk college football. Virginia Tech loses to South Carolina in their season opener, 24-11. The number 10 ranked Gamecocks. Look, I didn't think this would be an overly competitive game, so I give Virginia Tech a lot of credit, Danny. Their defense was actually awesome. The problem is this offense is not any better, it doesn't seem like. And I now have major concerns at quarterback with Kyron Drones. I know you don't play South Carolina every week. I get that you leveled up and played a varsity SEC team, but that was not a good look in week one for a head coach in Brent Pry, who's on a hot seat, and it's getting hotter.
Yeah, as you said, the strength of opponent won't be the same. Vanderbilt's frisky. We've seen them. They're probably a better team, should be favored in that one. But then it softens up with Old Dominion, Wofford, NC State, Wake, Georgia Tech, Cal, Louisville. No juggernauts in there until maybe you get to Florida State, Miami down the stretch of the season. So there's still a chance to kind of turn things around. It boded well, I thought, defensively, that this is kind of that old school Virginia Tech, how they might have to play, right? Grind it out, make a special teams play, some Beamer ball type stuff. But I'm with you. The ceiling there offensively in this modern era of college football just isn't there.
Elsewhere, the Maryland Terrapins locally got a 39-7 win over Florida Atlantic this weekend. Big second quarter was the difference. It was 7-7 after one. They committed 1 million penalties right out of the chute. I believe they had something crazy like 11 penalties and 9 in the first half. Those were the numbers that are standing out as I think back. But they outscored Florida Atlantic 26-0 in the second quarter. In fact, the Owls did not score after the early part of the ball game, and that's when Maryland pulled away. It was not pretty early, but they did plenty to bury a bad team. Malik Washington, the freshman quarterback, he's the big story here. Debut, completed 27 passes for 258 yards and 3 touchdowns. I thought he was going to be a little bit more of a runner, and based on what I saw this weekend, and we'll see if he can run more, he just stood in the pocket. Cinder block footed, I mean that positively, just statuesque, stood there, made all the throws. He's a huge guy, by the way, 6'5", super intriguing prospect.
Well, you could see, there's obviously different situations, okay? So you look at Ohio State, for example, with Justin Sayin, where they're going, you're not going to be the reason we lose, and if we win, it's everybody else has a hand in it, right? Some of these guys making their debuts, you think of, Simpson for Alabama, they kind of didn't put a ton on his plate right away. Not the case with Washington. I think it was 30-some pass attempts in the first half where they're going, you got the keys, dude. We're going as far as you take us, which I love against a softer opponent. Get him some experience that way, but they got a dynamic player there.
Rank these 3 duds from the weekend in college football in order from most to least discouraging, I guess. Arch Manning, Bill Belichick, and Alabama.
Okay.
Which one was like, that's okay, to, oh my God, they're in big trouble?
Bill Belichick is in the most trouble. So
Okay.
that's number one. They're going to be dog water.
See, I think Alabama's in the most trouble because I think their schedule and the expectations there, like North Carolina's got no players. Who cares if Bill Belichick and North Carolina aren't any good? Alabama, Kalen DeBoer is going to get run out of there with his head on a platter if they can't turn it around.
He might. Well, UNC can't fire Bill Belichick because that was their grand move. That was like the 3-dimensional chess piece. We'll get the greatest coach of all time. And you got to wonder if maybe something passed him by. But yes, for Texas, Arch Manning, they'll be back. They'll be okay.
Yeah, they're not going to play Ohio State every single week, but he's got to look better for sure. I mentioned it earlier, but the most off-target throws in terms of percentage of passes in a game by a Texas quarterback in over a decade. It was an ugly start for him. All right, let's keep it moving on the Blitz. Kevin Sheehan joins us now. Kevin, we appreciate you, buddy. It is a game week finally for the Commanders. What's your early feel on Commanders-Giants?
Belichick 1, DeBoer 2, Arch Manning 3. It's so funny. I was just talking about that with somebody. Like 2 of the best stories going into the weekend turned so critically negative, Arch Manning and Belichick in particular. But you're right. I mean, DeBoer, one game into year 2, and they're ready to run him out of Tuscaloosa. What was your question? Sorry.
Commanders-Giants, early feel.
God, week 1 is always so hard. And I always think you look back on week 1 and you're like, we learned nothing about these teams in week 1. We barely learn anything about these teams in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. I don't know. The Giants have a good roster. The quarterback is the question mark. And if Russell Wilson can be better than Daniel Jones and Tommy DeVito and Drew Lock have been in recent years, I actually think that they're not a terrible team. Defensively, they can be nasty this year, really nasty, and could be kind of a pesky outfit for a lot of people. I think it could be a tight game, but I think the best player on the field is on our team, and he plays quarterback, and somehow they'll pull out, the season opener. But I'm not expecting a cover necessarily.
Yeah, that's the drum I've been beating. Is I care more about previous year samples when it's a division rival than I do kind of in general, Kevin. I know the roster's changed so much, et cetera, but for whatever reason, Washington didn't really seem to play like Washington against the Giants. These games are rock fights. Last year, New York probably should have won the first one. Malik Neighbors with a drop, and their kicker had a pulled muscle, which is why he was in a position to drop it in the first place. And the second game was again an awkward kind of one-score game, very old school NFC East. I'm a little worried just because I didn't see a lot of great sample in the preseason heading into this one. I feel like everybody's kind of got their eyeballs on another NFC title game appearance without some of the work that goes into it. What's your sense of where the team is, their preparation, et cetera, given how little we saw in the preseason?
I mean, I don't know where they'll be on Sunday, but I feel confident that this is going to be a really good offensive team. I mean, you start with, obviously, Jaden, and when you have someone like that at quarterback, you're rarely a bad offensive team or even an average offensive team. So I think they're going to be really good offensively, and I think the mystery is defense. Did they improve? Can they stop the run? You know, on paper, the schedule's a lot tougher. You don't know what it'll look like when you get there, but not only really good quarterbacks, excellent running backs. And the primary way, we used to say this about, our team playing other teams, but the way to beat Washington is to keep Jaden Daniels off the field and to limit the possessions. That'll be like a key every Sunday for the opponent playing Washington, is don't give that offense, 11, 12, 13 possessions in the game where you're going to give up 30-plus points. And if teams can run the football like they did last year, that's a formula for keeping it close and potentially winning.
Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show with us on Grant and Danny. Kevin, how about looking at the defensive side of the ball for a moment? Do you have any concerns about where the pass rush is coming from? Do you think they'll have enough of that? And then are you buying what a lot of us are selling, which is that the secondary and particularly corner play should be better?
Yeah, I mean, man, that seems to be the area in which there seems to be a lot of optimism. I'm not going to buy it until I see it because rookie corners rarely end up contributing a lot as rookies. It's an experienced position. The Pat Surtains and the Sauce Gardners of the world, and even Mikey Sanders still last year, they're the exception to the rule. So I know everybody is super high on Trey Amos. I had Smoot on the show last week. He's like, he's as good as I've ever seen. Sean Springs, who doesn't get excited about anything, said he's ready right now. Well, if he is, Springs actually told me they're going to throw it at Lattimore, not at Amos. Then, let's go have ourselves a defensive secondary season. But I'd like to see it first. I am confident in Quan Martin. I thought he was a good player last year who got better as the year went on. And I think Sanders still, only takes a step forward. He's too smart, and too good to take a step backward. But yeah, pass rush, Dorrance Armstrong. How about that as a name, as a guy that will play well this year? I thought he played really well at the end of last year.
When do you expect Terry McLaurin to be full Terry McLaurin?
I hope Sunday. Isn't it, a week and a half, close to 2 weeks, enough time to be ready? There isn't any indication yet that his snap count's going to be limited or his workload's going to be diminished. I would hope that we'd see a lot of what we saw last year from Terry week one.
Kevin, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. Enjoy week one.
All right, boys.
There's Kevin Sheehan. We're Grant and Danny. That is our Beltway Blitz. So during this blitz over the last 20 minutes, the Commanders actually put out their first depth chart, and there's actually a handful of really interesting things on there that I want to go into. I try not to make a lot out of preseason depth charts. This still qualifies as that, but I'm actually intrigued by a couple of things that they listed that I didn't think they would. And we'll get to that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for Window Nation. It's September, man. The end of summer's pretty much here. And in our area, your AC's probably working overtime just to try to keep your house cool and comfortable. So I ask you, what can you do to make a difference? Well, here's a suggestion. Replace those old run down, beat up, builder grade windows with the ones from Window Nation. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, that's a plus. You could even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years.
Window Nation's windows. They're custom made, high quality materials, precision fit. They won't let cool air in the summer into your house, and in the fall and into the winter, they will keep the cold air out of the house. Bottom line, you are home. It's going to stay comfortable. You got to take care of the house like I did and like Danny did. Available in over 1,500 styles and colors. You're going to get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home.
Schedule your estimate right now, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. In the NFL, the Commanders released their first unofficial, emphasis on unofficial, depth chart, but Josh Connerly is listed as the starting right tackle on it. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is listed as RB4. Also for the Commanders, Kendrick Bourne, the free agent wide receiver, is visiting with the Commanders today. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 2-0 in Andrew Alvarez's Major League debut, Game 2 of the series tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park, and hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-1 with a 5.11 ERA. He'll take on Adam Mazier, who is 0-1 with a 5.59 ERA. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. So let's go through some of the interesting developments from this unofficial depth chart. And again, my caveat and my prereq to this conversation is always, these things don't mean a ton, I don't think, but there's a few things they did here that are actually really surprising to me. The first is we have our answer, oddly enough, on right tackle. They did not list Connerly/Wiley. They did not list Andrew Wiley as a first-team right tackle at all. In fact, he's not even listed as the backup at the position. They listed him at guard. And so when they say Allegretti or Wiley at right guard, that tells you Josh Connerly is going to be their starting right tackle this weekend against the Giants, and that he's going to play every single down. And why that's interesting is you and I have discussed the idea that last year there was this rotation with Brandon Coleman, and I think it was actually Wiley on the left side, at the start of last season. And those two guys on a series-by-series basis went back and forth, and eventually, after a couple of weeks, Coleman ended up taking the job and running with and Wiley moved it to another position. There was some thought that that would happen again with Josh Connerly, but they've clearly seen enough in a couple preseason games and as the most improved player from day one to the final day of training camp that Josh Connerly is going to be the right tackle who will be thrown into the deep end against the Giants to sink or swim.
Yeah, so that's obviously the point one that's interesting. Point two, or maybe it's a little bit further down in import, I can't remember an or on many depth charts that I've read. I thought that was really interesting, that it's Allegretti or Wiley. Who's to say? But obviously less important than the rookie first-round pick taking the job. At the
start of the year, they've done that a bunch where they're like, quote-unquote, not still sorting things out, right? Like I've seen the or between the two where they don't want to announce yet who's starting, and there's a competition or something going on because they don't have to necessarily.
Yeah, there's no requirement to. Yeah.
But I thought it would look like that at right tackle. And the fact that it doesn't actually answer.
I thought there'd be a slash in there, yeah.
I'd be surprised if it's not Wiley then, because remember, they don't really have a backup center. Nick Allegretti's the backup center. They didn't keep another one on the 53-man roster. So unless they elevate Michael Dieter from the practice squad on game day, then Allegretti's your only center other than Biadasz on the roster, which means he's got to be available and ready to come onto the field. And you keep working back from that, that means that Andrew Wiley would play guard, not Nick Allegretti. And that Allegretti could be there to practice and get ready on the sideline, doing snaps and whatever as a center. You don't want to make two changes instead of one. So my guess is they've answered the big question that we had on the line. Andrew Wiley at right guard, Josh Connerly at right tackle. Left to center, you've got Tunsil, Coleman, and Biadasz. And then Allegretti will be the backup at basically two or three positions.
That was the biggest thing that we were trying to figure out. It's also what you hoped for, right? I mean, that's your best case scenario until Sam Cosmi comes back, and hopefully is Sam Cosmi. They give enough time to do that. But if the rookie isn't ready, no harm, no foul. That's totally reasonable and normal to go from, doing it in whatever the Pac-8 or whatever conference Oregon's in now, to doing it in the show, the highest level we got. You could take a couple of weeks, a month, et cetera. It's not like he was picked second or third overall. But the fact is, he looked the part by certain reps in even that first preseason game where he's out in space, he's engaging with one guy and then finding a way to get into the second level just because of how athletic and quick he is. And you could sort of see the growth just from that, just in the brief little sample that we got, let alone folks that were out of practice, which you guys got to see. But he certainly looks the part, and that was the biggest variable. If he wasn't quite ready, that moved a couple different dominoes around. Now that he's anchored there, you sort of figure out the rest because those other 3 spots from the center on over were pretty much already set.
Jalen Lane, the rookie from Virginia Tech, is your punt returner. That is not a surprise. He was returning a bunch of punts in the preseason. And I think when they drafted him, if you go back all the way to April on our show and everywhere, that was kind of the expectation. He was an exceptional punt returner with the Hokies, and that was going to be how he cut his teeth in the league early. And that's what's going to happen. He's going to return punts, whether he plays or not on offense at all early on is to be determined. But he's going to be their punt returner. Here's what I am very interested in, though. Deebo Samuel's listed as their kick returner. Now, he returned 48 kicks last season for San Francisco. I don't even remember him returning kicks for the 49ers, but obviously that was the case. Teams are valuing kick returning more the last couple seasons than they did before, where they would just put whoever their backup running back or their last wide receiver in or whatever. Now, because the play's set up a little bit more like an offensive play with actual design blocks and the way that the kicks are being returned, because if you put it into the end zone where the possession starts is too damaging, you're going to get a chance to return the football. It's just an opportunity basically to whose hands do you want the ball in space on your team? And for Washington last year, that was Austin Eckler, who, if you remember, returned the opening kick at Northwest Stadium for a touchdown. It got called back via penalty. This year, it's going to be Deebo Samuel. So after 48 kick returns last season in 2024 and going back to 2023, 25 that year, and then the year before that in 2022, just 3 kick returns. You've seen his import go up in that role as more and more kicks get returned. Washington is going into the season listing him as their primary kick returner. With his injury history and just durability,
I noticed that too, yeah.
I would not be doing that, but I wonder if he's going to be the kick returner like occasionally, or if that means every kick he's back there and they're trying to get him the ball.
I wonder. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is especially early, because and we just had Kevin Sheehan on the Blitz. I think Terry's going to be Terry in week 1. I'm not convinced of that. And I know we've had a lot of discussion about that ad nauseum, but Deebo's valuable for me throughout, but especially early on this season because the rapport's there, the reps have been there, etc. If indeed Terry's on a pitch count, I don't know that I'd have him back there because, to your point, he's going to get returns, he's going to get looks. Maybe you do it like Gibbs used to do with Darrell Green. What's a special occasion when we need the jolt, I'll have him back there return the punt. Maybe you go, okay, tight game, fourth quarter, let's run Deebo back there, kind of like that Santana Moss formula for those that came around a bit later. Maybe it's that, but I don't know. I agree with the sentiment, though. Who would you rather have with the football in their hands with a little bit of space to move?
Looking at the Commanders' first depth chart of the season that they dropped today as part of their game notes that are coming out ahead of Sunday's matchup with the Giants, Luke McCaffrey was a kick returner and a punt returner at times last season. Because he's not listed as the primary kick returner, Deebo Samuel, or the primary punt returner, Jalen Lane, backing up at both of those positions, I wonder if he's going to be active on game day. Right now, you'd have to say he's wide receiver 5, behind wide receiver 4, Jalen Lane, if Lane's the punt returner, and just based on Lane having had a better camp. But the 3 guys clearly at that position, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Noah Brown, then you've got Lane. If Kane Medrano is up and on teams, which you'd imagine, or Ale Cajo, let's say, the other of the UCLA backers, undrafted, is up and playing on teams with Nick Ballore and some of the other guys at the position. If they really like their safety spot with special teamers, Percy Butler, Jeremy Reeves, Tyler Owens, do you need a spare wide receiver on coverage units? I think there's a real chance in week 1 of his second season that McCaffrey could actually be deactivated.
I'm with you
as
on
a
that.
3rd round pick last year.
And again, I haven't written it down and done all the math about who's on what unit for coverage and different things like that. But if he's not going to be returning kicks, then you're right. I mean, maybe you go with 4 in that first week and have an extra body in the Cajo mold on to cover things.
The only thing I would say to that is just kind of playing devil's advocate of what we're both suggesting. Thinking out of the other side of the mouth here. In doing Take Command with Logan Paulson, which is the podcast, if you guys aren't familiar, that Logan and I do, it's very X's and O's intensive, and we did a nice deep dive on a bunch of scheme stuff and how things could look different with some of their personnel changes in a pod that dropped today, so you can get that when we're done at thefandc.com. or 1067 The Fan's YouTube page to watch the show. But he made the case that when he went back last year, they used 6 receivers in like every single game. And his point is
with tempo
and no huddle. I mean, they had more no huddle than any team since the Eagles and
with Chip Kelly
last year. And because of the tempo, the fastest operating team in the league and the number of plays they run, receivers get tired running routes, even if it's just runs where they're blocking, like you get fatigued. And his point was you needed at least 5 and probably 6 to get through last season. Even if 4 tight ends are up, the only thing they could do is like if they wanted to split Ben Sinnott or Colson Yankoff out for the rare time where you needed a 4th receiver or extra receiver because everybody's tired, I guess you could do that. But maybe you keep Luke McCaffrey up just because of the tempo you operate with, and eventually you're going to have multiple receivers that ask out on a play, and if Noah Brown's dinged or something on that particular moment, now you need another wideout. But someone else would have to be deactivated at that point to make that work for McCaffrey, who's just going to stand around a lot.
So now you've got, and they list Von Miller as an outside linebacker. Come on, defensive end. So there's 11 defensive linemen
We've
there.
talked about this. The only reason Von Miller's listed as an outside linebacker is because of the number he wears. You're not allowed to play defensive end as number 24. So they now technically have to list him as a linebacker because he's wearing the jersey number 24, which is stupid, and I hate everything about it, but it's actually a cool thing he's doing. He had a buddy in high school that got paralyzed, and the story behind the number 24, in addition to being a big Champ Bailey fan and some other things, but they have to list, like they don't even list OLBs on their depth chart.
Yeah, so they just go, he's not a linebacker.
Yeah. So really, it's defensive end.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is there's 11 guys there, right, that they kept on this 53. So that's Jacob Martin, that's Devontae John Baptiste, now Eddie Goldman, Johnny Newton, Javon Kinlaw, Dorrance Armstrong, Dietrich Wise, Deron Payne, and then you add in Von Miller. Maybe 1 or 2 of those guys could be down, right, in terms of a game day, just to make sure that you've got 5. So
Baptiste, I'd say, probably one of those
would be
guys
a candidate
for sure.
there. Yeah,
absolutely. All right, deep dive into the Commanders' depth chart. Ross Tucker joins us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for Fanatic Sportsbook. Kickoff next Thursday. This Thursday, let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. So for Dallas and Philadelphia to get things started, Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown, not listed on the injury report. However, for the Cowboys, Miles Sanders' shoulder and Jadon Blue were both listed. Will that limit their workload there in week 1? TBD. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So this football season, you want to bet on Fanatic Sportsbook. It is the home of fair play, as I mentioned, protecting all pro football injury prop bets across straights, parlays, SGPs all season long from any first half injury. That's right. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, giving you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So if you want to protect your parlays from injury, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football, every single game. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgambling.org.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, welcoming you back live from our Half Street studios. We're taking you up to 6:15 this evening. This is our NFL football Week 1 extravaganza. To kick things off, we are in the football mood. We're talking to some of our favorite NFL guests today and over the next few days, and one of those fellas joins us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's our guy, Ross Tucker, who you'll see on CBS. He's all over the place. Ross Tucker's football show as well. Ross, how you been, man? Good to talk to you again.
I am fantastic. I'm happy to be part of the extravaganza. I'm ready to roll. I got Eagles Cowboys in the Westwood One booth Thursday night with Kevin Harlan, and then I'll fly down to New Orleans, Arizona Cardinals, and the Saints for CBS on Sunday. So starting off with a doubleheader, boys.
So we'll go through both of those, but I actually wanted to start with Cowboys Eagles. Your thoughts on what happened with Micah Parsons and kind of the Cowboys trying to pick up the pieces right away? And Danny and I were both higher on them before that trade than I think most, just thinking when Dak plays, they got a chance to win 10 games. Where are you on the gap between the Eagles, Commanders, and Dallas in the division right now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's one of the worst trades I can ever remember. Because when you take into account everything, the timing of it, right? So if they had done this in March or April, I believe they would have gotten a lot better offers. To do it for 2 first-round picks from the Packers, who might be the best team in the NFC now, with Micah Parsons. So those picks are going to be late 20s, maybe 30s. It's just asinine. I mean, you think about how much time teams put in to the draft process to maybe someday hit it big and with, I think it was the 12th pick in the draft, get arguably the best defensive player in football. I mean, a generational defensive player with what he's able to do and how he's produced his first 4 years, and then you trade that guy? I mean, it's just... And then the week before the season, what kind of message does that send to your locker room? I mean, imagine being any of the vets in that Cowboys locker room, or Dak or CD. Like, the organization is screaming, we're not really trying to win. The reality is, guys, there really aren't that many guys that make a difference in wins and losses, right? I mean, you want to be as good as you can at every position, but there's probably 5 or 6 guys per team that really make a difference in the outcome of games. Quarterbacks, of course, being the biggest. Micah Parsons is one of those guys. I mean, I do a betting podcast, the Even Money betting podcast on Tuesdays, and, my co-host is a handicapper, and he said Micah Parsons is worth 1.5 points on the betting line every week.
Wow.
That is a huge number for a non-quarterback. That's as high as you'll ever hear the number being for any non-quarterback. He makes that much of a difference. He basically made it from where I would have been with you guys and thought that the Cowboys had a puncher's chance with a healthy Dak and those receivers to win 9 or 10 games, so now I give them no chance to be a playoff contender. And conversely, if I thought the Packers were somewhere between 2nd, 3rd, or 4th team in the NFC, I now think they're like right there with the Eagles. I now put the Packers right up there at the top of the NFC along with the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they don't go for guys from other teams very often, like Reggie White, then they go to 2 Super Bowls, Charles Woodson. When the Packers see the opportunity to get a guy that is like a Super Bowl caliber difference-making player, they pounce, and that was a terrific trade for them.
Russ, let's go to your second game. I'm fascinated by Arizona. They're getting no attention. Everybody's got different darlings around the league, whether it's us here in Washington or Denver, et cetera. This is a group that finished 8-9 last year, but outscored their opponents. They had the 12th most points in football on offense and were middle of the pack on defense, lost a couple of close games. I don't have a great feel for that division either. I guess my question is, my voice is going to kind of go up, but is Arizona good?
I think Arizona is going to be good this year. I feel like we've said this before.
2 years ago, I can't even believe they won 4 games. That's how bad their roster was. And then last year, for them to go 8-9, that was a little bit disappointing because they were 6-4. The deal with them, though, guys, is Kyler Murray. I mean, I feel pretty confident that they probably have a double-digit win team around him now. He's just kind of consistently inconsistent. You know, Greg Cosell comes on my show, the Ross Tucker podcast, every Thursday and Friday now this year, by the way. But he said he's the number one quarterback that he just hasn't been able to figure out. It's year 7, and on a week-to-week basis, the guy is either top 10 or bottom 10. He's never middle 10. He's like you need. I mean, last year they're 6-4, and then he throws multiple picks in 3 out of the last 6 games to kind of shut the door on maybe sneaking into playoffs last year. It's hard to put a finger on it. It's funny, talking with people in Arizona, Danny, they've kind of lowered expectations now. Like, after the way they finished last year, after the way Kyler finished, people are no longer thinking he could be a top 10 guy. You know, when you've been doing it for this long, I think the feeling is he kind of is what he is, which is to say probably always good enough that someone will make him a starter, but I don't know if you're ever really going to win playoff games with him.
Ross Tucker NFL on social. If you're not following him, it's a great account. You can get all of his content there. You should be. Hey, Ross, what about the, you know, of all the divisions right now, I think that are the hardest to pick. I think the NFC North, AFC North are probably in that discussion. But the North now, with a Bears team, year 1 of Ben Johnson, you mentioned the Packers, Lions and Vikings, both juggernauts last year combined for 29 wins and 5 losses. How do you see that division going?
Yeah, and you're right. In the sense, I think they're both very competitive divisions, but I feel very strongly about the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC North. You know, the Bengals can improve their defense, but they can't improve it that much. And the Ravens, there are so many metrics out there. Like, the Ravens last year were one of the best regular season teams we've ever seen. You know, when you look at, like, their yards per play, their defense allowed yards per play, they just figure out how to doink off games they shouldn't, and then they can't get it done in the playoffs. And then the NFC North, I like the Packers. You know, I think losing 2 coordinators is a major, major challenge for Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. And then, you know, you lose Frank Ragnow. That's big, guys. I mean, center is critically important, not just the physical part, but the mental part. Ragnow was like a Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber player that they no longer have. So I suspect the Lions take a little bit of a step back. Now, they would tell you, and maybe rightfully so, that they're healthier on defense. But I feel pretty good about the Ravens and the Packers as the 2 teams in those divisions.
AFC West, does Denver overtake Kansas City, given all their fortune last year? Kansas City's still really good, obviously. I wouldn't want to play them in the postseason. But is there a chance that Denver finally jumps up and beats them and takes that reign?
Well, there's people that feel that way, and certainly Denver looks poised to take the next step. You know, I mentioned the Even Money Betting podcast, but he has said 2 weeks in a row that he likes, it's kind of a long shot bet, but he likes the Broncos to win the division. The issue I have with that is I think the Chiefs are going to be better this year. Now, I don't think they'll win as many games because this streak of winning every 1-score game is going to end. I mean, they're going to lose a couple of 1-score games this year. So that's going to end. But, I mean, they're going to have most of the year with Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Rashee Rice after his suspension. Everybody's telling me, multiple people, that this is the best shape Kelsey's been in the last couple of years. I think he really wants to kind of finish his career on a high note. So he was training in Florida all off season. I think they're better at left tackle with the rookie Simmons than they had been in recent years. So I think the Broncos might be able to give them a run for their money, but I guess I would say I'll believe that they actually overtake the division when I see it.
Our guy, Ross Tucker. Hey, Ross, before I let you go, kind of a random question, but last time we had you on last football season in January, you were working with this place called futurefans.com, and you hooked me up with them, and I got my kids a kit for the playoffs into the Super Bowl, and they loved it, and it was a way for them to kind of get engaged in the game. Are you doing anything with them this year?
I am, yeah. And you even texted me to say that your kids were all about it. You know what's crazy? And I hope you guys see this in the ratings or you can feel this. The best market right now in terms of futurefans.com, which is a great way to get your kids to learn and understand football and actually watch the games with you. The best market I go in right now and people make the orders is the DMV. It's you guys. It's DC. So if I do any type of Commanders podcast, anything around the Commanders and DC football right now is just so hot, which I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited for everybody in the area. Obviously, with Jaden Daniels, how could you not be? So if you wanted to be like back in the day when you would sit there and watch the Skins with your dad and you want your kids to have that same experience with you, check out futurefans.com because these guys have absolutely cracked the code on how to get, if you got young kids, how to get them to learn, understand football, and really, want to watch the games. Because you guys know with iPads and everything, it is hard. These guys figured it out. You can see how they did it at futurefans.com. It's only $60. They got a discount right now. Make sure your son or daughter is along for the ride this season.
Ross, you're the best, buddy. Always love catching up, dude. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, see you guys as well.
Ross Tucker with us on Grant and Danny. I told you about that. I got my kids the kit for the Super Bowl, and they really thoroughly enjoyed it. So I'll have to link back up and do that again to kick off the season. All right, speaking of kicking off, more kickoff changes, more rule changes in the NFL. Let's get to the bottom of it all today as we preview the upcoming campaign. Mike Pereira, rules expert, joining us live next right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, earlier today, the Commanders released their first unofficial depth chart. Josh Connerly listed as the starting right tackle. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt listed as RB4. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is visiting with the Commanders today. Yesterday, he visited with the Niners in San Francisco. Free agent wide receiver Gabe Davis is signing with the Buffalo Bills. He'll initially be on the Bills practice squad as he recovers from a torn meniscus. NFL Top 100 was fully revealed yesterday. Saquon Barkley was voted as number 1 on the NFL Top 100. Commanders were tied for the fourth most players in the Top 100 with 5 of them: Laramie Tunsil, Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, Terry McLaurin, and Jaden Daniels. College football Week 2 AP poll is out. Ohio State, the new number 1 team in the country. The rest of the top 5, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. Alabama drops all the way down to number 21. In baseball, Game 2 of the 3-game set for the Nationals and the Marlins at Nats Park. The Nats were able to snap their 8-game losing streak with a 2-0 win yesterday. 6:45 first pitch tonight right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. Adam Mazier takes the hill for the Marlins. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D welcoming you back on The Fan. The show brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We are looking forward to chatting with Mike Pereira, the rules analyst for Fox Sports, coming up in just a few. That conversation on The Fan today, part of our big preview of the NFL season. Danny, the kickoff has been tweaked again narrowly. Basically, the penalties for not landing the ball in the kick zone where you're allowed to have been elevated again to try to implement even more returns. But we're going into year 2 of the old XFL kickoff. I liked it right away because I liked it in the spring leagues, and my whole goal is just more returns, more action. The touchback is useless and futile, and what a waste of everybody's time to start a game, have an end-over-end kick into the end zone. Dude stands with his heels on the goal line, makes the tee.
I'm a little teapot. Yeah.
With his arms out, and now we start 1st and 10 from the 25. So I've been a fan all along. It seems like this is growing on people a little bit because aesthetically it's very strange when you see basically 5 yards apart, all of the blockers and all of the defenders on special teams from kick coverage and kick return. But where are you at on the returns? We got a lot more of them, higher percentage last year, and more bigger plays.
I do not like it. I wish they would do something simple, which is just move the kicker back because kickers can kick it further. I understand that's not on the table anymore because of the full speed, the collisions, the wedge, the injury per play stuff. I'll never get back what I want. So I'm willing to compromise on sports in a lot of ways, whereas a lot of purists and traditionalists never seem to be.
And to be clear really quickly, because someone brought this up to me literally this week, so I think there is this lack of understanding maybe on this. They didn't get rid of kickoffs as they were before because kickers were kicking the ball too far out of the end zone for touchbacks. The reason for kickoffs done the way they are now is that the league said that's the most dangerous play and we've got to remove it from the game. Because their logic was, and they say they studied it and they have the numbers. I'm sure they do. I'll take their word for it. I don't have them. But the idea, Danny, was the full-on collision, guy getting a 50-yard running
head start. And it makes sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no other play like that where someone running at full speed, for 47 yards absolutely jumps into the air and eviscerates you, or the collision, wham, with the guy that's, in front of the wedge, so to speak, and you're just coming full speed. So they're getting rid of those collisions. Mm-hmm. That's why they now have the new alignment.
Yeah, this new dynamic kickoff. So I'll never get back what I want. I understand why. So for me, I'll make the compromise. I want returns. The touchback, where, as you said, the guy gets to go, I'm the shape of a T, and everybody just sort of jogs off, and that's fine. It gives you a chance to preview today's quarterback with like a couple stats as you jogging onto the field. I have no interest in that. That play sucks. So whatever I have to do to get me more kick returns, sign me up for that. So I'll do it.
For me, it's not even as complicated. I like the idea of the added strategy is probably too strong, but here's what I think you should like and what I like about it. You want football plays.
Yes.
This basically just becomes a football play. It's just a running back, essentially. Teams are now putting receivers or running backs back there, and a lot of them are going with RBs because they're setting up blocks like they would, where you can design like pullers out in front and run power, so to speak, where you're kicking back a couple of guys in the into the backside of the formation, and you're pulling two out in front. And I think that's why you saw Austin Eckler for Washington, or Deebo Samuel is going to be the kick returner this year. It's just a football play. Mm-hmm. So I don't kind of know what's not to like, other than just the optics of
it's the optics
at the kickoff. They're standing 5 yards apart, and instead of any kind of a collision in speed, it just slows everybody down, that they come together very slowly and quietly. What's not to like? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, mainly it's the optics. I think it looks bizarre, and maybe I'll get used to it. In fact, I'm sure I will. That'll just become normal if you do it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever. I also don't like the feeling. It feels like a little pooch kick now, right? Instead of these kickers aren't able to raise their arm, drop it, line it up, and blast the thing, high and far. It's now kind of this like they're a soccer player taking a corner kick where they're trying to chip it in front of the 6-yard box for someone to head it in. Just the way that it looks, I don't like it. But again, I'm willing to make a lot of trades. We talk about this with baseball all the time, where I'm more old school than most. But in order for me to get my 11-year-old to watch it, it can't be like the baseball I grew up with. It just can't. I've got to change it. So I'll take a compromised version as long as the average age starts to go down of the viewer, right? Because every year it was like the average baseball fan is 57. Now they're 64. Now they're 70. And I don't want that. It's got to trend in the other direction. You got to grow the game. And it's starting to happen with some of these changes that Manfred and company have made. So that's kind of the same boat here for these kickoffs. I'll never get back what I want, which is, Brian Mitchell fielding it, making one cut and trucking people. That's never coming back. I understand that. So as long as I get more returns and less touchbacks, I'm in.
There were 21% of kicks returned 2 seasons ago in 2023. So about 1/5 of the time, which is terrible.
Nothing, yeah.
There was a return.
It's like 1 or 2 a game.
That was up to right around 33% last year. So 1 out of every 3 kicks got brought back. Still not good enough, and the league acknowledges that. It's still not as high as they want, and that is why they have changed the rules again, so that it used to be if you get penalized because you don't land it in the kick zone, basically, the ball came back out to the 30, 35-yard line. Now we're advancing it even further, closer to the 40. And so eventually it's just going to be like kicking it out of bounds. If you kick a ball that is not returnable, or you try to get cute, to your point, Danny, with the pooches and some of those things, it's just going to be 1st and 10 from the 40. That's how they've decided they're going to keep the kickoff return rate growing. But if that doesn't sound like a big deal, like, oh, it was 20%, now it's 33%, that's nothing. Listen to the numbers difference, though. There were 332 more kick returns in 2024 than 2023. 332 across the league.
Right.
All of those with the chance of being a big, explosive, fun football play. Because that they, just like when they got rid of the extra point when it was a nothing burger from the 10-yard line, 20-yard field goal or whatever, they said this is a 98% conversion. If you can go get a snack, you don't have to worry about this play, then it shouldn't be in our sport. That's how they felt about the kickoff, when 80% of the time you weren't missing anything. And so now, 332 times they go, let's do this. And the bigger plays were way more bountiful. Spike in big play returns. So that's 40 or more. There were 59 returns of 40 or more yards last year, which was the most we've seen in the league in 10 football seasons. So the proof's kind of in the pudding.
Yeah.
Of exactly what they want to happen is happening. The rate of touchbacks decreased to approximately 64%. It was the highest it had ever been 1 year earlier at about 74%.
Yeah, we were on the bad end of that last year, if you recall, with Kevontae Turpin taking one back to the house. But
Yeah.
still, exciting play. And it's
football play.
It's the trade-off you're kind of willing to have. It's been...
But I think the big play thing's important. The 40-yard returns. Like, to me, my childhood, I'm not exaggerating on this, and I'm not just saying this because we work at the same station as him. I can picture myself as a kid in we called it our side yard, right? But we had this like football field kind of square. I go back now and look at my house when I'm showing my kids. It's a tiny little yard. But damn if it didn't feel like 100 yards in a football field. We would line it. We'd have first downs, and you'd have to get 4 first downs to go score a touchdown. But in our side yard, I remember fielding these high kickoffs and breaking returns like I was Brian Mitchell. But it was a huge part of the game, and why you fell in love with football was there was a romanticism to the kick return. And you knew the returners, these Hall of Fame types like B. Mitch or Hester or whatever. That was dead. That's an endangered species. And to have 40-plus returns, the most there's been in 10 years last year, that's exactly what we want.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Mitchell, again, as you said, we work with him, but he was one of my favorite Redskins anyway before I got a chance to work with the guy. I mean, you're talking about a dude that would routinely go well in excess of 1,000 yards in terms of kick returns. Would go well in excess of 300-400 yards in terms of punt returns. So he'd be up there with some of the league leaders in yardage, despite not being an every down running back.
Well, he's still number 2 all time to Jerry Rice
in yards gained. I mean, and again, they tell me why that's not in the Hall of Fame. Anyway, but that part of the game was all but out of there. Again, I understand how we got here. When you look at the injury rate, you look at how good kickers got, where it was before, it was pretty amazing. You got a guy who could do a touchback. Then it got to the point where they're kicking it from the 35, and it was weird if you couldn't kick it out of the end zone. So all of the confluent events led to the current state of the union, and it took, I think, a little bit longer than it should have, if I'm being honest, with the NFL to look for something. It wasn't until the UFL, XFL, whatever you want to call it, came up with this way of doing it to eliminate those collisions, for them to go, oh, that's not too bad. We've seen it in action. We know it looks goofy, but this actually works solves a lot of the needs that we had in terms of bringing that play back to a degree. And now that you've got this more dynamic, if it doesn't land in the kicking zone, it's going to the 40. If you do a touchback, it's going to the 35. You're going to put it in this zone. You are covering kicks. That's what you're doing, NFL, and that's what's happening.
How do you feel about the touchback going from the 30 to the 35? Let me ask you the question. I'll sit it out, and then I'll answer in a second.
I love that. I think whatever you want, you can't just do this nominal thing where it's kind of a trade-off that a team is willing to have. In other words, let's say I take a 1-touchdown lead against you late in the game, and you've got a dangerous return man. In the past, I'd go, I'll let you have it at the 30 with a minute left and no timeouts for a touchback. Now I'm not quite as sure. You know what I mean? Like I want teams and coaches to have to make decisions, right? Like that's one of the things, again, to bring it back to baseball. I lament with the DH. I don't mind it not having, a pitcher go 0 for 2 and miss a sacrifice bunt, but it takes a little bit of the decision making, a little bit of the double switching, a little bit of those dynamic manager things out of the game.
Anybody can manage now.
Sure. Yeah, that's what's a bit of a bummer about it. But I like that you're adding some strategy back into it, right? I like that. I want it more like whatever you want people to do. You can't just set up guardrails. You got to shrink those guardrails, right, to encourage the behavior that you want, and that's what this is to me. I'm with it.
As a numbers guy who cares a lot about stats and who cares a lot about records and just being able to compare eras and things, what I don't like is that field position is changing so much when drives start. And I don't mean, obviously there's short fields or every time someone punts, it's going to be a different area of the field. But in terms of where drives actually begin. So when I was a little kid, you would be 1st and 10 from the 20. That was football parlance. 1-10-2-0, right? Now it's 1st and 10 from the 25. That's what it has been for an extended period of time on a kickoff. That's where the drive begins. Last year, it became 1st and 10 from the 30 a whole lot. Anytime there was a touchback on a kickoff, you would start at the 30-yard line. The rule change now moves it up to the 35. We're talking about 15 yards difference in a decade or so between where a touchback on a kickoff would have had you start several years ago to right now. That is a chunk play, basically. And so all these stats came out all of last year about Washington and some of these other teams. And they're still the same, where you're comparing the percentage of drives that end in points or the percentage of drives where you don't punt or the percentage of drives where, and it's like, well, yeah, there are going to be more teams scoring for a lot of reasons. But the game is completely different now. And it's just hard to compare it to different eras where it used to be the drive started at the 20, and average field position might be the 22 over a game. And now if the drive's starting after kickoff, sometimes at the 35, and average field position is like the 34, let's say, over a game. Now I'm not going for fourth downs. Back in the day, I wasn't going for any fourth downs. Now I go for every fourth down. I'm never calling out my punter. So, yeah, more drives should end in points. More drives should end in touchdowns or field goal attempts than ever before. But that's just the nerd in me that likes to be able to compare eras and be able to say, all right, 12 years ago, this offense averaged 2.7 points per drive. This group's averaging 3.2, so it's more elite. Well, I think now we have to throw a lot of those comparisons by generation out because field position's changing, fourth down decisions are changing, and it's just going to get harder and harder to juxtapose teams. Like when I'm trying to figure out where does Washington's elite offense last year rank against the great Rams, the greatest offense that we've seen, or some of these other groups. It gets harder to do that the more you tweak and change things. That's my only annoyance. But what is the other possibility? What's the... If you don't do that, great, you can have those comparisons and it's easier, but then the game never evolves. Nothing changes after in a long period of time.
And for me, football is less hallowed statistically than others. Where it's
I don't even mean it that. I just mean being able to if everything was the same, I could more easily figure out, are the Commanders and the Rams, who's better? Do you see what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean, but I guess for me, I'm less concerned about that generally. I understand your point. I always sort of look at it as this league has evolved like nobody else. I mean, remember, 10 years ago, there was, I think, like 6 or 7 guys that ran for 1,000 yards and everyone else threw for 5,000. And now it's different, right? You're in different eras. To me, it's all about relative to what the league is doing that year. And that's how I compare. I consider it a constant that the league is excellent, that everybody's really good, that coaches are geniuses, that scouts are awesome, and everybody's kind of putting their best foot forward. So I always sort of think of it relative to league strength. But it is your point where you're trying to compare numbers historically, and it gets harder to do that.
Well, it's also just harder and harder to play any defense. And I know that the points are all the league cares about, really, but drive starting as a regularity at the 35 after a touchback feels crazy to me. It just does. I know they want it as a round 5, so we've gone up 5 and then 5 and then 5. I'd almost liked it if we would have gone up 2 and then 2 and then 2 or something, but we're up 15 yards from where we were just a very, very short time ago, and it was 1st and 10 from the 20. Conversation on kickoffs brought to you today on The Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Commanders Giants on Sunday, our first feel on the matchup, next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, you're going to pick a bet and then bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP is where you're going to go. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download the FanDuel app today. And to get started, again, FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders released their unofficial depth chart today. Josh Connerly Jr., the rookie offensive tackle for the Commanders, is listed as the starting right tackle. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt listed as RB4. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is visiting with the Commanders today. College football Week 2 AP poll is out. The new top team in the country is the Ohio State Buckeyes. The rest of the top 5, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. Alabama drops 13 spots down to number 21 after their loss to Florida State. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals beat the Marlins 2-0 to snap an 8-game losing streak. They also won Andrew Alvarez's Major League debut. He's the first pitcher in Nationals history to throw 5 scoreless innings in his Major League debut. Game 2 of the series tonight, Nats and Marlins, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Adam Major of the Marlins. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny Football-a-Palooza continuing today as we get you ready for a game week in the National Football League. Week 1, Commanders-Giants, Sunday afternoon on Fox. We talked to Kevin Burkhard earlier today. One of his broadcast partners over at Fox is on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and it is our buddy Mike Pereira, who is there, one of the experts for officiating, covering the National Football League, and a former longtime NFL official. Mike, thank you for hopping aboard. How are you?
I am great. I'm so happy that preseason is over and that we're headed into the regular season. I think it's going to be a great season.
Well, we're excited too. We got to get it in the rear view. Everybody needs that preseason, I suppose, right? But
yeah, even the officials, by the way. Indeed. I always felt like they were probably the ones that needed it the most, as a matter of fact, because they have no real, off-season training, other than classroom type stuff and going to the camps, and those 3 games are very valuable to them.
We'll get to the dynamic kickoff. Danny and I just talked a bunch about some of the changes a few minutes ago, but we could circle back to that with you in a moment. But otherwise, the only thing I've heard a lot about in terms of officiating changes going into the season is another huge emphasis being put on some taunting stuff. And in fact, I even saw one call that I hated in the preseason where this guy basically got up and was jumping around and got flagged. So I guess 2-parter here for you, Mike. Is it true that they're trying to crack down on that again? And then the second part is why? Like, where does this come from with these grown adults out on the field that we've decided that any kind of, not even trash talk, but like jumping around is a bridge too far?
Really, there is an emphasis. But to me, and what I've seen, other than some overreaction by the officials, everything's going to be about the same. You always try to make a little bit of an impression in the preseason by calling a few things just to get everybody's attention. But you don't want that kind of call made during regular season games unless it's really directed at an opponent. Directly at the opponent. And, back in my days when I was the head of officiating, there was a reason why they called me the president of the No Fun League, because I didn't like celebrations. I didn't like going to the ground. I didn't like using props. And once they got me out of there, then they relaxed the standards. And I think it's probably better. But the emphasis this year more is on the weapons shooting. Anything of simulating shooting a gun, brandishing a weapon, those types of things are the ones that they're going to crack down on. That's what we've all been told. So, the notion of puts the officials a little bit in a bind. Is he signaling that he made a first down, or is he doing it in such a way that he looks like he's shooting a gun? I think that's going to maybe kind of cause a little bit of consternation early, but, in my mind, nothing's much going to change except you can't simulate shooting, no 6 shooters, no firing a rifle, no brandishing a weapon like lifting your shirt to pretend like you have one in your pants. But in the end, I think it's one of these, a lot of talk, not a lot of difference when the season starts.
Like, how will this Hawkeye situation work logistically? Just let people know kind of what's going on, the change there, and B, how does it work for the officials there on the ground?
Yeah, and I think I don't want people to get the wrong idea of this Hawkeye system. The only thing that the Hawkeye system does is replace the chains. That's all it does, okay? It does not help in spotting the ball whatsoever. So it's only when the officials put the ball on the ground, when they determine what their spot is, they put the ball on the ground, then Hawkeye measures to see if it's a first down or not. It will not adjust the spot, and I think that's where some people might be a little bit confused. And I hope, and I think it will, work a little bit better in the regular season than it did in some of the preseason games where the delay was unbelievable to time it out, to get it to work, to put it on the scoreboard, on the television screen. We've been through this in the United Football League, and it caused some problems there too in terms of delay. But the notion is to try to speed up the process instead of having one of my favorite groups, kind of waddle out on the field with the chains and hand the rod to the umpire, and then have the chains extended and the drama that goes along with that. And then, once the decision is made to get the head off the field, I mean, those jobs are priceless to those people that have them. They've been passed from generation to generation. But as with technology, the more ways we can use it to speed up things and maybe be just a little bit more accurate, I guess, because it's basically lasers as opposed to links on chains. It's just something that's going to be interesting to watch throughout the season.
Mike Pereira, Fox officiating analyst. So, Mike, along these lines, this has kind of always been one of my frustrations, is maybe too strong, but one of the things I've found fascinating about officiating in the NFL is spots, right? And most of the time when I go back and watch, they're really, really
They're
good.
good at it.
Like, considering how fast the game's moving and the body's all over the place, guy goes down and they spot the ball perfectly. I guess there's no way to have somebody in their ear to tell them exactly where to put the ball or whatever, like a wrestling match where they're telling you, all right, we're going to this move. Tell them the official literally, all right, we're going to this spot next. But I do wonder, the one where it just seems like a complete guess is the punt out of bounds in the air. They're just walking up the sideline for 8 minutes, and it's like you're 15 yards off. You have no idea. But like, what's your philosophy or thought on how close spotting is? Because there are games sometimes where I'm watching and I'm like, that's off by a yard easy. And if you add those up, that's 6-7 yards this half that they've lost.
Yeah, and it is not a precise science. We know that. And actually, the kick out of bounds, the airborne kick out of bounds, I actually think that one is pretty accurate because there is a method to that. The the referee, knowing that it's going out of bounds, just stays stationary, watch the flight of the ball, and then he waits for the deep official to come up down the sideline to hit that intersection point of the flight, and where he's walking, he marks it. Is pretty good. Believe it or not. But the thing that people don't understand is the toughest spots are not necessarily in the middle of the field, although you lose sight often in the middle of the field. But if you're the official, it's the run that comes into your side zone. And I say that because if a run comes toward you in your side zone, you back off. Okay, you back off of the line of scrimmage and let the runner go by and stay in front of you. So you don't have a precise spot. You're not looking down the line when that first body part, other than the hand or foot, touches the ground. And the interesting thing is, if that run happens like that, where the line of scrimmage official has to give way, let the runner go by, it's the line of scrimmage official on the other side of the field. We call it cross-field mechanics, who has the full field of vision in front of him, who can be on the line of scrimmage to see. He then actually spots it, and the official on the side where the ball went mirrors him. It's pretty complicated, and it's pretty frustrating too, because you look at it and say, my gosh, he missed that by a yard. And replay is involved in that. Video assist is involved in that. I mean, and I think, we just see so many things so great in slow motion that it seems like it should be easier than it is. But I do think technology and the fact that they have made that reviewable has made it better. But I remember back in my days, man, you so often didn't get the look that you really needed to get, and you do the best you can. And I think we've moved forever and ever now to try to bring perfection to officiating, which is never going to happen. But that doesn't mean you still strive to make things better. And I think that technology has helped in that area.
Mike Pereira with us here on G&D. All right, walk folks through the kickoff. How's it going to be different? How might it play out this year? What are folks going to see?
Well, I'm kind of one of the guys that didn't like it going in last year. It just kind of didn't make sense to me that, we would have a live ball where actually 20 players couldn't move until the ball hit the ground, or was touched. And but I grew to be okay with it, and I guess for a couple of reasons. Number one, the kickoff remained in the game. It was headed to extinction. When the rate of return 1 every 5 was being returned, you're taking obviously a big play out of the game, and so the fact that there were more was good. More returns was good. And then when you look at the concussions and however they figure them out, the fact is that the number was down. When you compare the number of concussions in a regular scrimmage play, if you take a look at that ratio per play, the number of concussions per kickoff came down to about the same as the number of concussions per scrimmage play. So that's good. So what held it back was the fact that, teams, if they didn't feel they had a good kickoff defend team, a kickoff into the end zone, last year was, put it on the 30-yard line as opposed to the 25 the year before. So the 5 yards wasn't worth the risk. And so how do you get more in? Well, you take that touchback and put it to the 35-yard line. And now you're talking about a significant difference. You're talking about that drive start at the 35. That's going to force teams who wanted to kick it in the end zone all the time. It's going to force them to defend. So I think it's probably safe when the league says that they're hopeful that the return rate is going to go to like 60% returns. I mean, in the Spring League, the United Football League, we were shooting for 90% returns. And that's really just about where we've been at. Of course, we kicked off from the 20, and that obviously makes quite a bit of a difference. But I like where it's going. It's back in the game. It's going to be more back in the game this year. And, as long as it's deemed to be as safe as any other play in football, then I'm now a convert.
You'll be watching Mike Pereira again all fall long, educating everybody on the rules of the league and giving opinions on what he's seeing from an officiating standpoint. He is the former VP of officiating in the NFL and the rules analyst over at Fox Sports. So, Mike, last one for me. If you could change any rule, you get appointed rule czar and the commissioner is on the line with you, what would you change if you got to make one sweeping adjustment?
Well, let me be clear. The commissioner's not going to call me, but if for some reason he did, I'd go with my same old one. Look, I was a deep official when I was on the field in the league. The most difficult call that you have to make, to me, without question, is pass interference. Everybody's moving. The defender's moving. The receiver's moving. The ball is in the air. You're moving. And then there's the added pressure that if it's 40 yards downfield, you're talking about a 40, 50-yard penalty. And you know what? You're not always right because it's so difficult. So staring the 40-yard or 50-yard mistake, in the eyes is pretty tough. And I've always been a proponent of the college rule that says that it's a maximum 15-yard penalty. I think it's, the fact that offensive pass interference is a maximum 10-yard penalty in the NFL, and it just seemed to me not to be equitable, especially when I saw so many when I ran the program, and you'd feel terrible because a guy would make a call, defensive pass interference 40 yards down the field, and you would have to evaluate that call, and you look at it and say it was incorrect. You just awarded 40 free yards. And so I would go to the competition committee practically every year and say, let's go to the college rule. And the response would be, no, we're not going to do that because we'll take away the deep vertical passing game. And I go, no, if you watch Saturday football, if you're close enough to try to make a play, if you're close enough to commit pass interference, you're trying to make a play. They don't tackle people. And I even said, okay, if they do, like on a double move, just reach and tackle somebody, then we'll make that a spot foul if it's over 15 yards. But I couldn't budge the group who were so concerned about the that deep vertical passing game that it I couldn't make any progress. Now in the spring leagues we do have that, and it's interesting. We thought, well, what kind of feedback will we get? Will people be unhappy with that? In reality, nobody even noticed. I mean, it just became a 15-yard penalty, just like if you slugged a guy 15 yards. Well, now if you pull the jersey and restrict the ball in the air 15 yards, okay, that seems equitable to me.
Mike, awesome to catch up with you, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy the start of the season.
You got it. Take care.
Great info from Mike Pereira of Fox Sports with us on Grant and Danny. First field, Commanders Giants. At least one analyst is struggling to pick that football game. We'll get to that next. The Commanders have announced that their Week 1 game with the Giants this Sunday at Northwest Stadium is indeed a sellout. I didn't think it wouldn't be, but several days out from the kickoff, very encouraging and a good sign. There will be some Giants fans there for sure, but I think that is indicative of excitement in this town. And it was a long, long time when for many, many home games, there was no chance of a sellout. And if there was, it just meant that you're going to be overrun by visitors. But after an NFC Championship game dash in the postseason last year and the Jaden Daniels hype of his second season and this team with very high expectations. In fact, when was the last time they went into a year and you were this excited or anxious about the start of the year because everyone thought they're going to be really good?
2013.
Like, that would be the easiest answer, but I don't even think then, because Griffin was coming off of a very serious injury and there were a lot of questions about that. It was
we thought they were answered with the All In for Week 1 documentary and
but
everything
it was,
like that. But
I don't think it was as likely in 2013 that they were really good as it is now.
Well, we know now. We know that now, but at the time, I mean, it's 2013 is the first one that comes to mind. Gibbs' return. I mean, for my generation, just the idea that Joe Gibbs was coaching just automatically meant we're going to the NFC title game again. You know what I mean? Just like because he walked on water. And you realize, like, it ain't that easy. Again, he was still as good as anybody that's been here. Go to the playoffs 2 times in 4 years. That's better than anybody else in the last couple of decades. But, yeah, you realize not even he could overcome everything.
Yeah, I think people don't give him enough credit for Gibbs 2.0, which is from maybe 10,000 feet up viewed as some kind of failure or whatever. But in 05 and in 07, by way of 5 and 4 game winning streaks down the stretch of those seasons, they made 2 playoff appearances in 3 years, what nobody else has been able to do. And he did it with Dan Snyder at the controls, so he was able to somewhat keep it bay because Dan loved him so much and would kind of say yes to him a lot, more so than other people. But you were pushing a boulder up a hill.
Oh, yeah.
Gibbs did a lot of good there. Looking at the odds for the Commanders and the Giants, Washington is a 6-point favorite almost everywhere. You can get them at 6.5 points as a favorite against the Giants on FanDuel. Pretty much every other book I'm looking at is right around 6. It opened at 7.5, but the line has come down 1.5 points. This was Chris Sims of NBC on a show with Kay Adams talking about underdogs. She asked him, of the 5 underdogs that she brought up, who's the team most likely to pull off an upset this weekend? And this is what Sims said.
I think if I had to choose one right there, the one I would choose was the New York Giants. Not that I'm expecting huge things from the Giants, but I do think the Giants are going to be more of a pain in the butt than people realize. Their defense, and they're desperate, and they've played well. And we know that their butts are on the hot seat there in New York, right? This is a big game for them. And I look at that, and their offense is a little better than you think. So, yeah, I'm going to take the Giants to upset Washington, or at least cover the spread there.
I get the logic. I'm picking Washington. I'm going to pick them at the end of the week when we make our predictions. But it is not surprising to me to hear a national analyst thinking they'll at least cover and could win the game outright. Just because, and he laid this out, number one, their defense is going to be exceptional, especially up front. Adding Abdul Carter as a pass rusher to Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns and the group that they have. But on top of that, I think Malik Neighbors is a matchup problem for Washington. We saw that last year with his speed, explosiveness, his twitch at the line of scrimmage. He feasted on them a couple of times. And they do have the urgency as a staff that you're not going to have when it was a NFC Championship game magical run in D.C. last year. If they get off to a slow start, people's heads roll. Joe Shane gets fired. Brian Dable's out of a job. They have to start fast. So if there's such a thing as needing a game more in week 1, whereas Washington's like a normal 8.5, 9, the Giants might be at 10 in their early season games. They can't really afford to go 0-3, 1-4 out of the chute, because then you're Jay Gruden a bunch of years ago when you get fired before the year ever gets going.
Yeah, and I care about recent sample, too, with these two teams. Washington could have absolutely lost both of those games against the Giants. Should have definitely lost the first one. We're very fortunate to emerge with a win. And in the second one, the Giants outgained them, had longer time of possession, outscored them in the second half. And that was with kind of that, makeshift, not much offense outside of Malik Neighbors, Daniel Jones, whatever the hell that was. they're better now. Talking about the Giants. Washington has not played like Washington that they did for the rest of that season against those Giants for whatever reason. I don't know. I mean, remember, for years, Kirk Cousins just would have bad games against them and that secondary. And you go, what the hell's going on with it? Whatever it is, the way that they play, something, some way, somehow, they're always friskier against Washington than they are against most other teams. So I don't love this matchup for that reason. I didn't see a whole lot from Washington in the preseason. They kind of put everybody in bubble wrap and said, we're good. We're one of the elite. We're ready to rock and roll. I'm still of the belief that we're not going to see Terry McLaurin be Terry McLaurin yet. Their number 2 receiver, Noah Brown, I haven't seen it all coming off of injury. I got to see Deebo Samuel some, but is that enough to say that now everybody's ready to rock and roll and they're going to hit the ground running and be as excellent as everybody is talking about? I don't know that. I don't feel great about this early season matchup here.
As soon as we come back on Grant and Danny, we're going to announce our weekly regulars for this NFL football season that we'll have on the show each and every week. So excited to do that. We'll also tell you which road trips we're going to be taking this season with our friends Kandori and Murad. And we're going to hit some Commanders burning questions as well. We're taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Staples. In the NFL, the Commanders released their unofficial first depth chart ahead of Week 1 on Sunday. Rookie Josh Connerly is listed as the starting right tackle, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt listed as RB4, again, an unofficial depth chart. Wide receiver Kendrick Bourne visited the Commanders today after he visited and worked out with the Niners yesterday. No word on a deal yet. Gabe Davis, the free agent wide receiver, is signing with the Buffalo Bills. He'll initially start on the Bills practice squad as he recovers from a torn meniscus. College football Week 2 AP poll is out. Ohio State, the new number 1 team in the country, 2 through 5. Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. Alabama all the way down to number 21 now. The Nationals snapped an 8-game losing streak, yesterday as they beat the Marlins 2-0. Andrew Alvarez winning in his major league debut. Game 2 of the series at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Adam Major. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13 and save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are going to make a couple of big football announcements for you. They are presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The show is brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murat. Speaking of which, we are taking 2 road trips this season.
Not one.
We will be going to Kansas City for Monday Night Football.
Let's
at
go.
Arrowhead Stadium. I can smell the tailgating and the barbecue already. October 27th. This is Monday Night Football under the lights. Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, couple of powers in the NFC and AFC. Couple of teams that played in conference championship games last year. The Commanders and the Chiefs will be on site as they're doing their stupid tomahawk chop with their arrowhead on their helmet, and they're playing the Washington Commanders.
I'll be full of barbecue, so I'll be annoyed about that, and I'll never understand how that's okay somehow, and anything else isn't okay, but whatever. But I'll have a lot of ribs in my tummy.
That's week 8.
Yeah,
which means we're about 8 weeks away from that as we speak right now. But I guess 7 technical legit weeks away from that trip on Monday Night Football. And the good folks at Condori and Murat are making it happen. They're flying us out there. They're putting us up. They're doing all the nice things that they normally do to make this a very special trip. So we appreciate that. But we're expanding this year.
Here we go.
All right, so we're up to 2 legit trips with Condori and Murat hitting the road this year. Trip number 2. Widely considered the best stadium in the NFL at this point, we are headed to Minneapolis to see the Commanders take on the Vikings.
Minnesota.
December 7th, 2025. Danny Houtier will be at U.S. Bank Stadium.
Let's go.
To watch the Commanders and the Vikings December 7th. It's a Sunday. It's one of the rare 1 o'clock games. But this is a Week 14 game. So this is post-bye. This is barreling down the stretch. This
will be a huge game, by the way.
Before Washington plays the final 4 games against teams in the division, Giants, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, their last non-division game against Minnesota could be very much a playoff preview. Vikings, if J.J. McCarthy doesn't stink, should be a playoff team in the NFC North. That stadium, Danny, I know it's going to be frigid in Minneapolis in early December.
Yeah.
So pack a couple of coats.
December in Minnesota, that famed tourist destination.
Hashtag there will be Juicy Lucy's. We're going to be eating some burgers with cheese right there in the middle of the patty.
It's right in the patty.
You bite into the patty and it burns your lip, kind of leaking out.
Yep.
So there are going to be some Juicy Lucy's. Mm-hmm. There's also going to be football. That's the stadium that everybody in the league says is the 1 seed and the envy of the sport.
Will we go to the Mall of America?
I am willing to do that with you. Now, Danny's going to call it a tourist trap, and he won't be excited, and he'll be out. I would love to go to the Mall of America. I went with Michael Phillips many, many years ago when the Redskins then played the Vikings, and we played a round of mini golf at the Mall of America. You can play mini golf. You can ride roller coasters. There's a lot of things you can do at the Mall of America. I think we should do all of those.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Danny, you're welcome to come.
If they have Juicy Lucy's, I'll be interested. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
Danny's going to do the thing where he sits in the hotel room for a couple of days and just waits for us to figure out where to go.
So see if there's a gym in the hotel.
I'll bet you our guy Wasim and Kia and the crew.
Oh, he'll have an agenda.
He's going to put some things together for sure. But again, they sponsor our show. They take care of you guys. If you need estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin, their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. So schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They're taking very good care of us. We're fired up.
Well, think of that schedule. A post-bye week for Washington. Denver Broncos, on paper, everybody's talking about them as a legit contender. They're kind of the AFC West version of Washington. At Minnesota, huge playoff implications. Then Giants, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles to finish the season. That is a sprint. That will have major playoff ramifications, that Eagles game. That Eagles game, that one too. But the Vikings game, in terms of the NFC, jockeying for position.
Yeah, it's possible if the division is wrapped one way or the other that the Eagles games lose a little luster, I guess. Like if one's going to win the division and one's going to be a wild card. But it's just as likely that those games are massive. Maybe you're playing a division championship game to end the season against the Eagles or something like that. But I hope that's the case because that December critical big football, I just get chills thinking about going to the stadium, rolling up with 70,000 people fired up to be watching the Commanders in a gotta-have-it game. Shades of 2012 against the Cowboys. All right, our next announcement. We have two guests with us, regulars, all season long, every single week, on Grant and Danny. Those two regulars consistency is the key. Last year and this year. On Mondays after games, back by popular demand. You guys love you some Jay Gruden on the show. He will be back breaking down all things Washington football, all things NFL. We will talk to him at 5 p.m. every single Monday after Commanders games. And on Tuesday, Austin Eckler is indeed back with us for a second season. Eckler's segments got rave reviews last year. People seem to really, really enjoy and learn a lot from Eckler. He likes doing it. He's going to be in a broadcast role when his career ends. I mean, this is a guy that's going to put on a suit and be on Football Night in America.
Whatever that guy wants to do, he'll do.
Yeah, wherever he wants to go. In the meantime, he's slumming it with us. So 5 p.m. on Tuesdays all season long, Austin Eckler is back on Grant and Danny.
Both are fantastic in different ways. Jay is just a guy you want to have a beer with and chop it up and talk football, and he sees the game in a coach's view and always has such great insights. And Austin Eckler, I've been blown away just how wildly impressive he is in terms of, again, how he reminds me of Max Scherzer, different competitor, different athlete, but the way that he thinks about the game is different than a lot of people. The way he thinks about matchups and dynamics and prep and all those sorts of really smart things, and he's so worldly and thoughtful. Both great guests. Pumped to have them both back on the show.
So we'll have Mondays, our normal Game Balls and Gasser breakdowns. We'll do our fastest 16 minutes on Tuesdays with Commander Survivor. We'll have Eckler as well. And then we're going to move our Confidence Points Picks segment to Thursdays this year. We're still going to be doing our Field Trip Fridays. And in fact, tomorrow at this time, we're going to be announcing our Field Trip Friday schedule. So we've got it all laid out. Every single week lined up already. We know what bars we'll be at, where we're going to be. We'll have a little competition between Virginia and Maryland and D.C. to see who can have the biggest attendance during the season. But that's coming up tomorrow with our next big announcement. But needless to say, our ducks are in a row over here. We are ready for football season.
Yeah, your pals aren't doing this like one toe in, one toe out. We are diving in to the deep end in terms of the foosball. We're ready to rock.
All right, Dad, give us a couple of burning Commanders questions here to wind down the show. A little bit tight, not as much time as we wanted, but I know you put together some burning questions on the Commanders, so let's do it.
Will Jaden Daniels lead the team in rushing for a second straight year?
Yes. I think there's no bell cow. I think there's no one player. I think it's going to be hot hand. I think it'll end up being, around 125, 130 carries. He'll be around 700 yards. I think that's just more than JCM and just more than Chris Rodriguez.
So if he's only at 700 yards, I'd be a little bit surprised, honestly, right? If you look back to last year and kind of as the year went on, how things trended, he ran for almost 900 yards, and for a month, he basically punted on running the football because he had a broken rib. I would say he's going to be at 850 to 1,000 yards, if I had to guess. He also didn't rip off any of the big ones I kept waiting for. Like, it takes one of those for 75, and it changes your
whole
season
season,
outlook.
yeah.
But I'm going to say, I would actually go over 850, but in that range, 850 to 950, something like that, right where he was last year. He will be their leader because Krosky, Merritt, and Rodriguez are going to go back and forth as timeshare backs on first and second down.
Will Matt Gay be the kicker for the entirety of the 2025 season?
He will be. I think the discussions of Matt Gay's demise have been greatly exaggerated. I saw him really good at training camp for several days. I know there have been some misses in the preseason, but this is a guy we've seen semi-recently in this league kick the heck out of the football. Go back to 2022. He was 28 of 30 in field goals in this league for a Rams team that was Super Bowl caliber coming off of a title. He's been a Pro Bowler in this league. I have confidence in Matt Gay. I think he kicks in every game, assuming health this season.
I'm going to say no, just because stuff happens. Whether it's that pulled muscle, whether it's a bit of a slump or a funk.
But you get the point of the question.
Of course I do.
The question
Yeah.
is, does he get cut and they go to a different kicker or not?
Yeah, and I'm going to say yes, just because that's what happens.
Here especially.
Yeah.
Today's depth chart showed us that Trey Amos is listed as one of the starting corners, and Jalen Lane is listed as the starting punt returner, as well as one of the backup receivers. Which rookie do you think has the biggest impact, Lane or Amos?
Amos. I think that dude is it. I think they found a gem. I think they found a burgeoning star, a stud, a guy that, if I'm looking at this team after a couple of weeks, if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'll stop throwing his way and I'll start throwing at Marshawn Lattimore. I think that's what's going down.
Yeah, Amos is the answer. He's going to start right away. Does Lane get on the field early in the season? I mean, he's going to have to break something on a punt to even probably be noticed over the first couple of weeks. I think there's a chance he gets some De'Ami Brown looks where he's running some love of the game routes to clear things out underneath with his speed, and maybe Jaden takes a deep shot. And if he did that and he struck up the band for a 70-yard touchdown or something, all right, that's a different story.
You notice the guy, yeah.
But I think by and large, the targets and the opportunities will be minimal for him early. It's going to have to come as the year goes on, whereas Amos is going to be out there right away getting tested. Opening, he's going to line up against neighbors occasionally against the Giants, and we're going to find out right away just how good the kid is. Let's get you ready for Nats baseball. Pregame is less than 90 seconds away. It is time for the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Kate Cavalli on the bump, leading off playing left field, that's James Wood. Batting second, playing shortstop, Jake Abrams. Batting third at first base, Josh Bell. Your cleanup hitter at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. All the way up to fifth in the order. Make note, please, DH Dalen Lyle. Batting sixth, your catcher, Riley Adams. Batting seventh at right field, that's Dylan Cruz. Hitting eighth at third base, Paul DeYoung. Batting ninth in center field, that's Jacob Young.
Dalen Lyle can swing it a little bit. He's only going to get more powerful and develop a little bit more pop from the left side, although you've seen with a couple of home runs, Danny, when he clubs the ball, it goes. 3 home runs on the season and about 230
strong base there,
at-bats.
yeah.
But he's hitting almost 270, OPS over 700. He's only 22 years old. Started the year, I believe, in Double-A. It's been a productive season for him, and those have been few and far between. If you missed any part of the show, podcast it. We got great interviews. Kevin Burkhard, Charles Davis, Ross Tucker, Mike Pereira, thefandDC.com. You like Commanders content? Take command. You like Nats content? Boston Loose Baseball, wherever you get your audio. For our producers, G&D saying so long.
Thank you for coming.